right-hand seat, right beside Rick's husband. William Willie McCool, Navy commander, born September of 1961, came from San Diego. Reported to NASA in '96. This was his first flight. A man who was familiar with carrier landings, worked out of Whidbey Island, and flying the EA-6B Prowler, which you might be familiar with, also on the Space Shuttle Columbia. David Brown, captain in the United States Navy, out of Arlington, Virginia. Pilot himself, although he wasn't sitting in the front seats of the controls of the shuttle. He's a mission specialist, 2,700 hours in high-performance military aircraft. His first flight as well. Kalpana Chawla, born in Kamarl, India, is an astronaut with some experience in 1996, STS-107, U.S. microgravity payload scientific mission. She operated the robotic arm on that particular mission. PhD, and for fun, she used to fly aerobatic airplanes, tailwheel aerobatic airplanes. That was her passion in addition to space flight. There's the crew, and I was commenting about the suits that they're wearing there, those orange suits, those so-called pumpkin suits, launch and re-entry suits, they call them. Those suits were not worn in the years immediately after the first few missions up to Challenger. The crew went up in essentially a flight suit, just a jumpsuit, not a pressure suit. They wore helmets, but they didn't have the pressure suit. One of the reforms that came out of the Challenger accident was that these suits would be worn by the crew members as they rose to space and as they came back home. The idea being that if there was some sort of rapid decompression, loss of cabin atmosphere inside the flight deck and the mid-deck, that the crew could survive. But as we pointed out not too long ago, as we pointed out not too long ago, this is not a situation where the crew would even have the option of bailing out. That altitude, that speed, is not a goal. Let's listen to James Hartsfield one more time. Houston.
Continue through Space Shuttle contingency procedures designed to secure all information, notes, and data pertinent to today's descent by the Space Shuttle Columbia. Communications were lost with the Space Shuttle Columbia at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time, as Columbia was above north-central Texas at an altitude of 200,000 feet, traveling approximately 12,500 miles per hour. Search and rescue forces in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and in other portions along Columbia's planned route have been alerted to the Space Shuttle program contingency. Any debris that may be
All right, we're going to bring James Hartsfield down because it's a bit repetitive. If you've been watching, you know what he's going to say, which is don't touch any debris that you might see if you happen to be in that part of the world. Stay away from it. It could hurt you, could potentially kill you, and it's against the law to touch it, so don't do it. Let's go now to Jerusalem and Kelly Wallace. Kelly, Ilan Ramon, in many ways the pride of Israel.
Miles, exactly, the pride of Israel, and so as you might imagine, tremendous sadness, shock, and emotion throughout the country right now. A colleague of mine was talking to a top representative at Israel's space agency, and his quote is, "We are in shock." We know that Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, we are told, was watching events unfold on television like most of us were. His spokesman saying the Prime Minister watching those events. No formal official reaction, though, coming from the Israeli government until there is a formal announcement from NASA and from the American government. But we can tell you that when Colonel Ilan Ramon took off on the Space Shuttle, there was tremendous excitement in Israel. It was front page news on the Israeli newspapers, on the Israeli television stations. Really a lot of joy. As you know, Miles, a lot of sadness in this country. There has been tremendous violence over the past few months. Lots of concern about that. There were the elections just a few days ago. Not a lot of excitement about that, but this was looked at as tremendous joy and pride. Colonel Ramon, we know, is married has 4 children. His father, in fact, we understand, was watching some of the events on television at an Israeli television station a short time ago. We believe he has since left and headed to his home. Colonel Ramon has tremendous experience, more than 3,000 flight hours. Also, he took part in a mission back in 1981, a mission destroying the nuclear reactor in Iraq. He also took part in the 1973 Yom Kippur War. So tremendous pride in Colonel Ramon, and right now people are just still, Miles, holding out hope that this will turn out, but right now tremendous sadness throughout Israel.
It's hard to imagine the depth of sadness as we just sort of absorb all of this, Kelly, and it's difficult to even assess it here, but there, I think, in a very profound way, a lot of hopes and dreams were flying with Ilan Ramon.
Exactly. The representative from the space agency, again, talking to my colleague a short time ago, saying really everything is lost. All the work, all the experimentation, a lot of dreams, as you said. And again, the symbol really, this being the first Israeli astronaut in space, and also coming in the context of a very difficult time. This has been more than 2 years of violence in this country, the start of the second Palestinian Intifada against Israel. The economy is dismal right now. Lots of concern about the violence, the state of the situation, the future. And again, Miles, just looking at the media attention, looking at television and newspaper coverage of this, it was really looked at by many as one piece of really good news in a sea of a lot of bad news over the past few months, Miles.
It's stunningly tragic. Please, Kelly, stay close. Let us know what you hear from the government, what you hear on the streets. Of course, we're all harkened back to the last time this happened. 17 years ago this past week, we marked the anniversary of the Space Shuttle Challenger and its explosion. A little more than a minute after liftoff from the Kennedy Space Center, 7-member crew died there. We marked that anniversary this past week. Tom Mentier, CNN correspondent, was live on the air at that moment, has covered numerous shuttle missions over the years. Tom, what are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts go to the families of the 7 astronauts aboard Columbia, the family, the friends, the loved ones, immediately first. As you're well aware, the most 2 dangerous times are ascent and descent. And I asked them if we had the animation of not only the ascent, but the descent, when at maximum pressure and maximum velocity, the shuttle turns red hot underneath as it re-enters the atmosphere. And what you're seeing now in these pictures, the heat is just absolutely tremendous. As you pointed out, the multiple targets, by seeing different pieces, it is something we, of course, have seen before, but not in the same dynamics that we saw this morning. But very, very difficult to watch, not once, but a second time for me.
Yeah, take us back to that day and what that was like and what happened in the immediate aftermath.
Well, in the investigation, I was there for the search for the debris, which I'm sure there would have been larger pieces because they weren't as high up in the atmosphere as they were on this one. But the investigation is going to center around this debris field that you talk about being across a very wide area of West Texas. I'm sure that the pieces that they find will not be very large. The initial descriptions that we've been hearing from West Texas are very small pieces of debris. But it's going to be a very slow, long investigation that takes a look at the airframe. As you mentioned, these airframes are certified for 100 missions. And, of course, Columbia nowhere near that. But, again, certification and what occurs in flight or after flight, as we found out with Challenger, are not necessarily what's written in the books.
Well, it's worth pointing out to our viewers, and I know, Tom, you are well aware of this, 20-plus years after Columbia first flew, the first shuttle to fly, this is still an experimental vehicle, an experimental program. This is not an airliner, is it?
No, it's not. And every time these astronauts strap themselves in for a mission, they realize the dangers that they are about to face. They train for it for months, if not years, before they fly, while they're flying, and while they're returning. They know what the dangers are that they're facing in this program.
They do. They do understand it. Tom, if you could stay close, we may want to check in with you in just a moment. I think probably this might be a good time to hear from some of the crew members. We, of course, interviewed them before they left and got a sense of their excitement for their mission, their zest for their job. A lot of them would tell you it really wasn't a job. Let's listen to Michael Anderson.
Well, unfortunately, this mission is so packed with scientific experiments and everything. As a matter of fact, when we return, we'll be the heaviest space shuttle ever to land. So there's not a lot of room to take anything personal or special with you on this flight. So basically, I'm just going to take my notebook with my notes and a couple extra pens and pencils.
All right, Michael Anderson. We spoke to all the crew before they left, and as they always do, we asked them about the risks. We asked them about their philosophy on the risks, and to a person they say it's all worth it. Let's listen to Rick Husband, the commander.
The shuttle is a great vehicle. It is so impressive every time I sit down and study the different systems to see how well thought out this vehicle is and how well it works every time we go and fly. The fleet actually is probably only reached about a quarter of its design life. So on our particular flight, this will be the 28th flight of Columbia, and each of the airframes was designed for 100 flights. So there's still a lot of life left in the shuttle fleet, and it is, I would say, a tribute to the people who work on the shuttle in the inspections that they do, in being able to find some very minor flaws like what we're talking about here, because they do a fantastic job in doing the inspections and finding these things. And it's just like it's just kind of like normal upkeep and maintenance like you would have on your car, except that this is a much larger system. And so it is a very impressive, and certainly by myself very much appreciated, that the people are so diligent and do such a great job in keeping track of all those things.
Kind of hard to hear all those words right at this moment, but those words are all still well true. What was not added is that this is stuff that is still on the edge of the envelope, that term that test pilots use, pushing the envelope, the edge of our capabilities as human beings, is manifested in what you see right here in this space shuttle, even 20 plus years after it first flew. But I should point out something that was mentioned a while ago, and I didn't get a chance to mention it, that the concept that a space shuttle is old is a bit of a fallacy. They are certified, as we said, for 100 flights. Columbia was on our 28th mission. Every fourth or fifth mission, they go through an overhaul, which is really almost right down to the spars and aluminum, where they truly make the shuttle new. In the case of Columbia, it had, for example, a brand new glass cockpit installed as part of its last overhaul. So it is, to call it old is a bit of a myth. These are the most pampered aircraft or spacecraft, whatever you want to call it, in the world. And they're treated as such. When they say 100 missions on that airframe, that's conservative even on its own. So at 28 missions, Columbia was, in fact, sure, the old gray lady, having first flown in April. We're looking at, also, you obviously can see here, this is Challenger, it's the only model I have handy, but the old gray lady in the sense chronologically, but at 28 missions, Discovery still has a few others, has actually flown more missions. So it's not accurate to draw an assumption here about that necessarily. Now let's listen to one more member of the crew. And this is the member of the crew who received so much of the attention prior to liftoff, because we were so concerned about security, given what's going on in the world and given the fact that he was a citizen of Israel. Ilan Ramon. Let's listen in.
I really feel that we shouldn't talk too much about it. You know that NASA security people, and I know that NASA security people are doing their best for us. And since September 11, unfortunately, it's a kind of a world issue here. And since then, all the shuttle flights are taken care of by NASA security for the best of all of us. And I don't feel that we are any special event for them.
Well, the truth of the matter was, it was a special event. It was treated as such because of exactly who Elon Ramon is. Let's listen to James Hartsfield one more time. Houston, a public affairs officer with NASA, is giving another update.
Search and rescue teams in Dallas-Fort Worth and in portions of East Texas and other appropriate areas along Columbia's planned route have been alerted and are in contact with local law enforcement authorities in those areas. Any debris that is located in an area that may be related to the Space Shuttle's contingency should be avoided and may be hazardous as a result of toxic propellants used aboard the shuttle. The location of any possible debris should immediately be reported to local authorities who are in contact with NASA search teams.
All right, let's once again, that is a bit of a repeat, but for those of you who've been listening, we're sorry for the repetition. We just don't know when he's going to add additional information, and so we're going to listen in and keep you posted as events unfold here. Let's bring everybody up to the date. We're approaching the top of the hour. It's 11 o'clock now, and the shuttle is approaching. We're approaching the point when about 2 hours ago, almost exactly, the Space Shuttle Columbia should have been pretty much on final approach to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida at the conclusion of a 16-day science mission. Instead, communication was lost. Telemetry, which is the radio signals with all the data, all the stuff that fills those computer screens in mission control, was lost. And the shuttle did not turn up at its appointed time, 9:16 a.m. Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center. Space shuttles, when they begin their descent, their landing is, you can set your watch to it. And so when that happened, immediately alarm bells went up. Should tell you that NASA has lowered flags near the countdown clock at Kennedy Space Center to half staff. NASA has lowered flags to half staff at the countdown clock. 7-person crew, and what you're seeing are pictures captured. Actually, you're seeing a live picture right now of Mission Control in Houston, but the picture that we've been showing you all morning long is the final moments of the Space Shuttle Columbia as it broke up mid-flight, 200,000 feet, traveling 12,500 miles an hour. Our affiliate WFAA capturing this dramatic videotape, which gives us a sense of what caused, well, we don't know the cause, but we do know it was a breakup. The cause. All right, let's listen. We had been trying to get our affiliates to capture the shuttle as it came across the continental United States this morning. KOAT out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. A little darker there, of course, when it came across, but I think you can see that dot there. Try to help you out and just tell you it's right in that spot right there in case you're having problems. Not quite the shot that we got, obviously, out of the Dallas affiliate, but bear in mind, the breakup occurred over Texas. This is New Mexico, so these would have been, this is exactly what you would expect to see as a space shuttle would streak across the night sky on its way to its landing. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. All right, as we look at that shot, and we will tell you that the president was at Camp David when it happened. He's on his way back, should be there about noontime, and that's where Suzanne Malveaux is. Suzanne, what do you have for us?
Well, earlier today I spoke with White House spokesman Scott McClellan, who said, yes, the president was notified of the situation by his chief of staff, Andy Card. They made the decision that it would be better to monitor the situation here from the White House. As you mentioned, the president is on his way back to the White House. He'll be here shortly after noon. Also spoke with a senior administration official who said that there was no indication that the shuttle had any type of threat that was against it, or that was in any type of range of anti-aircraft, anti-missile range, and that there was no indication that this was any type of terrorist situation. Of course, they're still getting lots of information, but initial indications from senior administration officials saying that it does not point in that direction. I should also tell you as well that sources tell us that the president, when he comes back, is expected to make a statement, some sort of briefing, that he is also expected to call Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, as you had mentioned before, one of those on the shuttle, an Israeli citizen, that the president is all likelihood to call him later this afternoon, and that we will hear from Mr. Bush when he returns. Miles.
CNN Suzanne Malveaux. We'll, obviously, the minute the president gets back and makes a statement, we'll be getting back to you, so stay close, please. Let's go to Elizabeth Cohen. Elizabeth Cohen in the newsroom here has had an opportunity to speak with members of one of the crew members' family. And we're just going to leave it at that right now. Elizabeth, what can you tell us?
Miles, I was speaking on the phone just a few moments ago with the brother of one of the astronauts. I'm not going to name the astronaut just to protect the privacy of this family, but he said that in the past 2 hours since the contact was lost, the families have been speaking with each other. The families of the different astronauts have been speaking with each other. They met each other at the launch. There were various activities for the family members. I am sure that they did not expect to get back in contact with one another quite in this way. This gentleman was saying that he expects to be summoned to a memorial service, perhaps in Houston, sponsored, given by NASA. He expects to get that phone call soon. And again, the families turning to each other for support in this difficult time. Miles?
Did they indicate there is a fairly rigorous protocol, if you will, that NASA employs, where they have people assigned to each family member to assist them through all this? Did you get any sense that that was occurring, and were they getting the support they need?
The man who I was speaking to is a brother of one of the astronauts. He said he had had no contact from NASA. Now, perhaps the astronaut's spouse had had contact, or parents, or somebody else. Perhaps this person hadn't, but others had. He did indicate, though, that he expected, and that the families expected, that they would be summoned back in.
Elizabeth Cohen, thank you very much. Let us know if you find anything else out as we continue our coverage here.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at a live picture which tells probably as much as this shot we've been showing you. Kennedy Space Center, that's in front of a place they call the Turn Basin, right beside the countdown clock. In the distance, Launch Pad 39A, where the Space Shuttle Columbia launched 16 days ago. It was a beautiful afternoon launch, the flag at half-staff, in memory of the 7-person crew of Columbia. And that launch pad, hard to say when that launch pad might be used again. Very premature to even discuss anything along those lines, but there you see it, there you see the flag, and that in many ways sums up what we are talking about here. CNN's Andrea Koppel has been talking to Israeli officials, and we should point out that, in case you're just tuning in, that Ilan Ramon was a member of this crew, the first Israeli astronaut. Andrea, what have you heard?
Well, Miles, I've spoken with the spokesman from the Israeli embassy here in Washington, and he tells me that they have dispatched a small team down to the Kennedy Space Center, where Colonel Ramon's wife, his 4 children, and we believe his parents, who were quite elderly, were awaiting his arrival. The embassy itself obviously had no comment. They're waiting for the government in Jerusalem to take the lead there. But having said that, you know, just looking at this picture, Colonel Ramon was so much more than just a professional and, as you pointed out, the first Israeli to go into space, but he really was somewhat of a, you know, a national hero, the quintessential hero, if you will, for Israel. This is a man that flew in the Yom Kippur War in 1973. He fought in the 1982 war with Lebanon. He was also, believe it or not, one of the pilots that bombed the Iraqi nuclear reactor back in 1981. He is a payload specialist who's been training for this mission since 1997. And in fact, his job on board the Space Shuttle was supposed to be basically using cameras on board to look at how desert dust and other contaminants that you would find in the atmosphere, Earth's atmosphere, how that's affected by rainfall and temperature. So this was a mission that the entire Israeli public was watching and really had their heart in their hands. And at this moment, you can imagine how many hearts across Israel and certainly in this country as well are breaking right now. Miles.
Andrea Koppel, thank you very much. Certainly that is the case everywhere right now as we pause to think about those family members. Let's take a look at a picture. We've been getting some email images in from our viewers, and this is the first picture we've seen from Nacogdoches County, Texas. And I've been calling it Central Texas. I'm told by some people it's more accurate to call it East Texas, but it's safe to say that there's a big, wide swath of area that has been seen, what you're about to see as I scroll down here, which is a piece of debris on the ground there. If we put it through the telestrator, I can highlight it for you. Hang on, I over scrolled there. Hopefully get it up to the point where we've got it in a place where you can see it. There you see it right there on the pavement. It looks like it's right near an apartment building. What I want to reiterate is what NASA has been saying all morning long, which is don't touch it. Don't go near it. Call the authorities, let them know it's there. Try to keep people from touching it if you can. It's apt to contain all kinds of hazardous things. Hydrazine is just on the top of my list right off the bat, which is a very nasty substance which is used to fire the rockets on orbit and also powers the auxiliary power units. Nitrogen tetroxide, which can burn you. That's an oxidizer which mixes, creates those thruster firings on orbit. Don't go near it. It can hurt you. It's also, I should point out, against the law. We've been listening in to members of the crew. I'm hopeful that we have some more of those interviews ready to go. We talked to the crew. Okay, apparently we do not have them quite ready. We're going to try to. All right, we have a reporter from where? All right, we've got somebody at the Kennedy Space Center to check in with us. Grayson Carl. Grayson, I don't know, you're with Central Florida 13.
That's right, Miles.
Grayson, tell us what's been going on there.
With Central Florida News 13, I cover the Kennedy Space Center in this area. It's a very, very surreal feeling out here. We've done this several times before. You stand up, you get ready for the landing. We all look down south, and we look, and nothing came. And we're used to hearing a pair of sonic booms that come in a few minutes before the landing as the shuttle drops back through the sound barrier. And we didn't hear that, and it kind of raised everyone's eyebrows. And then everyone started looking, and the countdown clock that counts down to the landing time started counting back up, which is what it does when after it passes the landing time, and it started hitting 6 and even 7 minutes, and none of us knew quite how to handle it. The family and the visitors and the guests that were all there, I'm not sure if the astronauts' families were out there, they typically are, but all the guests, all the VIPs were ushered into NASA buses and escorted away from the shuttle landing strip. We were escorted away shortly after that. We've headed back to the press site here, which is by the Vehicle Assembly Building in the center of the Kennedy Space Center, and really, they're not telling us much more than what you guys, I'm sure, have been finding out there in Atlanta and all over. They are scheduling some sort of press conference here for apparently 11:30. We're going to try and find out more from them at that time. But really, this whole community is just devastated. This whole area is tied to the Kennedy Space Center. We call this area the Space Coast. We grew up here. There's not a person here who doesn't know somebody who works at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm sure a lot of folks all over can identify with, an Air Force base or something else nearby where it's like that. And that's what it's like here with the Kennedy Space Center. And it's just, the silence here is eerie. I look at the other reporters I work with every day. We don't know what to say to each other. It's a very bizarre feeling. There's been talk about what caused this failure, and I guess the latest we've gotten is from Johnson Space Center. They said something about losing a piece of insulation off the external tank into the heat shield. And Miles, as you know, that the heat shield is a very unpredictable part of the shuttle, but we really don't know if that's what's caused it. We're waiting till 11:30 to try and find out that information. But the community here is really, just devastated. Not only were there experiments on board Columbia, there was also some part of the ground-based experiments that were actually being done out of Florida Tech, Florida Institute of Technology in Melbourne, which is just 30 miles down the road. They were doing some of the ground-based things with the European Space Agency, doing the same experiments they were doing up in space down here on Earth at almost the same time. So there are connections to this mission all through this area, the Central Florida area. People commute to the Kennedy Space Center, which is over on the coast. They commute from as far away as Orlando or even further away, and so there are people in neighborhoods all across Central Florida that the fella down the street or their friend's mom works out here at the Kennedy Space Center, and they just don't know how to handle it. It's very eerily quiet out here. Press officers have been driving back and forth in cars trying to gather information for us now, but Miles, really, we're just kind of in a state of absolute disbelief. We know what's supposed to happen, and we knew things were wrong, and just our worst fears have been confirmed.
Grayson, you know, I think many of us got the sense, even those of us who are close to the space program, that the landing was just not as big a concern. And, you know, what we have to recall here is the tremendous heat which a shuttle encounters. And I wonder if in the control room they can get that shot of the launch queued up, because we can talk about what Grayson made just a tangential reference to, which was on ascent during the launch. There was a piece of debris, which was noted by engineers, which fell off the external tank. Now, if we could roll that tape, it's very difficult to make out here, and I'm not sure that I've identified the precise moment, but if you let it roll, and this was something that was well known to engineers, because the first thing they do after a launch is pour over some camera views that you can hardly imagine, close-ups, high-speed photography, which gives them a sense of all kinds of things. And they can find out a lot of things about what happened on ascent and perhaps plan accordingly for re-entry. Now, the concern is that as you look at the shuttle's external tank there, it is covered with foam. The reason it's covered with foam is it contains liquid hydrogen. It's like minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit or something along those lines. The coldest substance on the planet. Ice foam has been noted to fall off, and at those speeds, the ice or foam which could fall off the external tank, which is this kind of brownish color, at those speeds could damage some of these tiles. The shuttle is covered in these ceramic tiles, which are very fragile, about 20,000 of them on the Columbia alone, along with blankets and carbon and all kinds of things to protect what is an aluminum frame as it comes in for re-entry. Aluminum would be soup if it wasn't protected by the thermal system. But it's a very fragile system, and it remains the most labor-intensive aspect of keeping the shuttles aloft and keeping them flying. Now, Grayson, the conversations I had with engineers there was, we've looked at this debris falling off, we focused on where it landed, and we don't think it's a big deal. Did you hear the same things?
That's the same thing I've heard. You know, these flight engineers do this for a living. They do it every day. They find problems, and they have to make that analysis on whether it's safe and what the conditions are, whether they need to make repairs, what can happen. But
all right, we just lost our signal, unfortunately, from Grayson. And with that, we're going to turn back to Jerry Lininger. Jerry, are you at home? Jerry?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Jerry in northern Michigan at home, who veteran of the shuttle, veteran of Mir. Jerry, it's been a little while since we talked. I'm curious if anything else has come to mind for you on what might have happened here, what sorts, and I don't want to get way ahead of this, but I mean, let's give the areas of interest that would be some of the prime suspects in this.
Yeah, I think you've been covering them well, Miles. I think, you know, it's very dynamic, obviously, a lot of friction, a lot of pressure buildup when you're streaking through the atmosphere. Friction's what slows you down. You're inside a big fireball, plasma collapsing around you, so its airframe is the first thing I would worry about. You know, metal fatigue, things of that nature. I think what you mentioned, you know, if there's a defect in the insulation, a tile at a critical point, you know, if it hits for example, a control mechanism and you lose control of the vehicle, the top of the vehicle, for example, cannot withstand the type of heat that you take during re-entry. So, you know, all the things you're pointing toward are things that you have to be concerned about.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's a heck of a crew on board as you go through the people. And
let's talk about them a bit.
Well, just, you know, skilled, dedicated, courageous people.
Yeah.
And I guess the other thing, the people on the ground, you know, besides not touching it for their own safety, I'm sure everybody wants to, in Texas and around the world, wants to make sure we figure out what causes it so it never happens again. So.
Yeah. What, Jerry, you've been inside the space program and know exactly what happens and how NASA prepares for these to aid and assist the families. What is happening right now to help these families out?
There's usually a family escort, and that's many times an astronaut that goes along with the family, especially during the launch time. And at landing, it sort of depends on the family's request and how comfortable they feel. If it's maybe the guy's third or fourth flight, the family feels comfortable in knowing what to do. But on first flights, a lot of times they'll provide an escort to be with the family. If they're going to be there at landing, I'm sure there's people there to kind of tell them what happens during landing and to ease their concerns. And now, of course, they're there to try to comfort them.
And it's probably a challenge which, well, it's got to be an incredibly difficult time for them and for these families to try to sort through all of this. Jerry, this is something that astronauts certainly know about, but I wouldn't say they fear it.
I don't think they fear it. You know, we have confidence. You heard Rick Husband, the commander, talking before he left. He's got confidence in the vehicle. Got confidence in all the great people that make that vehicle go to space. And, you know, it's obviously a tragedy of great, you know, depth here. And, you know, there's a lot of people feeling very badly. I'm sure everybody in the world feels badly.
What does this do to the program, Jerry?
You know, the interesting thing, you flashed up there, there's a cosmonaut and 2 astronauts on board space station. So you've got a space station up there orbiting that depends upon the shuttle. You have other means. You can use a Soyuz capsule, the Russian capsule, to get there. But, you know, I think exploration and discovery and going out there and pushing the envelope, and that's what the astronauts do every day of their lives up there in space.
Jerry, you mentioned an important point. We have a crew up there, Don Pettit, Ken Bowersox, Russian cosmonaut, whose name is escaping me this moment. I apologize for that. Budarin, I believe. And it is, they, at this point, are sort of not stranded. They have a Soyuz capsule there, which they can take to leave any time. And I guess we should point that out to our viewers. Are you there, Jerry? Okay. All right. Let's move on, and we'll think about that point a little bit later. United Space Alliance is the prime contractor for the Space Shuttle. It's a synthesis of a couple of big aerospace companies, Boeing and Lockheed Martin. USA is the prime contractor, which does the work in getting a space shuttle to orbit and bringing it back and turning it around. A lot of people don't realize that most of the employees at NASA work for contractors, and the NASA civilian force is actually a small part of it. The real work is done, in many respects, by the United Space Alliance. With us on the line now is Jeff Carr, spokesperson for USA. Jeff, are you in Florida?
No, Miles, I'm in Houston near Mission Control.
What can you tell us from your perspective? What have you seen? What have you heard? And do you have any sense of where things are headed right now?
Well, Miles, as frustrating as it may be to your viewers, we really don't know what happened. You've done a great job so far, I think, of laying out the sequence of events, and I was listening to your interview with Jerry Lininger, and I thought he brought some very level perspective to it. But right now we're working closely with NASA to go back and review all of the data, look for anything that might be a telltale sign of what occurred. Unfortunately, our first indication that anything was wrong with what looked like a picture-perfect reentry this morning came with that loss of communications. And until we do determine what happened, our primary concern is with, of course, the safety and well-being of the crew. And until we know what happened, that's going to continue to be our primary concern.
Jeff, once again, bear with me here because I don't want to get too far down the road of speculation, but I do want to address this issue because it's out there. This is the piece of debris which fell off on ascent while it was rising to orbit. What can you tell us about what we know about that? As I've been telling our viewers, the sense I got from talking to people at NASA is that they discounted whether it, well, they basically said it wasn't a big deal.
Well, I would take exception with their discounting it, Miles. I think what happened is a lot of very smart people took using good technology, took a good look at the imagery that was available and analyzed that image and basically determined that it was not conclusive.
Jeff, let me interrupt you while you say that. Let's get that image up if we could, that ascent image, the launch image where we see, I believe if you look closely, you can see some debris falling off. Go ahead, Jeff. What was the determination as they looked at it very closely there?
Well, basically, Miles, it was a non-determination. There wasn't any indication, any immediate indication that there was any damage of note. And I think it's really, at this point, much, much too early to begin speculating that there's any linkage between that event and what has occurred this morning. We don't know what the cause is, and it just wouldn't be productive to speculate at this point.
No, and I don't want to do that, and I don't want you to have the sense that that's where I'm headed with this. It's just that this is something that people are aware of, and I wanted to at least get a sense from you as to where it stood and what the feeling was. I mean, the shuttle, in the course of its 113 mission history, has lost tiles before.
That's true, but at this point, we don't even know that there were tiles lost or to what extent they were lost, Miles. And this is one of many, many stones that's going to be overturned. We're going to be looking at every scrap of information and evidence that could help us understand what happened today. That activity is going to be ongoing for days, weeks, maybe months. I don't know. But right now, our primary concern is to determine as best we can what happened and to determine the safety and well-being of the crew. And Miles, before we go too much farther, I really want to say that those of us at United Space Alliance, our hearts go out to the families of the crew members. Their families are our families. We're a very close-knit community, and we want them to know that they're in our thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, and that's worth thinking for a moment about. Tell me this, Jeff. Can you walk me through re-entry and give me just a sense of what the vehicle encounters from the moment it does that deorbit burn all the way down to landing at the Kennedy Space Center?
Well, of course, Miles, the two most intense periods of time during a shuttle mission are the launch and ascent and the entry and landing. The launch and ascent lasts 8.5 minutes. The process of re-entry, an hour. From the time the orbital maneuvering system engines burn to deorbit the vehicle, there's a great deal of energy stored in the vehicle as a result of all the energy it's gained during ascent and that it possesses during the orbit phase. That energy's got to be depleted, and the vehicle basically breaks through the atmosphere by flying wide S-turns and sort of skipping against the atmosphere. It's a brute force operation with a little finesse to manage the loads on the vehicle and the temperatures on the vehicles. And we've never had in the history of the program an issue such as this during entry and landing, but we all know that this is one of the most dynamic phases of any mission.
And the temperatures that a shuttle endures through all this, in excess of 2,000 degrees, correct? Fahrenheit?
I believe that's right.
And so clearly the heat shield is something that is very important and has to be considered. Is there anything else you can tell us about? The term is telemetry. That's basically all those radio signals that feed all those computer screens in Houston. Is there anything in that telemetry that anybody has seen that showed any sorts of hiccups on any other systems that would give anybody any preliminary indications as to what might have been going wrong?
Miles, I was not in the control center this morning, so I can't tell you absolutely that nothing was noticed, but at present there's nothing that's leading us to any conclusions. There are two ways to determine the status of the vehicle during entry and landing, particularly over the continental United States. One of those is the telemetry that's sent from the vehicle to the ground, and the other is ground-based C-band radar tracking information. And unfortunately, we found ourselves in Houston without any indications either way.
Jeff Carr, United Space Alliance spokesperson, joining us from Houston. We appreciate it. We'd like to get back to you whenever you feel it's important. And
Miles, there is one important note I might add.
Go ahead.
And I very much appreciate your efforts to let folks in East Texas know that any debris that they might encounter out there could be hazardous. There are toxic chemicals aboard the vehicle at that phase of reentry, and as curious as they may be, it's important to their safety to report any debris that they might encounter to the local authorities and stay away from it.
Words to the wise. Please, if you're in earshot and you're in that part of the world, we implore you to listen to that, because that would just compound the tragedy that we're seeing unfold today. Jeff Carr, we'll check in with you in just a bit. Quick recap for you at the bottom of the hour. It's 11:30 Eastern now. 2 hours and 15 minutes ago, we should have seen the shuttle Columbia touch down gracefully for a landing at the 15,000-foot runway at the Kennedy Space Center. Instead, on its 28th flight, the 113th mission in shuttle history, the Space Shuttle Columbia, broke up mid-flight over Central and East Texas at an altitude of 200,000 miles plus, in excess of 6 times the speed of sound. The pictures that we've been showing you are dramatically tell the tale from our affiliate WFAA as it broke into numerous large pieces. Those are those bright points followed by distinct trails behind them, sort of like multiple comets or meteorites, traveling faster than a speeding bullet at that point. The crew of 7 was finishing up a 16-day science mission, which went off pretty much without a hitch. And right now, search and rescue teams are fanning out all across Texas, searching for debris. And as a matter of fact, we have a piece of debris which one of our viewers sent to us from one of the counties there. You'll see it right in the middle. If you see something like this, folks, please don't touch it. Please don't touch it. Just leave it there and try to keep others from touching it. Call the authorities. It's going to be a big debris field over a huge, huge area, multiple pieces, huge area. And in the interest of your own personal safety, you are implored to leave it be. We have with us Suzanne Malveaux, who's at the White House. The president is en route back to the White House. We're expecting, by the way, a news conference from NASA, Kennedy Space Center, and we hope to get that soon. But in the meantime, Suzanne, can you tell us, you've had a chance to talk to some people inside the White House who've had access to the Situation Room and what's going on. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you a senior administration official assures us, and he says, I'm quoting here, there is no reason to believe, no indication that this is terrorism, that they are fully investigating the matter, but a senior administration official reassuring the American people, saying there is no indication that this is terrorism. We did speak with Scott McClelland. He is a White House spokesman. He gave us a TikTok, the details of how this unfolded before the president, that he was notified by Chief of Staff Andy Card immediately after NASA lost contact with the shuttle. Also, Dr. Condi Rice was notified, as well as Vice President Dick Cheney, Secretary of State Colin Powell, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, as well as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Myers. We are told that the president did speak with NASA's Director O'Keefe at 10:30 this morning, that they will continue to remain in contact, but they have had an initial conversation about what is taking place. The decision was made that it would be best that the president return here to the White House to continue to monitor situations. They say that they are still gathering information at this time. We have also learned, as well, is that Governor Ridge, who is now Secretary of Homeland Security, that he has made a number of calls, that he has reached out to calling the governor of Texas, Governor Perry, also calling officials from Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, Louisiana, that all regarding possible falling debris, that he wanted to make sure to touch base with all of them to let them know of the dangerous situation. As you know, we've been hearing from NASA officials all morning on that. We have also been told that the White House has been in contact with Israeli officials, not the president, not on that level, but certainly U.S. officials in contact with Israeli officials regarding that the one person who was on the shuttle, an Israeli citizen. All of this unfolding, the president, of course, taking this very seriously, very concerned about it. We are expecting him to arrive back at the White House shortly, where, yes, he will be conferring with his Chief of Staff, Andy Card, Dr. Rice, among others, to monitor this situation. And they're very concerned, and they say that, yes, this is unfolding, but everybody is fully aware of all of the information as it comes in. And again, a senior administration official emphasizing this morning, and I'm quoting here, there is no reason to believe that there is any indication that this is terrorism. Miles.
Suzanne Malveaux, that's worth underscoring. We got to remember the altitude and speed at which the shuttle was traveling at the time of the breakup. 200,000 feet, 6 times the speed of sound. It's pretty hard to conjure up a terrorist or any sort of way of reaching it if terrorism is your thought. But we do have to address that issue in this day and age, so we do. Let's take a quick look at the map. And this is, I've been calling it Central Texas. It's really East Central Texas. As you take a look at the map, this is the area, Palestine, Nacogdoches, St. Augustine. These are the areas where we've been hearing about debris. Now, as the shuttle came in across this way, traveling fast, traveling high, that debris field is apt to be just staggeringly huge. So And it's also likely that there's an awful lot of small pieces. So we're going to underscore that point one more time. If you see something, don't touch it. Ed Lavandera is right near a piece of debris. He's in Corsicana, Texas, which isn't too far from Dallas. Ed, what are you seeing?
Well, Miles, we are driving along Interstate 45 headed southbound out of Dallas toward the Palestine and Nacogdoches area. And we have come across the first location where we've seen what appears to be some sort of piece of debris that has been smoldering for some time now in a wide open field, brown dirt all over the place. And we see a group of people. We're about the people in this debris is about 300, 400 yards away from the interstate, so it's hard to really make out what exactly is going on over there. But clearly, people walking through this field, and this isn't a field that you would walk through by any means. Protecting that area, a lot of interest, onlookers from the interstate stopping to see what was going on. And Miles, you mentioned just how huge this area is. We've been listening to radio reports throughout the morning as we've been driving. And there are reports coming in from all over East Texas, from Marshall, which is very close to along Interstate 20 near the Louisiana border, all the way down south to Nacogdoches. We're talking several hundred miles in a huge swath of land through East Texas that these reports have been coming in through. So this is the first little piece of debris that we've been able to see. And as we continue to drive toward Palestine, we've had indications that there are more reports and more debris that has been found from Palestine into the Nacogdoches area as well. Miles?
Ed, can you describe the piece for me? Are you close enough to have a sense of that?
No, it's so hard to see. You could tell that it was a dark piece of debris, and unfortunately, that's why I was describing the dirt. It's very dark dirt soil in this area. So all you could see was something kind of sitting on top of the soil there, some piece of debris, and it's hard to describe what it might have been. But it was distinguished because you could see the smoke coming from the debris as well. And you could also see a group of about 6 or 7 people in the distance almost guarding the area.
Ed Lavandera, who is on the road in the midst of that debris field. We conducted some extensive interviews with the 7-person crew of Columbia before they left. And I'd like to, hopeful that we can share some of that throughout the course of this. And I believe we have some more of that ready. I don't know who we have ready in the queue and ready to go. Maybe you can give me a sense of that in the control room. All right, Willie McCool. Willie McCool was the pilot, first-time flyer, United States Navy, and a commander in the Navy, used to carrier landings and flying the EA-6B. Here's what he had to say before he left.
For me, it doesn't really affect me because I'm just so focused on the mission and the training. And gosh, I've got a Navy background. I've been flying off carriers and doing night landings and dealt with pitching decks in bad weather. So you just kind of get immuneness in a sense to the environment around you, and you deal with it. And that's pretty much my attitude with regard to the 9/11 events. And I guess I have more concern maybe for my family. I just want to do everything I can to put them at ease. And I know that NASA has done a wonderful job in coping with the necessity for new security measures. And I think they've done a good job in doing that and have given comfort to me and my crewmates, and in particular our families along those lines.
Tremendous concerns about security before this mission launched because of one occupant in particular. I mean, every shuttle mission since 9/11 has had added security, just like everything else we've encountered in our lives since 9/11. But in this mission in particular, one occupant put the security measures really over the top, unprecedented in the history of NASA's shuttle missions, 113 of them since it began in April of '81. The reason, one occupant, citizen of Israel, the first Israel ever to fly in space, Colonel Ilan Ramon. And really, I don't think people here in the United States are as aware that he was a true hero of the state of Israel. Let's go to Heidi Collins, who has more on that.
Thanks, Miles. Going to try to help you out a little bit here. We want to tell you about Ilan Ramon. As Miles was just saying, he was the first Israeli astronaut, 48 years old, and just as tragically as for the rest of the astronauts who had family, he was a family man, a father, a husband, and 4 children. And the Israeli embassy has now sent a small team to Florida to be with Ramon's wife and her children, and also his parents are there as well. As you can imagine, the feelings that they must have, along with the other families standing by at Kennedy Space Center awaiting the arrival and the landing of the shuttle Columbia. We are going to go now to Kelly Wallace, who is standing by in Israel to tell us a little bit more about the background of Ilan Ramon. Kelly?
Well, Heidi, as you can imagine, tremendous sadness going through the entire country of Israel as these events are unfolding. We do have some reaction from Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, his office issuing a statement a short time ago. The statement saying, quote, "The government of Israel and the people of Israel pray together with the whole world for the safety of the astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia." The statement going on to say the state of Israel and its citizens stand at this difficult hour with the families of the astronauts, Colonel Ramon's family, the American people, and the U.S. government. As you said, Heidi, a small team from the U.S. Embassy in Washington going to Florida because that is where Colonel Ramon's wife and his 4 children are. They were there, of course, awaiting the return of the Space Shuttle Columbia. We know that Colonel Ramon's father, though, here in Israel, in fact, he was watching or was at an Israeli television station. We understand he was there to watch the events unfold, to watch the return of the Space Shuttle, and then, of course, he watched the events on television. We believe Colonel Ramon's father has since left that station to return to his family. Now, Colonel Ramon, really the pride of Israel, an Air Force colonel with more than 3,000 flight hours. He has a distinguished career. He served in the 1973 Yom Kippur War. He also was part of the mission back in 1981, a mission to bomb a nuclear reactor in Iraq. We have colleagues going around Israel talking to people here. As you can imagine, tremendous shock on the people, from the people of Israel on this night.
We're a very depressed country at the moment with the impending war in Iraq, the Intifada, the political problems that we have. I think this is going to hit Israelis quite hard because it's very personal.
Yeah.
The wife has been interviewed. We know the kids, the kids are known in their classes and in schools. It's very personal. It's a very personal loss for everybody. I'm very upset.
A very personal loss, Heidi, indeed, because, when Colonel Ramon took off on the Space Shuttle Columbia, it was front page news in every Israeli newspaper, live coverage on every Israeli television station. This, after all, the first Israeli astronaut in space. But also put this in context. This is a country experiencing a great deal of violence. More than 2 years now of the second Intifada against Israel. More than 80 suicide bombings, tremendous violence. The economy really in a devastating situation right now. So lots of bad news. A lot of people looked at Colonel Ramon and his mission as some good news, really in a sea of very difficult times. Back to you, Heidi.
That's right, Kelly, and obviously Colonel Ramon, lots and lots of experience to finally get to this day, which is seen amongst the flying world as quite an honor to become an astronaut. It takes very, very hard work and a lot of hours. He was an F-16 pilot, more than 1,000 hours in that plane that we are familiar with, of course, in this country. He also took place in the 1981 bombing of a nuclear reactor in Iraq. So once again, payload specialist on this mission, 48 years old. Father of 4, and obviously a devoted husband. I want to go ahead and go now to another reporter that we have standing by at the Kennedy Space Center, Grayson Calm of Central Florida News, standing by to tell us more about the situation there. Grayson?
Hi, we were expecting a press conference with the media representatives here at the Kennedy Space Center. We've actually been moved from the shuttle landing facility to the central part of the Kennedy Space Center at the media site. We were expecting a press conference at 11:30. That has come and gone. We are told now that NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe is on his way here. As soon as the head of NASA gets here, they say that's when they will hold a press conference and give us any more information than they have been giving us. Even though we are right here with all of the press people who are coordinating all this, we know a little more than you guys have heard there in Atlanta and everywhere else. It has just been just been a day of trying to piece together information ever since we waited for the shuttle to land, and it never came. So right now, you go into the media center and you've got people on 2 different cell phones and a regular phone trying to coordinate this, trying to bring it all together to give us some idea of the latest information of what they have. But right now, it's been very sketchy.
All right, Grace and Calm, thanks so very much for the update from Kennedy Space Center. We want to make sure that we remind you about something that Miles O'Brien has been talking about all morning long. Very, very important for the people in the debris field, which, as we've mentioned, is absolutely huge across Central and East Texas. There are 2 chemicals, 2 main propellants that may cause a serious danger if you get anywhere near them. Let me just tell you what they are: nitrogen tetroxide and monomethyl hydrazine. These are very, very dangerous materials to the touch even. So if you are curious, if you are seeing a piece of debris on your land or on your property, do your very, very best to stay absolutely as far away from it as possible. Report it to authorities and make sure that you do err on the side of caution from this. We're going to send it back over to Miles O'Brien now, who's standing by to tell us what he knows. Miles.
Thanks very much, Heidi. Appreciate that. Probably can't underscore that point enough for you. It would just compound a terrible tragedy if somebody were to be burned or disfigured in some way by hydrazine, which is in particular very, very volatile, ultimately cancer-causing substance, and both that and the nitrogen tetroxide can burn you just to touch it. So don't do it. Just stay away from it and help the authorities in all this by letting them know where it is. We have with us on the phone line Michael Vaughn, and Michael was in charge of this. He's actually with us live. He was in charge of the Situation Room back 17 years ago this past week, when on the day of what should have been the State of the Union, the Challenger exploded a little more than a minute after liftoff. Anybody who was around then remembers that harrowing day, the decision to actually cancel the State of the Union address that night by Ronald Reagan. Michael Vaughn was there. Tell us, if you could give us a sense, sort of paint the scene for us in the Situation Room at times like this.
Well, it comes as a shock to the duty officers, just as it is a shock to people at home. When I was there sitting at my desk watching the Challenger lift off and saw it explode, it was an extraordinary shock. And the first thing I did was ran upstairs and tell people about it, and that's probably what they did today as they heard about it. In 1986, CNN wasn't quite so nimble as it is now, and we actually had to make phone calls to find out what was going on. And we called the Johnson Spacecraft Center and the Kennedy Spacecraft Center. And the emphasis at that time...
I've got to interrupt you just briefly, sure, Michael, because we're not making clear what we're seeing right at the screen. That is file tape from 17 years ago. That's Challenger. That has nothing to do with today's events. Okay, go ahead.
Today's events, quite similar to then. The first thing the Situation Room does, and its primary duty is the President's Alert Center, is to find out what happened and tell people about it. With us, it was quite easy because they were upstairs. With them, they had to make telephone calls to presidents at Camp David. But since it's a domestic issue, they call both the White House staff as well as their boss, the National Security Advisor, and let them know that something has happened. After that, the emphasis is what happened and are there any survivors. In both cases, it's hard to believe that there were any survivors, but that's what first comes to people's minds.
And give us a sense, I guess what might be different this time around, 17 years after Challenger, what might be different is the specter of terrorism. Certainly terrorism existed back then, but it wasn't on the forefront of our minds as it is today.
Absolutely. In fact, they probably have that right on top of their checklist. Any time anything happens, is there a connection to terrorism? And if so, how can I find out about it? Because people will start asking those questions. Absolutely. And that's what makes everything different today than it was then.
Take us through those hours, though. I'm sure it's all a bit of a blur to you. And the response and the confusion which inevitably follows something like this.
Let me tell you a little bit about what happened in 1986 and then shift it over to today, and because there's quite a few parallels. At that time, shuttle liftoffs were routine. The networks didn't cover them. You didn't see Walter Cronkite anymore at the beach. But CNN was there, and we were in the sit room watching the liftoff and saw the explosion. And the Situation Room is really geared towards international events, but clearly certain domestic things require their attention. So I ran upstairs from my office in the sit room and broke the basic protocol of White House behavior. I opened doors without being asked to enter, or opened doors without an appointment. And I started with John Poindexter, the National Security Advisor, and I just stuck my head and said, the Challengers exploded. We don't know what happened. And I went then next to...
Michael Vaughn, stand by 1 second. We got a dispatch from James Hartsfield in Houston.
Sure.
Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. That statement will be broadcast on NASA television live, again beginning at noon Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. A media statement by NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe. A space shuttle contingency has been declared in mission control. Flight controllers continue to secure information and data and all notes pertinent to Columbia's descent from orbit this morning. Communications with Columbia were lost at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time as Columbia flew above north central Texas at an altitude of approximately 200,000 feet and a speed of 12,500 miles per hour. Mission Control had no further communications or tracking with Columbia following that time. Search and rescue teams in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and in portions of East Texas and along Columbia's planned route toward the Kennedy Space Center have been alerted to the Space Shuttle contingency and are actively at work. The location of any possible debris should be immediately reported to local authorities who will be in contact with NASA and Air Force search and rescue personnel. Any debris that is located may be hazardous and should be avoided due to the toxic propellants used on board the Space Shuttle. Again, a press statement and availability by NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe.
All right, we've been listening to James Hartsfield, Public Affairs Officer in Houston. He's sitting in one of those consoles there. I don't know if you noticed during that shot, there were a lot of boxes, look like moving boxes. One of the things that is part of the protocol here is to gather your notes, gather all your documents, all your data. All of that is sealed up, put in boxes, and ultimately will be the focus of a commission that will look into exactly what's going on here. But you see the various positions. They're picking up notebooks and documents. Preserving data is the key here. Capturing what's on the screens, printing out notes in order to capture exactly what happened in those final minutes of the Space Shuttle Columbia. 1 p.m. Eastern, Sean O'Keefe, the administrator of NASA, a little more than a year into his job, will address the nation from the Kennedy Space Center. We, of course, will bring that to you live. Okay. I guess, given what we've been reporting to you and showing you all day, what I'm about to tell you is perhaps obvious, but what senior officials are telling us is confirming what we've seen, which is that the shuttle is, quote, gone. Let's leave that at that. Michael Vaughn, we were talking about the confusion and what happens in the hours subsequent to these kinds of things and how the government pulls itself together. Take us inside that once again.
As I was mentioning to you, I simply ran upstairs when the Challenger exploded and threw open the doors and told people, went from Poindexter to Vice President Bush to Don Regan, the Chief of Staff, and then we all ended up in the Oval Office, watching CNN run those pictures of the Challenger explosion over and over again, just as you've done today with this shuttle. Then it was a question of finding out what happened, and it's a matter of getting on the telephone and finding out from NASA what they thought had happened. Did they know anything about survivors? What caused it, all that sort of thing. And there was just an incessant stream of questions from upstairs about all of this, and what we tried to do was gather that information as fast as we could. The same thing happened today. The duty officers probably saw it first on the news, heard about it from NASA, and immediately notified people right up the chain, and immediately started making telephone calls to find out what had happened. In the case with any crisis, a bolt from the blue, the government's the first action you have to take is get everybody up to speed on what happened, so everyone has the same level of information. what happened, where did it occur, that sort of thing, and then go from there. With respect to NASA, it's just a question of getting on the phone. With other kinds of crises, you have to call upon many, many sources of information to get that information.
Michael, if you could tell us then, just recounting, when it became, I think we probably, as you put it, CNN's a bit more nimble now. I think we have a clearer indication earlier on. It was many, many hours, as I recall, after the Challenger explosion before we really had a sense of what happened.
It was. Time is more compressed now. What I did was I invited the administrator of NASA to come over to my office and use it as his command center, because the rest of the government didn't have those facilities as they do now. And he came over and we helped him draft some statements and make telephone calls. And we got Johnson and Kennedy spacecraft centers on a speaker box on the telephone, and they relayed real-time information to us as they acquired it. And then we would pass it upstairs.
Michael Vaughn, formerly in the Situation Room, and who happened to be there on January 28th, 1986, the day the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded some 70 seconds after leaving the launch pad there, killing all 7 crew members in that case. 17 years ago this past week. Let's get Cliff Johnson on the line. Cliff Johnson is an assistant to the governor of Texas, Rick Perry. Cliff, what can you tell us about the effort to preserve the debris field and perhaps more importantly, keep people away from any debris?
Well, we're watching the debris field. Evidently, this went from Navarro County, Corsicana, through Anderson County, Palestine, over to Cherokee County, through Nacogdoches County, over to San Augustine County. We have about 20, 25 pieces of debris field. The biggest that I've been reported is anywhere from 3 to 4 foot square. We've had a few calls in on some small fires, nothing that couldn't be controlled. We have some folks reporting the smell of some kind of propellant, and so we're telling everybody to be very, very careful. We're securing all those sites, and we have the local fire department, local DPS, state troopers, the sheriff's office, the police department. Everybody is securing these sites, and we're building a list of those sites in the Palestine, the county seat of Anderson County, and the Anderson County Sheriff's Office as we speak.
How big a debris field, Cliff, have you been able to sort of pinpoint?
Well, from what we can tell, it runs all the way from the northwest to the southeast through, starting in primarily at I-45 at Corsicana, Navarro County, all the way through Anderson County, all the way over to the Louisiana border. We're getting reports that maybe Nacogdoches County and San Augustine County took the brunt of it.
And I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with Texas geography to get a sense of how many miles it is. From I-45 to the border is what?
Well, I would guess, as a crow flies, probably anywhere from 120 to 150 miles. We're 60 miles from Nacogdoches, from Palestine, and we're about 60 miles to Corsicana going back to the west. So you're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 120 to 150 miles from Corsicana probably to the Louisiana border.
Okay, huge area. And do we have any reports of injuries on the ground, either from impact or from people who pick something up that is toxic?
None. We have no reports of injuries whatsoever.
All right. Cliff Johnson, let's hope it stays just that way. Cliff Johnson is an assistant to the governor, Rick Perry, in the great state of Texas, where they have a huge, huge debris field. We're talking about an area that spans 120 miles. Let's bring people up to date at the noon hour Eastern time. We should have been, at this point, showing you about a 20 or 30 second clip of the Space Shuttle Columbia landing about 9:15 a.m. Eastern time. That's when it should have touched down gently at the Kennedy Space Center, the 3-mile-long runway there. Instead, we've been showing you this, which is the final moments of the Space Shuttle Columbia. The old gray lady of the shuttle fleet, as some call it, perhaps not indicative of its condition, however, as it broke up over north central Texas, altitude of 200,000 feet, at some 12,500 miles an hour, faster than a speeding bullet, quite literally. Mission Control lost contact with the orbiter about 15 or 16 minutes prior to its anticipated landing. Now, the landing scenario begins literally over the Indian Ocean with a deorbit burn. It's an incredible glider ride, braking glider ride, all the way halfway around the planet to the Kennedy Space Center. Tremendous stresses induced on the orbiter as it bleeds off speed and trades speed for heat, quite frankly. 20,000 tiles are on the outside of a space shuttle in order to protect its aluminum frame from that heat in excess of 2,000 degrees, well beyond the melting point. of aluminum. 7-person crew was on board, commanded by Rick Husband, a colonel in the United States Air Force on his second flight, his first as commander. There's the remainder of the crew. If you put in the telestrator, I'll help people see who's who. And there's Rick Husband there. His pilot was on his first flight, and he was a commander of the United States Navy, William Willie McCool. Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli ever to fly in space. And I'm listening to NASA for just a moment. He's repeating that we're going to get a news conference at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Michael Anderson, mission specialist who was on his second flight. He flew to the space station Mir in 1998. Kepalana Chawla, who was born in India and is a naturalized American and for fun flew gliders and flew also before in 1997, operating the robot arm of the shuttle for a experimental scientific mission. Laurel Clark, she was on her first flight, selected by NASA in 1996, PhD, hailing from Racine, Wisconsin. And finally, David Brown, who was selected by NASA in the same astronaut class, also on his first flight, captain of the United States Navy. They conducted a successful 16-day science mission and did everything they set out to do, by all accounts. And everything, they had a few problems, but every mission has a few problems. Humidifier kind of acted up. Some of the experiments gave them fits, but essentially had a very successful 16-day science run, covering all manner of life sciences and physical properties and protein crystal growth, and everything from that to looking at how dust storms impact global warming was a part of this mission. Let's go back to the White House. Suzanne Malveaux is there. The president is due to arrive any minute now, might be there now. Suzanne, what do you have for us?
We are expecting the president to arrive momentarily at the Southwest Gate by motorcade. As you know, the president returning from his weekend planned at Camp David. He heard the news, we are told, shortly after NASA had lost contact with the shuttle. He was immediately notified by his chief of staff, Andy Card. We're also told that the vice president, as well as Secretary of State Colin Powell, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, was also notified at that time. We were told the president made a call that he has talked to the director of NASA, Sean O'Keefe, at 10:30 this morning, and that U.S. officials have been in contact with Israeli officials about this tragedy. We expect, sources tell us, that the president will be calling Prime Minister Ariel Sharon later in the day. Right now, what is happening is that the aides are behind closed doors. They're debating on just how the president will address the country. We have been told that he will not formally address the nation until after NASA formally gives its presentation, and then the president will speak, we are told. But as you can imagine, Miles, really quite a tragic situation. We saw early this morning people who immediately after they found out back here at the White House, Dr. Rice, as well as other staffers getting the news firsthand, of course, monitoring the situation. This a big tragedy for the country as well as for this administration, already dealing with the situation in Iraq as well as 9/11. Quite a shock to many people here at the White House. Miles?
Sure. All right, Suzanne Malveaux, thank you very much. We will be checking in at the White House frequently all throughout the rest of this afternoon. We're told we're going to hear from NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe first, and then the president will make some sort of address to the nation. We got to remind you about the debris, and I apologize to those of you who've been watching for some length of time if this is very repetitive and irrelevant if you don't live in this part of the world, but it's worth mentioning repeatedly. If you see what you're seeing right here at this parking lot, that's a shot from one of our viewers. That's a piece of Columbia's debris. Don't touch it. It's the shuttle is just a witch's brew of toxic chemicals. After it lands, the folks who first approach the orbiter are wearing full respirator devices because there's so many gases which come off of it, which might cause you immediate and long-term health effects. We're talking about monomethylhydrazine, nitrogen tetroxide primarily, two very volatile chemicals. They are, after all, designed to create explosions spontaneously, spontaneous combustion, when the two meet. And that's what allows the shuttle to maneuver when it's in orbit and when it's in the higher altitudes. All right, we're going to show you something that's kind of raw video coming in. This is some video which comes to us. It's amateur video of what we've been showing you through the good graces of WFAA all day. There you see it. Well, we'll try to get that together for you. And as soon as we get it queued up, we'll... but I just want to underscore the point, if you see it, please don't touch it. Notify the authorities and let them know where it is. It's important that they get a hold of all this debris, because that'll ultimately be a part of the investigation. But really more important, it's in your own best interest not to touch it, because it can really, really cause you some harm. As we try to get that tape together, I want to tell you a little bit about Ilan Ramon. Ilan Ramon, who you see in the far right of this picture here, you see the flag of Israel behind him. First Israeli to fly in space, an absolute hero of the Jewish state, and decorated fighter pilot who actually helped take out Saddam Hussein's nuclear facility in the mid-'80s in Iraq, among other things. Flew in space, the son of a Holocaust survivor who really saw his mission as a manifestation of things to come, of a better day for the Middle East. That might sound a little bit Pollyanna, but he saw this as a way of bringing some hope to his nation and perhaps to his whole region. One of the experiments which he was charged with was to look at the very building blocks of the universe and how micrometeors might have carried the seeds of life from planet to planet, perhaps seeding the solar system with life, if you will. But what's perhaps most interesting about that experiment is the two principal scientists on it were an Israeli and a Palestinian. And it proved that, at least in this case, the high frontier was one place where people who don't get along can find a way to get along. Let's listen to what Ilan Ramon had to say to us before he left.
You're flying some special things with you to space. Can you tell me a little bit about those?
Yes, I fly with me, first of all, I fly with me the Israeli emblem, which I asked for from the President of Israel. And he sent me an Israeli flag, actually it's an Israeli emblem. I also fly a very special drawing of Peter Ginz, who was a boy, 13, 14-year-old boy in Theresienstadt, one of the camps, and he and a group of other kids there were writing their own paper in the camp, and they were transferring this paper from one to another to read it. And Peter was a very, very talented guy, a boy actually. He was interested in science and in writing and in painting, and he drew at that time, as he visioned, Earth would look like from the moon. And I'm taking his drawing made it after the war, and they are now in the Museum of Yad Vashem in Jerusalem. And they were kind of and gave me this picture, this drawing, and I will take it with me.
Ilan Ramon, a member of the crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia, lost above Texas today, right about 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Let's continue our discussion of Ilan Ramon, who is a bona fide hero of the State of Israel. For that, we turn to Kelly Wallace, who joins us from Jerusalem. Kelly?
Miles, as we've been saying throughout the day, tremendous sadness throughout this country, throughout the government, also every day Israelis reacting. Also, Colonel Ramon's family speaking out, his sister-in-law doing an interview with Israeli television a short time ago. She said, quote, "I know that he would want to be remembered as the first Israeli astronaut. He was elated with joy." Also, Colonel Ramon's brother did an interview. He said that he had spoken to Colonel Ramon's wife. They talked about how this was a big tragedy. He also said how everyone was so euphoric, how this was really a dream come true, and obviously now the entire family dealing with the unthinkable. The Prime Minister himself, Ariel Sharon, his office, has issued a statement. The Prime Minister has been watching events, we are told, on television from his farm in southern Israel. In that statement, the Prime Minister's office saying, quote, "The government of Israel and the people of Israel pray together with the whole world for the safety of the astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia." The statement going on to say the state of Israel and its citizens stand at this difficult hour with the families of the astronauts, Colonel Ramon's family, the American people, and the U.S. government, with a joint prayer to God, the Creator, that the astronauts will return safely to their homes. Now, we do know that the U.S. Embassy in Washington, or rather the Israeli Embassy in Washington, has dispatched a team to Florida to be with Colonel Ramon's wife and his 4 children who were there to watch the return of the Space Shuttle. We also know that the Israeli ambassador to the United States, Danny Ayalon, spoke earlier in the day with the director of NASA, Sean O'Keefe, and a spokesman in Washington for the Israeli embassy, saying this is a tragedy both for the Israeli people and the American people. Throughout the day, our colleagues have been talking to people on the streets of Israel. You can imagine tremendous sadness. One woman telling my colleague, quote, "He was the first astronaut to observe Shabbat in space. It was a beautiful experience for Jewish people, something the Jewish people could be very proud of." We've been talking throughout the day about the context, this coming really as the Israeli people have been dealing with more than 2 years of violence in this second Palestinian intifada against Israel. And Miles, I can tell you I was here when Colonel Ramon took off on the Space Shuttle, and we watched the coverage, front page news in every newspaper, live coverage on every Israeli television station, a sense of joy, a sense of happiness, and many reporters. Miles, let me toss back to you now for the latest.
Kelly Wallace, thank you very much. And really the kind of attention and excitement that about the mission, which I guess we've lost Kelly. Can we continue the discussion with her, with Kelly? All right, we'll check in with Kelly in just a moment. But the point I was going to try to make is that for many of us here in the United States, for many people who don't follow the space program closely, the whole event of a space shuttle mission, this after all was the 113th mission, become on the order of routine, or seemingly routine. We can tell you it wasn't. It wasn't, and anybody who knows anything or took the time to learn about it would tell you that this was an experimental vehicle right on the edge of human capability. We have another view of this, and we've been showing you that view from our affiliate WFAA, which clearly shows an in-flight breakup. There's no doubt about that. The cause is another matter entirely. This is amateur video, which was shot out of Lafayette, Louisiana, from Rob Perillo. Rob is on the line with us. Rob, what did you see and hear?
Well, Miles, I'm a meteorologist. I work for the CBS affiliate in Lafayette, Louisiana. I always tell our viewers, go out, take a look at the shuttle when it comes in, when it doesn't fly space station missions. And normally we can see the shuttle coming across southern Louisiana. And there what you see is a little bit of a different angle of the video that you saw out of WFAA a little bit earlier this morning. I went out to view this shuttle and took off a telescopic lens and went straight out of the video recorder, and you can see again, looks like some of the debris there taking a little bit of a right-hand turn, some of it continuing on. Basically, and after that, we normally would hear the sonic boom, and instead of one singular sonic boom, I heard probably on the order of 5 or 6 smaller sonic booms that were stretched out over about a 10-second time frame.
Well, Rob, that clearly, if you're a shuttle watcher and you look at that, which once again I've been hearkening back to the Mir re-entry, which we brought you a year and a half or so ago. The fact that you saw 5 pieces and heard 5 sonic booms, did you realize immediately there was trouble?
Yeah, I knew immediately, and it's a good thing that you guys probably didn't take the audio part of that tape. I had the NASA website on my broadband computer here, and I ran into the house and heard nothing but silence for the next 10 minutes, and I knew right then and there something was wrong.
This is for him, like shooting it down.
Rob Perillo, can you just give me a sense of your thoughts as you witnessed this?
Well, but I had the same feeling. I remember the Challenger accident. I was working at an aviation company at the time, and the utter shock of and unbelievability of the initial moment. I had gotten my wife up and my daughter, my 9-year-old, to go outside and take a look at this, and the astonishment that you feel right offhand is indescribable, and you know immediately that when you see multiple pieces of debris flying that it's not a good situation. And we knew what we were looking at as the system was coming in. It looked good. We normally see it when it's between Dallas and San Antonio. That's where I picked it up. And then where you see that debris was more than likely very close to the Texas-Louisiana border.
Mr. Perillo, thank you for sharing that tape with us. We do appreciate it, because what that shows us is the time immediately after the WFAA tape, the shuttle moving from west to east, Mach 16 or so. Obviously, they're very quickly thereafter, but it definitely shows that distinct pattern. Multiple targets is the technical term, big pieces, multiple sonic booms, quite clear. We're talking about an in-flight breakup. Where are we headed now? All right, here we go. This is a live picture from our affiliate KDFW out of Dallas-Fort Worth. You're looking at a piece of debris, Space Shuttle Columbia. We're told the debris field extends 120 miles or so. When you're traveling that fast, that high, that's to be expected. Of course, some pieces lighter than others. Some pieces have aerodynamic qualities. They'll flutter down. Others will travel down very quickly. It's very, it's impossible to make out what that is, except to tell you it's because it is dark. It is probably something to do with the underbelly, the portions of the shuttle that has those dark tiles. There are 20,000 tiles in all on a space shuttle. I've actually scaled back the number a little bit, but tens of thousands anyhow. The black ones on the bottom are designed to handle more significant heat loads. The whiter tiles, which are more on the top and sides where the heat is not as much of an issue, are designed to handle to shed less heat, put it that way. Live pictures, KDFW, and I don't know exactly where that is, but I'll just tell you that it's obviously in that swath of Texas from I-45 all the way to the Louisiana border. Let's send it over to Heidi Collins. Heidi?
Thanks, Miles. We are going to be seeing many more pictures like that because that debris field is so very large. We want to take a minute now, though, to talk more about the astronauts. Of course, we are all mourning the loss of each and every one of those 7 astronauts today. 6 Americans on board, 1 non-American. That non-American is Israeli Air Force Colonel Ilan Ramon. He was a payload specialist, 48 years old, married and father of 4. We've been talking about him a lot today because of the special attention that went to him for being the very first Israeli astronaut. And as Kelly Wallace has been reporting, certainly during a time of unrest and tragedy in that country already, he was a symbol of hope and had hoped very much to bring that to his family and his countrymen in Israel. Let's go ahead to Judy Woodruff now. She's standing by in Washington, D.C. to tell us even more about Colonel Ramon. Judy?
Thank you, Heidi. We are in Washington, as you said, and with me now is the Israeli ambassador to the United States, Daniel Ayalon. Mr. Ambassador, how did you find out about this morning?
Well, first of all, I heard it from the news, and then Sean O'Keefe, Mr. Sean O'Keefe, the administrator of NASA, was kind enough to call and give me an update. And this is a big tragedy for the United States, for Israel, and mainly for the families. And this is where we are headed now, to be with the family and to help in any way we can.
You're flying in a few minutes, or a few minutes from now, to where? Where will you go?
We're going to go to the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral in Florida. This is where the family is being flown to. They were waiting for the landing in Houston.
They were in Houston waiting.
They were in Houston waiting. So right now they're being flown by NASA. We will go there, we will meet with them, and we will try to give them as much comfort as possible.
You told me a moment ago that you had just met Mr. Ramon, 2 weeks ago, just 2 weeks ago, before the shuttle flight took off.
Yes, this was on the day of the launch. This was a very special day for Israel, for Israeli-U.S. relations, and I think from a very human perspective, the special story of Ilan Ramon, who is the son of a survivor, who took with him to space, as he mentioned here before, a drawing of Peter Gintz, a 14-year-old Jewish boy who perished in the Holocaust. And before his death, he was drawing the Earth as he imagined from space. This picture, this drawing, went with Ilan on board and stayed with him till the end.
What did it mean for the people of Israel, of your country, to have an astronaut going into space on a shuttle for the first time from Israel?
Well, there was very special significance. First of all, we are very proud of our technological advance and prowess, so this was also a testament to Israel's position in high tech and excellence and progress. And of course, every endeavor that we do with the United States, we're very much proud of. So it was also a testament to the strength of the relationship between the U.S. and America and Israel. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and we have a special bond. And we took it into another dimension up in space. And of course, the special story of Ilan Ramon. And just think that in 2 generations, when we were at the lowest ebb, on verge of demise in the Holocaust, and in 2 generations we were soaring up to excellence and to the state of the art. So this was very, very significant.
Tell us a little bit more about Colonel Ramon. As you said, as I understand, both his parents were survivors of the concentration. His mother was a survivor of the concentration camp. He had fought in 2 wars for Israel.
Yes, he was a
fighter pilot.
Right.
And went on 7 or 8 years ago to say, I may have a career as an astronaut.
Yes, he did. That was his I guess, calling. And of course, in our context with the United States, with the administration, and we thought of new areas of cooperation. The natural one was to look up into space. We have been cooperating in so many areas here on Earth. So there was only to look up to extend the cooperation and the friendship between our 2 countries. That was a natural thing to do. And Ilan Ramon was the natural Israeli astronaut to send. He was the prepared mentally and of course professionally. He was the best we could offer.
What about his family? He had 4 children, yes. A wife. They've been living with him in the United States. They obviously have extended family in Israel. This has to be unimaginable.
Yes, it is. His father came specially. The training was, Judy, for more than 2 years. So he came here with the family, and they were very well integrated into the Houston community. His kids, he has 4 kids, as you mentioned, they went to school there in Houston, and his wife was very much a member of the community there. They really enjoyed, I talked to his wife, they really enjoyed life in Houston, and being with the astronauts, being with the Americans, it was a very special experience for them.
And now, Ambassador Ayalon, you're headed to Cape Canaveral for what is going to be a very difficult, very, very difficult time with them. We do so appreciate your coming in. Ambassador Daniel Ayalon from Israel to the United States, about to fly, as he said, to Cape Canaveral to join the family of astronaut Ilan Ramon, the Israeli astronaut on board the shuttle Columbia. Once again, we're waiting for a press conference, at NASA press conference. That's at 1 o'clock Eastern. As we leave you, the flag at the White House at half-staff. Miles, back to you.
I need a name. Name? Look. I think that picture tells us a lot right there. Looking at the White House flag at half-staff as the nation begins a period of mourning and assessment and discussion in the wake of a terrible tragedy as good people lose their lives doing what they love and pushing the boundaries of space exploration. Let's bring in the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Dan Gilman. Ambassador Gilman, on behalf of the people of America, we offer our condolences to the people of Israel on this moment.
I can't hear him.
Apparently he cannot hear us, so we'll... can you hear us now, Mr. Ambassador? No, nope. He's unable to hear us. Let me show you something that is rather dramatic. One of our engineers here, who is a pilot as well as I am, we talk about these kinds of things a lot, pulled up the weather radar for the Shreveport, Louisiana area. And that is the wreckage of the shuttle, Columbia, coming through, reacting to the radar, which detects heat and motion. And that green area is just kind of the ground clutter from Shreveport. But what you're seeing, that red scar there, is the final remnants of the Space Shuttle Columbia before it fell to Earth. There's Alexandria, Monroe, Shreveport, Tyler, Texas, right in the border. We've been told the debris field extends right to the border of Louisiana. I suspect there's some places in Louisiana right now where there are pieces of debris. We haven't heard from as many people from there, but the word to them is the same as the word to the people of Texas, which is stay away from it. Call the authorities, but stay away from it. Let's go now back to the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Dan Gilliman. Mr. Ambassador, good to have you with us. And what I said before was on behalf of the people of America, we'd like to extend our condolences to the people of Israel. And just wanted to get your thoughts right now of Ilan Ramon and what he signified to your country.
Well, thank you. And I would like to express also the condolences of the Israeli people. Although I'm still clinging to some sliver of hope that maybe our prayers will come true. Our prayers and thoughts and hearts are with the American people and with Ilan Ramon's family on this very, very difficult day. This is a very special day for us. This was meant to be a very special day for us because this cooperation really demonstrated the true bond between Israel and the United States. Two brave and free countries, two great democracies sharing together in this quest to explore and to excel. And Ilan Ramon to us was not just a pilot or an astronaut, he was a symbol. He was a symbol of excellence and freedom at a time when Israel is undergoing one of the most difficult periods in his life. And I can tell you that he became a national hero just by going into space with his American colleagues. I spoke to the Prime Minister last night and he was really anxiously awaiting Ilan Ramon's return. I spoke to many friends in Israel today and the devastation and the horror and the grief are just unimaginable because it was a ray of hope and it was a ray of something good happening in the midst of two very, very difficult years in which Israel is facing terrorism and some of the most ugly and vicious and brutal manifestations of human behavior ever before witnessed. And the fact that Ilan Ramon, the son of Holocaust survivors, actually went up there with his American colleagues, forging this bond and really saying to everybody that at the end of the day, good prevails over evil and that we shall all prevail over the evil surrounding us, brought us a lot of hope and a lot of elation. And because of that, the feelings today are of such devastation and such real sadness.
It's hard to imagine how profound the sadness must be, given especially. Can you still hear me, Mr. Ambassador? I'm afraid we've lost communication with him once again. We'll leave it at that. All right. We've been hearing all morning from a lot of people across a wide swath of central, northern, eastern part of Texas who have seen things and have actually found some wreckage, which we invite you to stay away from. Linda Steen or Steed? Linda Steed is on the line with us now. Linda, what did you see and hear this morning?
Well, we got up to watch the shuttle come over, and about 2 minutes after 8, we saw it on the western horizon. And when it got nearer, we could see flecks or pieces of something coming off of it because we thought it was just the afterburners or something. But when it got directly overhead, you could see more things coming off the back of it, but we still didn't realize what was happening. And then we heard the racket, the sound, after it passed by us. Just reverberated and reverberated for several minutes, like an earthquake or something. But that's basically it. I guess we saw it as it was breaking up, though we didn't realize it at the time.
Linda, describe that racket a little better for us, if you could. What did it sound like?
Well, it started out like a heavy thunder, and a rolling thunder sound. And then the dogs started barking and chickens started crowing and everything. Just a real weird sound. And then got shook the earth. That was kind of it, kind of like a really heavy thunder.
Did you see anything out your window then, or did you just hear it? I mean, you were watching it. I'm sorry.
I was standing outside.
I want to make it clear.
Yes,
I
I was
apologize.
standing
I'm talking
outside.
to a lot of...
We saw it.
Describe it then. Describe exactly what it looked like.
Well, coming toward us, we could see the sun glinting off of it, and we could see like shiny pieces in behind it that we thought was, like I said, afterburner. But all the time it came directly overhead, we could still see these pieces from behind. But there was a main part of it that seemed to be intact as it came overhead.
Yeah. Linda Steed, have you heard about reports, or have you seen any of the debris?
Not personally, but 5 miles west of where I live right here, there are some pieces down in a church parking lot and behind the church in the woods. And there's some down in town. My son called me a while ago, and he saw a piece that was right downtown Nacogdoches, right behind one of the banks.
You're looking at live pictures from KDFW from their helicopter. This is a piece of the Space Shuttle Columbia, which lies in a median of a highway there.
That would be Highway 7 out near the airport, kind of west of town.
I see. So that's not far from where you are, Linda?
It's not too terribly far from where I am. No, I'm west of town, and it's west of town, just further south than I am.
Hard to pick up what that is, but...
they said it was about a 10-foot piece, is what I heard.
It's a big piece, that is for sure.
Yes.
And difficult to figure out what part of the shuttle that is. In any case...
Sir, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Something cut in on my phone, but that's okay.
That's okay. I got to ask your thoughts, not just as a person who happened to have this happen on their back door. What are your thoughts as an American at this moment?
Oh, I'm devastated. Devastated. It's unbelievable. Just makes you so sad.
Yeah. Linda Steed, joining us from Nacogdoches County, Texas, where significant pieces of debris, the Space Shuttle Columbia, have fallen as it disintegrated at an altitude of 200,000 feet, some 12,500 miles an hour. Much faster than a speeding bullet. And I'll call your attention, well, we've got a wider shot now, but there was a triangle of crime scene tape there, that yellow tape that you see. That's what we're encouraging you all to do if you find a piece like that. Get the authorities out there, cordon it off, don't go near it. It could be very problematic and could cause you some harm because of all of the witch's brew of rocket fuel which is on board any space shuttle. CNN's Alec Fraser is a veteran of the U.S. Navy captain, has a lot of experience in defense matters, intelligence matters, through his tour of duty. He joins us now with some insights on a couple of aspects of this which we have to at least touch the base on, and that is terrorism. Alec?
I think there are a couple of things that people ought to know, because anytime an incident like this happens, there's a concern that there was a terrorist threat and that somebody actually shot it down by a missile. There are two reasons that this could not happen by a missile intercept. Number one is the altitude. Most missiles cannot fly above 100,000 feet, mainly because there's not enough air for the tail fins to be able to guide the missile. And number two is the shuttle was running at a Mach 6 rate, and Mach 3 is as fast as most intercepts can be done.
Alex, we probably should do our mathematics. 12,500 miles an hour, I believe, equates to faster than even Mach 6, but the point is moot because it's way too fast. Right of your screen, by the way, I want to point out is the President's motorcade on its way from Camp David. And I believe they're driving in because of the bad weather there in Washington. I'm not positive of that, but that would probably explain why he's not in the helicopter. Alec, continue in your point there.
Well, for those two reasons, this type of intercept could never happen. There are reports that people saw commercial aircraft in the area of the space shuttle, but you've got to remember there's an altitude difference there of 170,000 feet, and any type of intercept or any type of problem of a mid-air collision is just simply not possible.
Yeah. So we sort of have to touch the base. We have to bring it up just to knock it down, if nothing else, in this day and age, don't we?
But that's right. And anything that's going that fast and that high is impossible to be considered as a terrorist missile attack. And remember those concerns that we've had of airplanes, commercial airliners being shot down by shoulder-fired infrared heat-seeking missiles. Those only go to 2 or 3 miles high, and we're talking about 200,000 feet here, so those are not a threat. So you'd be working with a radar-guided missile, a very complex, highly technical system that could intercept something that high or that fast. And again, 100,000 feet or Mach 3 is about as much as anybody can do.
Okay, faster than anything out there. And we should underscore that point, but as we say, given the environment in which we live, we've got to at least express that to make people realize that it isn't possible and is not a likely scenario, and that might be something that is going through people's minds, right, Alec?
Right, and it's just not possible.
All right. We would like to underscore a couple of points for you. First of all, we are expecting about 23 minutes from now a briefing from the NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe, who a little more than a year into his job has quite a job ahead of him. He will be addressing reporters at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and we will, of course, bring that to you live. It's very likely that there's not a lot that he can offer all of us in the way of technical information to give us a sense of what happened, except to tell you what you can clearly see on your screen right there, that the shuttle disintegrated. Columbia, the oldest shuttle in the orbiter fleet of 4, disintegrated over Texas. As we just told you, 12,500 miles an hour. I don't know what that equates to Mach, but it's real fast. And 200,000 feet above the ground, disintegrated into those multiple fireballs, 5, 6, maybe more of them, big ones, and rained down debris over an area extending beyond 120 miles from Interstate 45 in Texas all the way to the border. We suspect as well as parts of Louisiana, although we haven't heard from people in Louisiana. There's a piece of debris there, Anderson County, Texas. Stay away from it because of the toxic brew which is on board a shuttle. Could cause you great harm. It's also would be a violation of federal law to touch it. Been hoping to get some more interviews with the crew. We talked to the crew before they left, and I'm wondering if we have another one of those in the gate, ready to go. All right, we're going to try to get that together. We're hoping to. Mike Brooks, our law enforcement expert, has been on the phone with the FBI, and in this situation, even though we just talked about how remote the chance of terrorism is, the FBI is involved, isn't it, Mike?
Yes, they are, Miles. I just got off the phone with the Dallas office of the FBI, with their spokesperson, Special Agent Laurie Bailey. And Special Agent Bailey told me that they have set up a command post, and they are treating this right now as a military aircraft down. And their main responsibility right now, the FBI is assisting in containing any debris fields at all. They have mobilized right now over 30 agents and support staff, and along with their evidence response team, which is a team of highly trained professionals that will go out and contain the evidence and process it and work together with the military to try to again piece everything back together again. But there have been different reports around the state, around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that there have been number of debris fields, debris that has been raining down over that particular area. They right now also are fielding calls from local law enforcement and from citizens. And I want to again stress, and the FBI wants to again stress, that if you do find something, call your local law enforcement, call your local fire department, but don't go near it, don't touch it. As Miles was saying, the toxic witch's brew, if you will, that's contained in a shuttle, and just leave it where it lies and call the local authorities. Miles?
Mike Brooks, and let's just underscore the point one more time. The FBI is involved, but we need to state this as clearly as we can for viewers. Terrorism is not really on the radar screen here.
Not at all. Right now, they're not even talking about anything at all about terrorism. When I was talking with the FBI, they don't think that the terrorism plays any role in this whatsoever.
All right. The best we can hope right now is that the FBI and all the local authorities there are able to marshal their resources, and it's got to be extensive given the debris field keep people away from these pieces.
Very much so. And in the Dallas office of the FBI, they have smaller offices outside in Texarkana and other small towns in and around Texas they call resident agencies. And they're also getting those people in their office to work and coordinate with the local law enforcement on trying to locate any debris that's found in some of the even remote locations in and around the state of Texas. Miles?
All right, Mr. Brooks, Mike Brooks, please stay in close contact, stay in touch with your sources for us, and keep us posted on what they know there, if you would. This past week was a difficult week for NASA before this happened. January 27th, the anniversary of the Apollo 1 fire. You'll recall that fire on the launch pad in 1967. Killed 3 astronauts, Gus Grissom, Ed White, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting the 3rd astronaut right now. You'll forgive me. In any case, it was also the anniversary of the Space Shuttle Challenger's explosion on January 28th. And it was on that occasion that Rick Husband, the commander of the Space Shuttle Columbia, radioed down some words to Mission Control marking that moment.
Well, things are going really great, Miles. We're having a great time up here. We had a great ride to orbit, and all the activation of the experiments in the Space Hab went extremely well. And we're really, we've got our space legs and up and running.
Okay, that was not at all what I told you it was. That was a little piece of an interview I did with the crew on the Saturday after they launched. Rick Husband talking about their time in space, and it might be worth at some point replaying a healthier chunk of that. We have isolated the moment where Mission Control first became aware that there was a problem, sort of the last message. Well, all right, we're going to try to get all this stuff together, and we will go to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
Thanks, Miles. Let me just say very quickly at the outset here how glad we are as your colleague that you're on the job this morning with your extensive experience and background in this area on this terribly tragic day. With me, Miles, in the studio here in Washington is Patty Davis, who covers aviation, has been talking to people at the Federal Aviation Administration, National Transportation Safety Board. Patty, what are they saying at this point?
Judy, the FAA says that it has been in contact with NASA on this shuttle accident. The FAA and the NTSB say that investigators are on standby, ready to go to the crash site. If there is, it can be a crash site. It looks like it's a very widely spread out site. If they're requested to go by NASA, now the National Transportation Safety Board, which is the agency that investigates air crashes, played a broad role, a spokesperson said, in the shuttle Challenger explosion. In the 1980s, the NTSB reconstructed parts of the shuttle for NASA and did a lot of the metallurgical work, looking at the composition of the metal debris from that accident. Now, aviation safety experts say what will be of critical importance in this accident, all the telemetry from the shuttle transmitted to Mission Control. The debris field expected, as I said, to be very, very wide, since it broke up at some 200,000 feet in the air. The FAA says that it did not have any contact with the shuttle at all. It was still very high in the air. Air traffic control would have made contact with the shuttle when it reached about 60,000 feet. A spokeswoman telling me that at that point, air traffic control would have brought it into the airfield just like any other aircraft, moving aircraft, out of the way. No reports from American pilots, Southwest or Northwest pilots, that they saw any of this unfold or anything unusual. Normally they would report such activity to their bases and also to the Federal Aviation Administration, but certainly an unfolding situation, and we may hear more.
And Patty, I just want to, while you're here, clarify. I know Miles has been talking about this all morning. There have been witnesses who saw what appeared to be commercial jetliners in the area. Just to be very clear, commercial aircraft all over the world fly at a much lower altitude than where the shuttle was
right, we're
understood
talking
to be.
A commercial aircraft being like 35,000 feet in the air.
Right.
The shuttle at 200,000 feet. There's no way they could have come in contact with each other. The FAA is saying the value
at the very last
stage as it's landing.
Entry point.
Right. The FAA is saying the value of perhaps an aircraft being in the area would be that perhaps a pilot may have seen something, but we haven't had any reports at this point of a pilot saying, yes, I saw it and here's what I saw.
How much, at this point, normally there wouldn't be much contact, would there be, between NASA and the Federal Aviation Administration? I mean, clearly they have to coordinate to some extent, because when the shuttle's coming down, they don't want aircraft in the area.
Exactly. The Federal Aviation Administration puts TFRs, or temporary flight restrictions, into place around the airfield, around the path where the shuttle would be coming in. And as I said, FAA is taking over air traffic control-wise when that plane is coming in, when that shuttle is coming in to land, because it's coming into an airfield. And that's the FAA's job, is to get the shuttle down. But it just did not get to the point where air traffic had stepped in.
So just to summarize again, Patty, what is it that officials both at the FAA and I guess in particular now the National Transportation Safety Board will be doing? What is their job right now?
Well, they're waiting to get a request from NASA. They don't know. They all have crash investigators. They all have experts in crashes. They would be providing a support role, it looks like at this point, since this is not a commercial space vehicle. This is a U.S. government one, so NASA would most likely take the lead role in this. All these agencies would be supporting, bringing their experts in, safety experts saying that it's important that the NTSB, with its experts, get involved because they have expertise in this area.
That's right. All right, Patty Davis, thanks very much. And Miles, as I come back to you, I've been looking at the news wires, as I know you have, reading reports of people who live in Arkansas and Louisiana saying that they saw an explosion in the air. If you can help everyone understand a little bit better about the trajectory and where people in the United States might have first seen this happen and where it might have happened. It might not have been over Texas.
Hard to say, Judy, except we do know the point at which they lost communication. Obviously, Mission Control in Houston is in constant communication with that space shuttle from the moment of launch, really all the way down to landing. It's not like the old days where you had those blackout periods in the Gemini and Apollo missions when they didn't hear from them for some time, and then they come back through after the chutes open and everybody would breathe a sigh of relief. It's constant communication, so they can pinpoint the exact moment, and we're told it was right about 9 a.m. Eastern time, and we can pinpoint that location as being there right over kind of north central Texas, right around Dallas. As a matter of fact, that WFAA affiliate tape that we've been showing you, you actually see what starts out as the appearance of a normal space shuttle, the comet-like streak, as you see it there, one fireball with one tail, and you almost witness the whole thing happening. You see the kind of the tail sort of, it acts in a strange way, and then boom, all of a sudden you see those small pieces right behind there. If you can put it in the telestrator, I could help out a little bit, but and then wait and watch. Okay, now additional pieces come off there, so you're almost seeing it right that moment over Dallas-Fort Worth, and that is really as good a piece of evidence as we have right now. Juxtapose that with the time frame, 9 a.m. Eastern time.
So Miles,
Yeah.
I just want to say what the Associated Press anyway is reporting is the police near Shreveport, Louisiana, police in Arkansas. The only town I see quoted is Stamps, Arkansas. I'm not sure where that is geographically, saying many people calling authorities saying they saw explosions in the sky. One man saying, I think we're being attacked. It's pretty clear there's some connection here.
Yes, clearly. I mean, traveling west to east, that all fits with what we're seeing. And at that altitude, on a clear morning, a big, wide swath of the ground would have the opportunity to see this, even if debris didn't actually rain down in that particular area. You'd be able to see it for many, many miles at that altitude. I recall after the Challenger incident, I was in Tampa, Florida. Now, the Challenger blew up right about in the same altitude, 150, 200,000 feet. We could see the cloud, the remnants of the Challenger, from Tampa, 150 miles away. So that gives you a sense of the clear view vision that people might have, and that would jive with all those reports that we're seeing. We have with us from Dallas, Kay Bailey Hutchinson, Senator from Texas. Senator Hutchinson, good to have you with us.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you.
Tell us have you had any direct contact with the search and rescue effort at all? Tell us what you know about efforts to preserve the debris and keep people away from it.
Well, I've talked to the Deputy Administrator at NASA just to, first of all, offer my office if they needed to get here quickly, because I'm sure they are going to have search and rescue teams all over North and East Texas. They know that they have debris found in Nacogdoches and certainly near Dallas. So I've talked to them, and they are just devastated by this, of course, and we want to be helpful in every way that we can to try to get to the bottom of this. I am on the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee in the Senate. I'm sure that we will have hearings to talk about what went wrong and just try to learn from this tragic accident so that we will know what to expect in the future and try to make safety a first priority.
Senator, inevitably, in the wake of all this, there will be discussion about the merits of putting people in harm's way in this manner, of taking the risk. Is it worth it?
Well, I think clearly anytime we are pushing the envelope in research and technology, there are going to be tragedies. We have had the terrible Challenger tragedy before this. I would never want America to walk away from being in the forefront of the research. It has been wonderful for our country, but I do think we have to appreciate the test pilots who are willing to become astronauts, because they are taking a huge risk, and they know they are, and they're willing to do it to keep America in the forefront of the space research, which has been so valuable to our country.
So I guess then, this could be one of those forks in the road when it comes to your role and Congress's role. One fork says let's end manned spaceflight. The other fork would be maybe it's time to start thinking about a new generation of vehicles which can carry humans to the final frontier.
Well, I think the new generation, the new mission of NASA is the way to go. I would never step back from America's preeminence in space. I think the next missions are going to be medically related, and certainly we want to know what is out there. Just look at what the satellite technology has brought to our country in security. It's making all the difference in our war, the predators, and the ability to communicate through satellites. All of this happened because we have been willing to push that envelope and be first in space and make sure that we learn the technology that keeps us in the forefront. So walking away from space research would never be an option. What we have to do is make sure that we have a clear mission, that we fully fund NASA so that we have safety as a priority, and we need to appreciate these wonderful test pilots who are doing so much for our country. Their mission is every bit as important as our national security and national defense.
Well, that's an amen moment. We'll leave it at that. Senator Kay
thank you.
Bailey Hutchinson of Texas, we wish you well in the near term, helping out with this search and rescue operation, and also in the long term as you deal with the investigation and the discussion which will follow in the months to come. Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson from Dallas. We have been getting some emails all morning from people who saw various things, some of them with still photographs. Let's bring in one of those witnesses. Waylon Wagner from Henderson, Texas is with us now. Mr. Wagner, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, if we could bring up your still image, which is on the computer in the control room there. We can take a look at the still image you captured. Tell me what you saw, heard, how you came to be outside with a camera.
Well, it was about 8 o'clock this morning, and I went outside on my patio just to have my coffee, like I normally do. And our house faces basically the south. And I was looking out toward kind of the northwest, and it was coming over our tree line, and it was just a very thin vapor line at that time. And I thought, wow, what a beautiful meteor, and we did not...
Mr. You did not know that it was the shuttle necessarily? You just
no, sir. Okay. We had gone out to eat last night, and we didn't know anything about the shuttle re-entering today.
I see. Okay, go ahead.
So I was standing there, and it just got bigger, and you could see more smoke coming off of it. And about that time, I hollered at my wife, and I said, come out here and look at this meteor, And she ran out there, and she said, let me go get my camera. So she ran back in and got her camera and took these pictures. Now, these pictures here are, it might have been a minute or so after that. and these were more in the southeast when these pictures were taken. And then she's actually got some pictures of them, of the vapor trail as they went in behind the trees.
Did you hear anything, or was it so far away that you couldn't?
Do what?
Did you hear anything unusual, or was it so far away you couldn't hear anything unusual?
No. At this time, after we'd taken the pictures and everything, we hurried back into the house, and we had the Weather Channel on. And we thought, well, if it's a meteor, maybe they'll show something. And then the newscaster that was on had come on and read us the deal about the shuttle. Well, then we went immediately to your station, and then we saw it. And then just maybe a minute or a minute and a half, the house started rumbling.
Really?
And we're going, oh, no.
Wow.
You know. And
so the rumble sort of occurred sometime thereafter.
yes, sir. We had already come back in the house and was watching the TV, and then we realized what it was the shuttle had re-entered and everything. And we stepped outside again and just listened to it. It was kind of like a big thundering noise, like a thundercloud would cause in the distance, and it just kept on and on and on. And we just kind of sat back down here at the TV and looked at each other, you know, and just all that.
So it might have just taken that much time for the sound to reach you, in other words.
Well, yeah, it was probably at least a minute, you know, minute to a minute and a half, and then we started hearing the sound of it.
All right. We're going to leave it at that. Waylon Wagner, Henderson, Texas. Thank you for sending that image, which shows, to my way of counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 distinct big pieces of the Space Shuttle Columbia at that moment in time over Henderson, Texas. CNN's Robert Novak sat down with the new NASA Administrator, Sean O'Keefe, just last week, had a lengthy interview with him, talked a lot about where he was headed. And one of the things that was uppermost on Sean O'Keefe's mind has been the announcement just now, a little more than a week old, of a new Educator Mission Specialist program. Really sort of the fulfillment of the Teacher in Space mission of Krista McAuliffe, Space Shuttle Challenger, 17 years ago. NASA finally getting to the stage where it was ready to begin thinking about flying teachers once again. Barbara Morgan, Krista McAuliffe's understudy, was due to fly at the end of this year, November. And additional teachers were encouraged to apply to fly in subsequent missions, about 1 a year for the foreseeable future. It was a time when, at least last week, when Bob Novak sat down with Sean O'Keefe, there was a lot of talk about bringing civilians into space. What else did he have to say, Bob?
Miles, I had mentioned to Administrator O'Keefe that the astronauts used to be household words, and people really didn't know the astronauts now, and I wondered if the lack of public interest and support in the space program was a problem of not knowing the astronauts and whether they should get to know them better. He mentioned then Barbara Morgan, and he also went on to say this, and this has a poignant sound now as we listen to it. Let's listen to what the Administrator O'Keefe said.
We also need to get to know a lot more about, again, guys like Ken Bowersox or Rick Husband, the guy who is the commander of the current expedition that's underway right now. Those are the kinds of folks that we, I think, ought to admire, look up to, and realize the extraordinary capabilities they have and the sacrifice that they make each and every day on our behalf as explorers. It really is an extraordinary group of people.
Of course, we now get to know these people much better with this tragedy, Miles. And the Administrator O'Keefe, who was not a space expert at all, he was brought in there because he's a great numbers cruncher. He's a good management man, former Secretary of the Navy. He was deputy man at the Office of Management and Budget, trying to make do with kind of short rations for NASA, trying to increase public support. Now he's got even a bigger task, and that is to explain to Congress and indeed to the nation what happened today. And there will undoubtedly be people, naysayers will say manned space is too risky, but as Senator Hutchinson said, and I know that Sean O'Keefe will say that it is essential that we continue the manned space program.
CNN's Bob Novak, who had the last lengthy interview with Sean O'Keefe. Before we hear from him today, 1 p.m. Eastern, that's right about now, is when we expect to hear from him. We will bring it to you the moment it begins, but let's take an opportunity to recap. As we take a look at pictures captured by our affiliate WFAA, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. local time, what you're seeing are the final moments of the Space Shuttle Columbia as it broke up into several pieces, at least 5 big ones that we are able to count, disintegrated at an altitude of 200,000 feet, traveling 12,500 miles an hour, some 15 or 16 minutes prior to its anticipated landing at the Kennedy Space Center. Crew of 7 aboard had conducted a 16-day science mission, traveled 6.5 million miles in the course of that, and had, by most accounts, a relatively flawless mission. The crew, led by Commander Rick Husband, featured Mark Brown, Laurel Clark, Kaplana Chawla, Willie McCool, the pilot, Mike Anderson, and Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli to fly in space. Featured a 16-day science mission where they conducted in excess of 80 separate experiments on themselves, on rodents, on all kinds of things, physical sciences, trying to learn more about how microgravity affects human beings as well as other phenomena. By all accounts, it was a successful scientific run, and then inexplicably at 9 a.m. Eastern, just about that time that tape was shot, we lost communication. Now, let me just tell you how a shuttle, oh, this is a little different than I'm sorry, this anticipated something else. It was coming in this way across Texas, right about this point is where the breakup occurred. Should have continued down right along the rim of the Gulf Coast there, through the panhandle of Florida and down into the Orlando area, and make a steep right turn to runway 33 at the Kennedy Space Center. That was the altitude and speed at the time of the breakup. Tremendous forces on a shuttle. The whole process of a deorbit burn begins in the Indian Ocean when they fire rockets which slow the shuttle down just enough for it to begin falling out of orbit. The shuttle essentially is in a constant free fall around the planet at 17,500 miles an hour, sort of the perfect balance between its speed and the forces of gravity. Slows it down just enough to begin that precipitous drop. It begins a series of broad S-turns to dissipate heat, or to trade, I should say, speed for heat. It's covered with thermal insulating tiles, which are designed to protect the aluminum frame of the shuttle from that tremendous heat, which can exceed 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Those tiles are a very fragile thing, which have caused a lot of maintenance headaches over the years for NASA as it tries to keep the Space Shuttle fleet flying now into its 22nd year. All right, we have CNN's Gary Tuchman on the scene at the Kennedy Space Center, right near where that press conference with the NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe is set to begin. Gary, I know you're just kind of hitting the ground running there, but if you can give me a sense of what the scene is like.
Miles, as you might expect, it's a very difficult, sad, and confusing time for the employees and visitors here at the Kennedy Space Center. I just spent some time about 30 minutes ago at the Visitor Center where tourists come, and Saturday is a very busy tourist day here at the Space Center. And there's a huge flagpole with the American flag flying at half-staff at the Visitor Center. And I saw a family, a husband, wife, and their 2 children stepping out of their car to go on the tour of the Kennedy Space Center. And there were a lot of people running around in the flag at half-staff, and the woman looked at me and saw I was with CNN and said, "What's going on here?" She had no idea what had happened. I quietly informed her what had happened, and she burst into tears. And that gives you an idea of what people are going through here. There are flags at half-staff throughout the complex. There's a sign, and you've probably seen this, Miles, when you've been at the Cape, when you drive in, and it tells you how many days it is until the next launch, how many days it is until the next landing. And it says 0 days until the next Space Shuttle landing. And it is a very eerie case of deja vu for a lot of us. I was here in 1986. At that point, I know you, Miles, worked in Tampa for a local station. I worked in West Palm Beach, and I was here that day after the Challenger exploded. And it's the very same terrifying, terrible feeling here of deja vu almost 2 decades later. Exact same week of the year, first day of February today, January 28th. 17 years ago, but it's a very sad day here at the Kennedy Space Center. Miles?
Gary Tuchman, thank you very much. As we look at this picture, which I believe came down a little while ago, the flag at half-staff there beside the countdown clock at the Kennedy Space Center. In the distance, you see Launch Pad 39A, which is exactly the point at which Columbia left the planet 16 days ago. About 3 miles from where that flag lies, sort of to the back of the camera, is the shuttle landing facility where it should have arrived 9:16 a.m. this morning. But as we have been telling you, that did not happen. It disintegrated shortly after losing communication with mission control over the state of Texas, somewhat ironically. Disintegrated into several pieces at high altitude and high speed, raining down debris over a huge, huge swath of Texas and into Louisiana. And there you see half-staff at the White House, live pictures there. This one from the North Lawn, as we see the nation in the earliest stages of beginning to mourn a brave crew of people who understood these risks and yet willingly, gladly embraced them. Let's send it over to Heidi Collins. We'll get another update for you. We want to let you know that the minute Sean O'Keefe begins talking, we'll bring it to you.
Yes, we will, Miles. We want to let everybody know. We're going to recap the details now of the tragic ending of the Space Shuttle Columbia mission, and what a tragedy it is. Here's what we know. NASA lost communication with Columbia just moments before it was scheduled to touch down in Florida at 9:16 Eastern this morning. Officials say they were given no indication of trouble. Meanwhile, television images captured the craft separating into pieces as it streaked across the Texas sky. An investigation began almost immediately to find out what happened. An official in Washington says an act of terrorism was considered highly unlikely. Spectators who went to Kennedy Space Center to see the shuttle landing were left waiting.
We're shocked. We're at a loss for words. We don't know what to think. We feel so sad and sorry for the families of people that have been lost. Just hope they're with God.
Search and rescue teams fanned out across south central Texas looking for debris from the spacecraft. Officials warn people to stay away from anything that might look like a piece of potentially hazardous wreckage. Among the 7 Columbia crew members, Commander Rick Husband was at the helm along with pilot William McCool. Colonel Ilan Ramon, Israel's first man in space. Also, payload commander Michael Anderson, mission specialists David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, and Dr. Laurel Clark. Miles, we're going to send it back over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Heidi Collins, for offering a good recap for those of you who might just be joining us about what has turned out to be a tragic day, February 1st, 2003, the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia. We are expecting a news conference from the NASA administrator, Sean O'Keefe, to talk about the picture you see on your screen right now, which is that stream of multiple fireballs, a couple explosions there. You see the puffs of smoke coming out of it as Columbia streaked across Texas about 9 a.m. Eastern this morning, losing communication with mission control right about the same time, doing exactly what you're seeing here, which is breaking up, in-flight breakup. And that is all we can tell you about what happened, because we don't have a lot of information in the early stages of things like this, of course. And of most current concern right now to officials is to secure the debris, which has rained down on a huge, huge swath of the United States from Texas into Louisiana, hundreds of miles of debris. And that debris, with its toxic brew associated with it, is to be avoided at all costs. Please let authorities know if you know of some, but please, by all means, don't touch it. You could hurt yourself badly, and we don't want that to happen on top of everything else that has happened today. Let's bring in Barbara Starr, our Pentagon correspondent, to see what, if anything, the Pentagon is aware of on this story. Barbara?
Miles, we can tell you now that U.S. military forces from Fort Hood, Texas, are moving into position. Fort Hood, Texas, just announcing that it has launched helicopters, 4 helicopters now in the air, participating in what they are calling a search and rescue mission. But of course, it is really search and recovery of the debris and the crew of Columbia. They tell us that this task force will be comprised of helicopters from several military elements at Fort Hood, Texas, As we said, 4 helicopters now in the air. They will also be accompanied by military police from the 89th Military Police Brigade at Fort Hood. We are told as they locate debris, military police will now move in and secure those debris sites. Fort Hood is also telling us this will be a 24/7 operation, that they will use their Black Hawk helicopters during the daylight hours to search for debris, and once darkness falls, they will move in with what are called Kiowa Warrior helicopters. These are helicopters, of course, with night vision capability and night vision sensors. Again, the military police will move in to secure the debris sites until the debris can be removed in a safe manner. We are also told that, coincidentally, this was a drill weekend for the Texas National Guard, that they have additional helicopters and personnel that are on standby, even a C-130 aircraft, and that they will move in once the order comes down. But so far, it is the elements from Fort Hood, Texas, and of course, quite coincidentally, Fort Hood this very weekend was getting organized to begin its deployment to the Persian Gulf for possible military operations against Iraq. Miles?
So, Barbara, the key point here is to try to preserve all this debris. And do you get the sense that there will be enough forces marshaled to this effort?
Yes, Fort Hood, Texas, to be quite clear, is a huge military installation in Texas, 42,000 personnel, and of course, the Texas National Guard has a lot of assets at its disposal, troops, vehicles, airborne assets. So between the governor of Texas activating any National Guard elements down there on a state level and any requests that NASA may make to the Pentagon here today, there should be plenty of capability to move into these various sites very quickly, secure them, and recover that debris.
All right,
Miles.
Barbara Starr, thank you very much, and stay close, please. I told you a little while ago that this was a tough week for NASA already. January 27th, 1967, the Apollo 1 fire. Gus Grissom, Ed White, Roger Chaffee. My apologies, I couldn't remember Chaffee's name a little while ago. It's been a long morning. Died in that fire. January 28th, 1986, the Challenger disaster. It exploding 70 some odd seconds after liftoff. On that anniversary, the 28th, the commander of the Columbia mission, Rick Husband, radioed down some words of remembrance.
Okay, well then we've got an announcement that we'd like to make on behalf of the STS-107 crew. And it goes like this. It is today that we remember and honor the crews of Apollo 1 and Challenger. They made the ultimate sacrifice, giving their lives in service to their country and for all mankind. Their dedication and devotion to the exploration of space was an inspiration to each of us, and still motivates people around the world to achieve great things in service to others. As we orbit the Earth, we will join the entire NASA family for a moment of silence in their memory. Our thoughts and prayers go to their families as well.
Rick Husband, the commander of the Space Shuttle Columbia, on January 28th, 2003, commemorating the loss of Apollo 1 and Challenger, the ultimate sacrifice, as he put it. Jerry Lininger, shuttle veteran, man who spent a good deal of time aboard Mir, joining us now. It's hard to listen to those words, isn't it, Jerry?
Yeah, very hard. I think every astronaut feels the same way, though. You know, there's a lot of people that have gone before us, and the people have the courage to do the things that they did. They know the danger, and we're all proud of them.
What, you know, the risks are so well known to the astronauts and their families, and yet many Americans really don't have a sense of it, do they? I know you talk to people all the time. Do you get the sense that people had this feeling that it was almost a routine type of operation?
I think they do, Miles, and especially the re-entry. I think the liftoff people realize, wow, look at the power. They know it's a dangerous operation, but the re-entry, very dynamic. You're right on the edge of the envelope. You're bouncing hard, fireball around you. Any astronaut, any person that's ever been through that experience knows that you are very close to disaster, and it's just the nature of what we do out in space.
Well, what you're unleashing is this tremendous potential energy And that clearly is the focus, gets a lot of people's attention, including even the layman would understand that that is a difficult thing. Let's talk about reentry, though, for a moment. A time, as you say, when perhaps our guard is let down a little bit. It nevertheless, when you're going from 17,500 miles an hour over the Indian Ocean to 0 at the end of the runway, there's a lot of things happening in between, aren't there?
A lot of things happening. Shuttle is at the point of the problem today, is under computer control, and very fine computer control, and you sort of rock the shuttle back and forth as you come down during re-entry, and that sort of dissipates some of the heat, lets some of the stress off. But it's a very dynamic process, all starting with the shuttle actually going upside down and backwards, firing the engines, as you mentioned, halfway around the world, then getting wings level, and then starting to hit some of the atmosphere. And as you get lower and lower, you hit more and more atmosphere, and even though the speed is decreasing, you're hitting, you know, a wall essentially, and you're diving down into it, and it really heats up.
It's give us a sense of what that ride is like as you could do these big, broad S-turns. It's a very severe maneuver, isn't it?
The maneuver's not so severe, it's just the whole shuttle. I remember my first flight, the commander, who very experienced, Dick Richards, he as we're coming down, bouncing around, he turns around and looks at me, and his eyes are this big, and just says, "Wow, Jerry, isn't this, you know, wild ride?" And here's an experienced naval aviator off aircraft carriers all of his life. So I think anyone, again, that experiences that, it is just one very dynamic ride. I said it sounded like a locomotive train going to run me down, you know, right behind me. And again, my first flight, I sort of looked over my shoulder to make sure it wasn't a train. And that's the normal reentry. So, you know, if anything goes a little bit wrong, it can be tragic, and, you know, that's what happened today.
Well, and give us a sense, because while you're inside that flight deck and you're looking outside, you're seeing very conclusive evidence of the amount of heat which envelops a space shuttle.
It is all around you. You look out, actually the back window, you could see it too, and it's sort of a collapsing, kind of a northern lights look, everything very fluid, plasma moving around, and it is just, you know, orange, red, big fireball all around you. So, you know, obviously when things did not go well, and once one piece comes off and you lose control, there's a lot of dynamic pressure, a lot of heat. And that's what you saw in all the films that you're looking at, with the different segments coming off, heating up, and multiple explosions, if you will. That's just debris going through a heat tunnel.
Now, and the way that the orbiter's airframe is protected, it is, after all, made of aluminum, which would certainly melt in that if it encountered that level of heat. The way it is done is with lots of blankets, thermal blankets, but more importantly, especially on the bottom side, those black tiles, which are designed, they're ceramic, they're designed to absorb and shed the heat and protect the shuttle. It's kind of a fragile system in a sense, isn't it?
It is, Miles. If you ever felt one of those tiles, you know, it's an amazing thing. It kind of feels like a piece of styrofoam. It is that light, but you put a blowtorch on one end and you put your hand on the other side and you don't feel the heat. So, you know, the engineers came up with an incredible product there. And again, we don't know exactly what happened. All I can tell you, though, is the belly of the shuttle is well protected. But if you get in the wrong orientation at any moment during that re-entry, you are not protected on all sides. And so, you know, once you start coming apart, there's nothing you can do.
So what a possibility then to look at would be if somehow the shuttle was not in the perfect ideal orientation for some reason. That obviously would be high on the list of things that investigators would probe.
I'm sure they'll look very closely at that. They'll also look at some better film. Hopefully we had some telescopes pointing that way. Usually you follow the shuttle in, you might be able to see that initial moment where things you know, came apart. I think software, some of the control systems, guidance and control systems may have failed and get you in slightly the wrong orientation. The other thing you mentioned during liftoff, a piece of debris possibly hitting the shuttle. If you have a spot that's exposed to that extreme heat and it melts through the shell and then hits a control surface, you can get in trouble very quickly. All those things will be looked at very hard, I'm sure. Try to put the debris field together, try to look for clues and evidence to make sure it never happens again. And I guarantee the astronauts on board want us to keep pressing this thing and to keep going back to space and to make the improvements and not make their sacrifice something that's in vain. So I'm sure they want us to put the pieces together, figure out what went wrong, and press on.
We should remind our viewers that we're 20 minutes past the time appointed for Sean O'Keefe to speak. We do expect a statement from the NASA administrator from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where he was to welcome back the crew. Any minute now. We will bring it to you the moment it begins. Looking over my shoulder, is still not there yet. Jerry, as we get into this scenario of something falling off during ascent, we want to be careful because it is so early, and I hate to get too far down the road of speculation, but it is common knowledge that there was a piece that fell off that external tank, struck some portion of the let's go. I'll tell you what, we're going to go to the press conference right now. Let's go to the Kennedy Space Center live now via NASA TV.
Statements about STS-107. We will have no questions today, just a few brief remarks.
As indicated earlier, we'll make a statement today, and then at this point, and a little later this afternoon at about 3 o'clock Eastern Time, there'll be a full technical briefing conducted from the Johnson Space Center. So at this point, we're just going to give you the circumstances as we understand them leading up to this particular tragedy today. This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation. Immediately upon indication of a loss of communications on STS-107, at a little after 9 a.m. this morning, we began our contingency plan to preserve all the information relative to the flight activities. I immediately advised the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Tom Ridge, at the point after landing was due to have occurred at 9:16. Spoke to them very briefly thereafter to advise that we had lost contact with the shuttle orbiter Columbia and STS-107 crew. The President specifically offered full and immediate support to determine what the appropriate steps were thereafter to be taken. We then spent the next hour and a half working through the detail and information of what we have received, and Bill Reedy will walk you through the specifics of those operational and technical issues here in just a moment. Thereafter, we have met with the family members of the astronauts who were here at Kennedy Space Center and are soon to be departing back to Johnston, to Houston. The President has called and spoken to them to express our deepest national regrets. We have assured them that we will begin the process immediately to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of this tragedy. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. We've assembled a mishap investigation team that immediately was assembled upon the point of past the stage in which the orbiter was to have landed here at Kennedy Space Center a little after 9:30, and that team in turn is coordinating on a regular basis on all the facts that are pertaining to this from the Johnson Space Center, and a rapid response team from here at the Kennedy Space Center, as well as participants from the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. In addition to these internal efforts, we have also appointed a mishap investigation board, an external group of people who are independent from NASA, who will immediately be charged with the opportunity to look at all the information that was immediately locked down right after our absence of communications. Each of these individuals are safety and mission assurance related officials in other federal departments of the federal government, from the Air Force, from the Navy, from the Department of Transportation, and across the federal expanse. The investigation team will also be chaired by an individual contacted to serve who is external to the federal agencies, and will have the opportunity to coordinate all the information again from an external view. So we'll be conducting both the internal activity as well as an external review immediately to ascertain the causes and circumstances under which this tragedy occurred. We pulled together all the federal agencies and local governments as well. In discussion several times this morning with Secretary Tom Ridge, the effort is heavily underway to coordinate an understanding of exactly where the orbiter path had taken it from West Texas towards the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, and to make sure that the material on the ground is secured so that the investigation can begin promptly. We would urge anyone who believes they have discovered or found any material to stay away from it and to please contact local officials. The local first responder groups for emergency services and so forth have been authorized and directed by Secretary Tom Ridge to assist in all manner. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is coordinating that effort on part of the Department of Homeland Security. It's here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107. And we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We ask the members of the media to honor that too. To please respect their privacy and please understand the tragedy that they are going through at this time. We will help the media assure that be the case as well. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives and did it in a way that they knew exactly the risk, but never, ever, do we ever want to see a circumstance where something like this could ever happen. And we diligently dedicate ourselves every single day to assuring these things don't occur. And when they do, we have to act responsibly, accountably, and that's exactly what we will do. To give you more of the operational detail of what has occurred here since 9 a.m. this morning, the Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, a former astronaut, retired captain of the United States Navy, former test flight pilot, Bill Reedy, who has commanded 2 separate missions previously and as an astronaut, and is now, again, our Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, has worked with me all morning along with all of us here at Kennedy Space Center to work through the details of the events as we know them and to present to you the facts that we understand them. Again, the technical details that are being worked very diligently now will be covered again at 3 p.m. this afternoon out of the Johnson Space Center. With that, let me turn it over to Captain Bill Reedy. Thank you, John.
It's a truly difficult day for all of us. Many of us were standing alongside the runway waiting to celebrate their triumphant return after a 16-day science mission. I think you could tell from the downlink that they loved what they were doing and they thought what they were doing was extremely important, pushing back those boundaries in science. At 9 o'clock, we heard that they had lost data from the spacecraft, and it appears that that was at about 200,000 feet, about Mach 18. The loss of data was somewhere over north central Texas, and at the planned landing time of 9:16, we initiated our contingency action plan, called the Rescue Coordination Center, and initiated a search and rescue effort. Sadly, I think from the video that's available, it does not appear that there were any survivors. We have currently impounded all the data, including all the pre-flight certification of flight readiness for STS-107. And at this point, I'd have to say it's too early to speculate about the exact cause. Obviously, we're looking at all the data that we have available. Those people that have videos, those people that have still pictures, we'll urge you to contact NASA so that we can coordinate those things that might be available. And to reiterate what the administrator said, those people that may find debris, do not touch it, do not move it. Contact your local authorities, have them impound it and secure the area so that our technical specialists will be able to piece together the puzzle so that we can resolve what happened. Our immediate focus is on the crew, families, and we spent some time with them. The President called. I'd have to say the families are bearing up with an incredible amount of dignity considering their loss. We all grieve for them. We all pray with them for the crew. But one thing came across loud and clear when visiting with them is they knew that the crew was absolutely dedicated to the mission that they were performing. And I think you could see that in the video downlink. They believed in what they were doing. And in the conversations with the crew and their families, they said that we must find what happened and fix it and move on. And we can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Today was a very stark reminder that this is a very risky endeavor, pushing back the frontiers in outer space, and after 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not. Each and every time I flew, each and every time my colleagues flew, we treated that with the respect that it deserved from a professional standpoint. And I have to say that as the one responsible for shuttle and station within the NASA, that I know that the people of NASA did everything possible preparing for this flight to make it as perfect as possible. My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Again, we know you all have questions, and we will have a news briefing at 3 o'clock, and we'll give you that opportunity at that time. Thank you.
We just heard finally there from Lisa Malone, Public Affairs Officer with the Kennedy Space Center at NASA. She was preceded by Bill Reedy, the Associated Administrator for Human Spaceflight, who was himself preceded by the Administrator of NASA, Sean O'Keefe, telling us where the investigation is headed and offering some reminders of the risks involved in all of this. An independent investigative team is already being assembled, which will look at this entire thing outside the federal government with some impartiality and come to some conclusions as to what might have caused Columbia to break up in flight over Texas, hurtling along at Mach 18, we now know, 200,000 feet. Bill Reedy saying, I can assure you we will find the cause, fix it, and we will move on. It was almost 3 years from the Challenger explosion to the return to flight, Space Shuttle Discovery. Just to put that in perspective for you, 2 years and a healthy dose of a third before NASA flew again. And these kinds of things, depending on what it is determined it is, do take that long before NASA and the country, for that matter, can feel comfortable with moving ahead with piloted space flight. The 113th mission of the Space Shuttle fleet, and the second now to end in catastrophe, this time at the end of the mission, not immediately after launch. We are going to hear additional technical information, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and I don't know who exactly is going to be participating in that news conference, but we will, of course, bring you that. That's coming up an hour and a half from now. We've had an opportunity to isolate for you the precise moment when Mission Control first had a sense that there was a problem. The communication loss, the loss of data, so-called telemetry on those computer screens. If we have that ready to go, let's listen in to that moment, and you can see how the conversation played out.
Columbia continuing toward Florida, now approaching the New Mexico-Texas border. Altitude 40 miles. Speed 13,200 miles per hour. Range to touchdown 1,400 miles. The shuttle in the left bank with wings angled about 57 degrees to horizontal.
You're listening, by the way, to James Hartsfield, Public Affairs Officer.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
That's it. Roger, and then mid-communication, nothing. Let's wait another moment here. Tire pressure will obviously be something we'll be looking at. Space Shuttle tires are under tremendous high pressure. They're filled with nitrogen and inert gas. That might be one area where they will be exploring. As we've been telling you, one of the keys for those people in mission control and all of this is preservation of the data. The moment something like this happens, they're supposed to capture what exists on their screens, gather any notes, anything on paper, put it all together, box it up, and put it in a place where it can be ultimately viewed by those who will be leading this investigation. That process still continues at Mission Control in Houston. Matter of fact, we have a live picture there of Mission Control. You can see that they're still at their consoles there. Long now after the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia. Jerry Lininger, I hope you had an opportunity to hear Sean O'Keefe and Bill Reedy. Did you not?
Yes, I did. And, you know, Bill's a good guy, and yeah, I'm sure everyone's doing everything they can.
Yeah, that point about finding it, fixing it, and moving on. Can you, in this dark moment, can you offer us some assurance that that is in fact going to happen?
Well, I think based on the people that I worked with at NASA and the whole organization, the professionalism that they show, you know, we got other people who are going to follow in their footsteps, and you don't want to repeat a day like today. And so I have 100% assurance in my heart that people are going to look at it as hard as they can and really try to get to the root of what caused this tragedy today.
tire pressure indications. What are we, if
I just
should we make
that.
should we do anything? Should we make anything of that, do you think?
You know, I think any abnormality that was, as you mentioned earlier, you know, the tile or an object hitting possibly the orbiter during launch, they're going to look through every part of that mission, any indication that there was some kind of problem. Tire pressure sounds like a minor thing, but perhaps not. I mean, the tires are protected, obviously, during re-entry. And if the tire pressure is increasing, you know, heat expands things. And so if that was the case, possibly there was a problem in that critical area. You know,
well,
you look at all the data, you look at anything slightly off, and you try to make sense of it.
If those tires were heated up, they exploded, certainly that would take the doors off and expose the underbody of the shuttle, which of course it would be extremely vulnerable at that point. Hydraulic lines going through there, that sort of thing.
That's correct, Miles. So again, if when you're trying to piece this thing together, you'll look at any abnormality, try to put the whole picture together, look at the debris. Unfortunately, the debris, of course, is going to have re-entered itself, so you're going to have a lot of molten metal, and it's going to be very hard to put those pieces back together. But you try to piece it together, and then you try to come up with what caused the problem. And as Bill Reedy just said, you fix it and you press on.
Let's talk for a moment, go back to the beginning of the mission, and this piece that apparently fell off the external tank, whether it was a piece of ice or a piece of foam, maybe a little bit of both. I don't know if we still have that tape in the gate ready for air, but we can talk about it nonetheless. What happened was there was a piece that fell and struck the left wing. Without getting too far down the road here as well, that obviously is an area that will be looked at. They knew about it shortly after launch, looked at that, and determined after some excruciating analysis that there wasn't a great deal of concern, as best I could discern. I know you weren't plugged into the engineering analysis of that, but this is, in general, a big area of concern at NASA.
Sure. You know, if you've been to the pad, I know, Miles, but a lot of people don't appreciate the fact just the sound wave bouncing off the ground and back up can shake the shuttle and damage things. And so there's a flush of water, literally a flood of water that goes on underneath the launch pad, not to dissipate the heat, but to absorb some of the sound, because all that sound waves come back, could shake the shuttle. Ice forming on the external tank has been a problem in the past. That breaks loose during the flight, during liftoff. So all those things are looked at very carefully. The good news on that, I guess, is that they have some cameras positioned down there, very good cameras that are looking very closely. And again, the analysis 16 days ago was that it looks like it didn't do anything that's of concern. Bottom of the shuttle, you can't afford to lose a tile or two. It depends on the area, but you can get back in even with some tiles off if it's not in a critical area. So, you know, you look at it, but I'm sure they're going to re-examine that and look even harder now at that whole situation.
All right. Jerry, I would appreciate it if you could sit still for us for just a little bit, stay close. We're joined here in Atlanta by Randy Avera, who was an engineer with the shuttle program in the dark days of the Challenger era. Mr. Avera, good to have you with us.
Good to be here, Miles.
Take us back to those days, the investigation, the way the investigation was conducted, and try to relate that to what's happening right now.
Well, we were always working very hard to provide the most perfect orbiter and space shuttle vehicle for launch. A tremendous amount of test and checkout is involved, and of course training and crew readiness. And on the day of the crash, as today, everyone was very disappointed, very shocked and grieved. And you have to pick up your spirits and do the work. As John Young, one of the astronauts, the commander of the first mission, has always said, just do your job. And it's time now for NASA and the American people and people around the world that support space exploration to do our jobs. There's going to be a lot of forensic science that's going to be required to do a thorough investigation of this particular accident. And the Space Shuttle Orbiter is a very complex design of electrical, software, mechanical systems and structures and flight dynamics that are similar to the X-15 experimental aircraft that flew during the 1960s.
Of course, one key difference with the X-15 is the X-15's body itself was designed to sort of shed its heat. The shuttle has those tiles, and that's a little different system, isn't it?
It's a quite complex and integrated system. There are about 5 different types of insulators, high temperature, medium temperature, and low temperature capabilities of insulation. A breach of any of those insulators can cause immediate damage to the substrate or structure below that, and that would directly affect the margins of safety of the structure and the flight loads that are applied and what the stresses on the vehicle are. But it's important to realize that NASA has already executed a plan to look at the evidence, document the facts, bring in the laboratories and scientific equipment to do a thorough analysis to know exactly what the facts are. Speculation is the first step in being inaccurate. And we learned back in the very first days of the Challenger crash investigation that what we thought had happened with the main engines of the shuttle, the cryogenic hydrogen-oxygen engines in the rear of the orbiter, in fact were not the problem. And we also had wrong impressions about the fate of the crew as far as the crew module flight dynamics in a ballistic trajectory, and whether or not the crew was alive or had an opportunity, if they had the proper equipment, to do an ejection or bailout.
What do you think, we've said this earlier and it should be pointed out, there's no ejection system on the Space Shuttle. That was ruled impractical and too expensive early on in the program. There is a bailout technique which the crew performs and practices frequently in the course of their training, but in this case that was not an option, was it?
You're correct, Miles. In the first early flights, 5 or 6 flights of Columbia, there were 2 ejection seats, and the flight crews were limited to 2 astronaut pilots. Those were seats that are similar to the SR-71 Blackbird ejection seats. Those were decommissioned when the shuttle was deemed operational, and currently what we have is a system that, as a NASA engineer, I had worked on at Kennedy Space Center, the barber pole bailout system, but that system is really only good for orbiter flight modes where the wings are level and the airspeed is under 200 knots, under 250 knots. And that's for blowing the side hatch off of the orbiter crew module, deploying the telescoping barber pole, and then doing a one-at-a-time sequential bailout with parachutes on their backs of the crew. But at these very high altitudes and very high Mach numbers of Mach 18 at 12,000 feet, that's not practical or even reasonable.
And the pole is there to keep them, simply the person bailing out, from striking the leading edge of the wing. We should point out to our viewers that's why they slide down the pole. But this, as we say, not an option. Randy, if you could just walk us through quickly, sort of in areas of, in your mind, a priority, if you were conducting this investigation, where you'd start looking first down the list of priorities.
Well, the first step is to secure the data in the centers of NASA centers around the country. That data is very important. Paperwork, digital data that could be recorded. Also to secure the crash site and to have no contamination whatsoever of that crash site. Weather could play a factor. We had the Atlantic Ocean, the salt water of the ocean and the currents, dealing with debris on the surface of the Gulf Stream headed northbound and other debris that was down on the bottom of the ocean floor. So all of this apparently being on the landmass in Texas is important to have weather conditions that are tolerable, but to do an immediate preservation of this evidence and to collect it in a professional and accurate way. Documentation is everything, and tracking of the samples that will go to many labs for chemical and mechanical and structural analysis is extremely important.
Randy Avera, former NASA engineer, we'd like you to stay close if you could as well. We would appreciate that. We appreciate having your expertise here. Let's get a recap for folks who maybe just be dipping into the story. Let's take it over to Darren Kagan. Darren?
Yeah, Miles, we're going to handle this in 2 ways. Of course, this is a developing story. We're going to keep moving it forward, but we do realize that there are people who are tuning in as we go, and so we do want to recap so that you know the exact amount of information we know up to this point involving the Space Shuttle Columbia. We begin with NASA's oldest shuttle. It broke up this morning as it descended over central Texas. The shuttle was on its way toward a planned landing at Kennedy Space Center in Florida We have video to show you. It's from our affiliate WFAA in Dallas. It will show you multiple vapor trails as the shuttle was breaking up. Now, as you're watching this, the altitude was just over 200,000 feet. 7 astronauts on board. They included 6 Americans and the first Israeli ever in space, payload specialist Ilan Ramon. Debris fell over a very wide area from near the Dallas area to the Texas-Louisiana border. People as far east as Shreveport, Louisiana reported seeing and feeling an explosion as the shuttle broke apart. NASA is setting up an independent board trying to determine exactly what happened.
This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation.
That from a news conference you saw live if you were with us in the last hour here on CNN, the first one that NASA has put out. They are saying another one about 3 p.m. Eastern where they will take questions. Of course, you're going to see that live right here on CNN. As we mentioned, Columbia, the oldest in the shuttle fleet, first launched back in 1981. It was on its 28th mission. We are covering this story all across the world, from Israel here to the States and across the States. And Judy Woodruff is in Washington, D.C. with more. Judy.
Thanks, Darren. We are keeping an eye on the story here very much here in Washington. With me in the studio is CNN's Patty Davis, who covers aviation for us. And Patty, you've got a little more information about what the Federal Aviation Administration is doing to collect and preserve the debris that is scattered over several states.
Well, what the Federal Aviation Administration has done is it's put in effect a temporary flight restriction over Fort Polk, Louisiana. And what it has done is anything within a 60-mile radius of Fort Polk, Louisiana, and below 3,000 feet, no planes allowed in that area. FAA trying to keep planes out of the way of anybody who may be involved in a recovery effort there for debris, trying to protect that debris and let those teams do their work and not have anybody get in the way. Also, we're told that Homeland Security Chief Tom Ridge has designated the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, as the lead agency to coordinate response and recovery of debris. Now, Ridge has called officials in Arizona and New Mexico, warning them about possible debris and trying to make sure that they preserve that debris so that this investigation can take place and they can piece together just what happened here.
Patty, it's our understanding that Tom Ridge has been contacting the governors. You mentioned Arizona, New Mexico. He's obviously also been in contact in Texas, where it's assumed the flight broke up. Oklahoma, as well as Louisiana, where you mentioned there's an effort now to restrict the airspace. We've also seen news reports of people in Arkansas who saw an explosion and presumably may see debris. So we are talking potentially 4 or 5 states involved.
We're talking a huge debris field. This shuttle appears to have broken up at about 200,000 feet in the air. Now, if you consider how far up a normal commercial aircraft normally flies, 35 to 40,000 feet, would have a wide debris field. Imagine how wide at 200,000 feet in the air these pieces would be flying. So it definitely will be a multi-state effort.
No question about it. Patty Davis, who covers aviation for us, and Patty mentioned Tom Ridge, the new director, new secretary of the new department, first secretary of the new Department of Homeland Security. Of course, so much of his attention has been focused on keeping the country safe in the aftermath of 9/11. Now, of course, he's dealing with a very different kind of tragedy, but one that will require all of his attention as well. You can imagine this happening on a Saturday morning here in Washington. This is a city tourists always flock to. One of the most, if not the most popular museum in Washington is the Air and Space Museum, part of the Smithsonian Institution. There with us on the scene is our own Bob Frank. And Bob, and I assume you've been talking to tourists and others who have to be as deeply affected by this as we are.
If not more, these were people who were coming to the Air and Space Museum. This is one of the most popular exhibits, of course. It is the Columbia Shuttle exhibit. You can see in back of me the NASA feed. You can see the replica of the shuttle in back of me, and you can see pockets of people. As the briefing was going on, there was this somber, very sad look, and of course we still have other people here who have been coming here to visit almost like they're coming to a shrine, and among them have been people from Israel. Your name, sir?
Ziv. ZIV.
And tell me how you must feel.
That's a great loss. It's a tragedy. As an Israeli, I mourn and grieve with the families and the friends of the crew that was lost. Of course, with the Israeli and American people. It's a bad day, but I hope in the future it'll have a more successful ending than this one.
Your country was celebrating because of the inclusion of this astronaut.
That is true. Everybody was very excited back at home, and this was a very bad ending for what could have been a great day.
And among those who are here are many young people. One of the ambitions always has been to be an astronaut. How do you feel?
I think that it's a terrible loss, and I just pray for the astronauts' families that they should just, it's just a loss. And I just pray that they just be happy for him. Just be happy.
And here's your mom. How did you tell him this morning?
Well, actually, we heard about it. We were at Arlington Cemetery here, and we watched it on the news, and then we were headed over here anyway. So, like you said, it's a terrible tragedy. You know, few people take for granted. We just all of a sudden think, oh, another shuttle's gone up in the air, or something that we just take for granted anymore, and it's not something to take for granted, not at all.
Had your son ever expressed the desire to be an astronaut? It's almost every child's dream.
Well, they all say that at some time, but unfortunately, we had a great loss today. But we need to learn from this and move forward.
Thank you very much. What you're hearing, of course, is very typical of the reaction you will get here. A reaction that you will get around the country, reaction around the world. Here in Washington, of course, Judy, people have a place to come to express that reaction, what amounts to, as I said, a bit of a shrine to the tragedy that occurred earlier this morning. Judy?
All right, Bob Franken at the Air and Space Museum here in Washington. And Bob, we have just learned that President Bush will address the nation from the White House, from the Cabinet Room, in just a few minutes. It's about 3 minutes before 2 Eastern Time. We're told the President will speak to the nation at 2 o'clock. Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Suzanne Malveaux, who's been at her post all morning. Suzanne, I know they've been making plans, but just now they've made the big announcement.
Well, absolutely. We saw a couple of hours ago President Bush, who arrived back here at the White House returning from Camp David, cutting that trip short. We saw him enter the residence and then on to the Oval Office with his Chief of Staff, Andy Card. We were told that he was notified of this tragedy. Shortly after it happened, and at 10:30, he spoke with the director of NASA about the details of all of this. He came back to the White House to better monitor the situation. Judy, as you know, the White House, the flag here lowered at half staff just a few hours ago, very symbolic of the tragedy here, recognizing that tragedy. As you may recall, this is really a time for comfort, to comfort the nation as well as to inform, to mourn the lost. When it was January 28th, 1986, when President Ronald Reagan had this very sad duty. He went just hours after the Challenger had exploded, and he said, I want to read this line to you. This is the last line that he delivered in his speech to the nation, saying, "We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God." Clearly, this is a very important moment for the President, a need to confront, to comfort the nation, and also to talk about the sense of bravery, the sense of dedication that these people had aboard the shuttle. We have also learned that the President has spoken with Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. As you know, one of those aboard the shuttle was an Israeli citizen, giving his condolences, passing that along to Israel as well. Judy?
Suzanne, you are absolutely right. This is one of the most important jobs, functions that a president can perform. Not only is the president the leader of the country, the one who is making decisions day in and day out, but the president must be the consoler in chief at a time like this, a time of great loss, of great tragedy. And you do remind us of the role that President Reagan played. In 1986, the nation shocked, because at that time it was the first space accident in something like 20 years. America was completely rocked back on its heels by the idea that there would be astronauts lost in space. And I remember, because I was covering the Challenger explosion then, I was working for the public broadcasting system for PBS. And President Reagan's remarks played an enormous role in holding the country and bringing the country together. And the line that you quoted, slipping the surly bonds of earth, is one that I think all of us remember. I have every reason to believe that President Bush and the people around him remember that and are acutely aware of the important role that the president plays at a time like this. Again, it is just after 2 o'clock Eastern Time. We are expecting any moment to hear from President Bush. He will be addressing the nation from the cabinet room there in the White House. Suzanne, when this happened, the president was at Camp David, planning to spend the weekend there after a very difficult week dealing with Iraq.
Absolutely, Judy. This is really a pivotal weekend for the president. As you know, Secretary of State Colin Powell to go before the United Nations Security Council on Wednesday to present the case against Saddam Hussein, additional evidence. This administration under a great deal of pressure from some U.S. allies who want to see more information, more evidence that would justify the possibility of using military action against Saddam Hussein. Already the president really having quite a full plate this weekend. I should also mention as well, Judy, just kind of a sign of the times, one of the assumptions that so many people made when they first saw that this shuttle was missing, that they had lost contact, was terrorism. That was something that people were thinking about. In 1986, that was not necessarily the first thought on everyone's mind. Clearly, this White House, as well as many people, aware of the possibilities of the danger, but senior administration officials telling us there is no indication that that was the cause of this tragedy today. Judy?
All right, Suzanne, as we said, we are waiting for President Bush to speak to the nation from the White House, from the cabinet room. And again, as we wait for his remarks, my colleague Miles O'Brien, who's been with us all morning, Miles, even at this moment, I have a sense that you know, there was an enormous reluctance in 1986 when the Challenger exploded. For people, nobody even wanted to think about going back into space again at that point. But you do have the sense now that Americans have somehow, as horrible as this is, we have somehow come to the realization that space flight is dangerous. We will lose people from time to time. No one is saying we won't go into space again.
Well, let's remember who was aboard Challenger. Krista McAuliffe, civilian, teacher. That launch, that tragedy was witnessed by school children all across this country. It was devastating for so many people, and particularly for children. And there was a certain poignance to that, which made it a little more difficult, I think, for people to handle. The sense of a civilian on board that shuttle not fully appreciating the risks. In this case, a crew completely made up of test pilot types, engineers, career astronauts who fully understand the risks. Perhaps that has something to do with it. Perhaps the fact that school children the world over were not necessarily witnessing what we just saw this morning. Perhaps that changes things. As we look at Mission Control Houston, this is a remarkable scene here. You're seeing the good people of NASA, whose job it is to watch a space shuttle while it is in orbit from those consoles. Every last little technical item on a shuttle has a readout on a screen down here so that they know precisely what is going on at any given moment. Someone asked me earlier, is there a black box on the shuttle? That room is the black box. There is a constant stream of data to that room, giving them a full sense of what's happening to every last piece, every last system of a space shuttle. Right now, that team, which has spent the better part of the morning collecting its data, gathering up its data in order to prepare for an investigation, is now ready for what we are ready for, which is the President of the United States, who has returned to the White House, will be addressing those good folks at NASA who work so hard to make space travel, while risky, a reasonable thing to do, and the rest of the nation. Let's listen to the President.
My fellow Americans, this day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7, Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there is comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
President Bush, after returning from Camp David to the White House. He's coming back. Let's listen in. All right, we've obviously lost the signal from the president, and we'll try to figure out what that's all about in just a bit. But we know they didn't return safely to Earth, he said, but we know they are home. President Bush touching a chord today of sympathy for the family members who lost their loved ones. In Mission Control, they stood at rapt attention for the president as he addressed the nation and addressed them. They too feeling the loss there as we look at the scene there at Mission Control. Judy Woodruff, it's a difficult thing for a president to address a nation at this moment, isn't it?
It certainly is. And Miles, you know, right now, coming in the midst of the crisis the United States faces, the decision the president faces with regard to whether to go to war with Iraq, this was the last thing, I think, on the minds of, in all fairness, of the people who work with the president closely day in and day out. Of course, it was the last thing on all of our minds. Everyone has come to assume once again over the last 17 years that space flight is as safe as it possibly can be. We are reminded again today that it is subject to error, of what kind we don't know. But this is a day when the presidents, I think it's fair to say, earned their pay, because he had to make those calls to the families of the 7 astronauts, which has to be the hardest thing that any president ever has to do. You know, if you read anything of history, you know the presidents who speak to the widows of those lost in combat. It is a job that none of us would covet.
Indeed, indeed. Finding the right words and hearkening back to those words of Ronald Reagan which are as poignant today as they were in 1986. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning as they prepared for the journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God. George W. Bush, using the same sorts of parallels in symbolism and analogy and reference to faith at this terrible moment of tragedy and mourning here in the United States as it becomes evident that the Space Shuttle Columbia and her crew of 7 is now lost. Let's listen in one more time to that moment in Mission Control, that last transmission. Everything seemed to be going routine. You'll hear the voice of James Hartsfield, Public Affairs Officer for NASA in Houston, as well as some air-to-ground communication. At the other end in the shuttle is Rick Husband, the commander of the Space Shuttle. Let's listen in on that.
Toward Florida, now approaching the New Mexico-Texas border. Altitude 40 miles. Speed 13,200 miles per hour. Range to touchdown 1,400 miles. The shuttle in the left bank with wings angled about 57 degrees to horizontal.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages and we did not copy your last.
Roger,
Staff at the White House. A nation begins a period of mourning for the crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia. 7 brave astronauts pushing the envelope, exploring the high frontier, and then inexplicably it all ends in an instant, 200,000 feet above the state of Texas. Before they left, I spoke with the first Israeli astronaut ever to travel to space, Ilan Ramon.
To tell you the truth, it was pretty fast. It was actually today, and it went too fast. It was partly or mostly cloudy, so I couldn't see much of Israel, just the north of Israel, and of course I was excited.
Ilan Ramon, that was obviously while he was in flight. I apologize for that. That was the Saturday after launch. He was telling me what it was like to try to look down on his home country of Israel. Said he had a little difficulty finding it. Ultimately, he did get a good chance to see it and conducted a series of experiments, among other things, to test the links between dust particles in the air and global warming. Rick Husband was on his second flight, his first as a commander, and he talked a little bit about flying with Ilan Ramon.
Personally, the thing that I have really enjoyed the most about Ilan and his family is just their warmness and the openness that they have in sharing their home. And from my standpoint also, just learning more about Israel, learning more about, I'd say, the Jewish culture. And with myself, being a Christian, I take a specific interest in kind of the biblical or spiritual aspect as well, which has been a very interesting thing for me.
Rick Husband, as he referred to there, a devout Christian, learning a little bit about Judaism through the eyes of Ilan Ramon. Ilan Ramon and his crewmate on this mission, which was oft delayed. Series of problems with the shuttle and scheduling issues. Other missions took priority to the International Space Station. This mission finally taking off some 16 days ago and going up until that point at 9 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Up until that point, nearly flawlessly for the 7-person crew as they conducted a series of experiments, some 80 experiments in all, over the course of this 16-day mission. NASA is in the early stages of its investigation already. As you look at this tape from WFAA, shot from Dallas, you can see what happens. What seems like a single streaky meteor quickly becomes 3, 4, 5 meteors as the Space Shuttle Columbia breaks up in midair, traveling 18 times the speed of sound at an altitude of some 40 miles above us. And that picture tells you what happened, but offers up many, many questions to us at this hour as to what could have happened, what might have caused it. A whole series of things will be discussed and looked at. And as one of the people we talked to earlier mentioned, an engineer who was involved in the Challenger investigation, no one in the early stages of Challenger could have anticipated that it came down to a rubber O-ring that was too brittle and thus allowed hot gases to spill from those solid rocket boosters on the side of the space shuttle, spill into the external tank and cause an explosion in there. That's ultimately what happened. At the initial stages after Challenger, they were looking at the main engines and something there. So it took some time for them to come up with that whole scenario. Eventually it was found, eventually it was fixed, and eventually they flew. It took the better part, two years, almost really 3 years, before the return to flight of the Space Shuttle Discovery. And that is probably the kind of time frame that we're going to be talking about here as the NASA and the country endeavors to find out precisely what happened to the Space Shuttle Columbia before any other shuttle leaves the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center. Let's get a recap now from Darren in the newsroom. Darren?
All right, Miles, we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to do that recap, and we're also going to talk to some of the people who saw the shuttle or some of the debris coming down. First, a recap of today's tragic events, beginning with Space Shuttle Columbia making its descent to Earth. It broke up over Texas this morning. It was planned to land at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. When you look at the video, you can see fiery pieces falling from the shuttle. This is very much like the video that Miles was just showing you. As we're also watching from NASA lost contact with the shuttle around 9 a.m. Eastern. The shuttle, as you're watching it, was about 200,000 feet and traveling at speeds of 12,000 miles per hour when contact was lost. Government officials say terrorism is not suspected. The shuttle was simply too far away from Earth for that to take place. Debris from the shuttle rained down over east central Texas, and it goes all the way into Louisiana. Officials are warning that the debris could be hazardous and should be avoided, and they are certainly urging residents who find debris to immediately contact authorities. Do not go near it, do not touch it. Of course, we cannot forget the astronauts who lost their lives. 7 crew members aboard the shuttle were killed. NASA says their families at this point in time are definitely getting support.
I'd have to say the families are bearing up with an incredible amount of dignity considering their loss. We all grieve for them. We all pray with them for the crew. But one thing came across loud and clear when visiting with them is they knew that the crew was absolutely dedicated to the mission that they were performing. And I think you could see that in the video downlink. They believed in what they were doing. And in the conversations with the crew and their families, they said that we must find what happened and fix it and move on. And we can't let their sacrifice be in vain.
7 incredible astronauts on board the shuttle. Let's go ahead and put a face on the crew. Rick Husband was a 45-year-old commander of the Columbia crew. He also was an Air Force colonel. He comes from Amarillo, Texas. He says he made up his mind as a child that he would be an astronaut. It was his lifelong dream. Husband was selected as an astronaut back in 1994. Talk about perseverance. It took 4 tries until he was accepted into the astronaut program. William McCool was the pilot of Columbia and a Navy commander. He also comes from Texas, Lubbock, Texas. He was born in San Diego and was the father of 3 sons. McCool became an astronaut in 1996. He was making his first space flight. The payload commander, Michael Anderson, was 43 years old. He also was an Air Force lieutenant colonel who was born in Plattsburgh, New York. NASA selected Anderson back in 1994. He was one of only a handful of African-American astronauts. Kalpana Chawla was 41 years old. She is a very interesting story. She was born in Karnal, India. She immigrated to the U.S. in the 1980s. She became an astronaut in 1994. This was her second space flight. She is a national heroine back in her home country of India. David Brown was a 46-year-old Navy pilot and doctor. He was also a Navy captain. He was born in Arlington, Virginia. He joined the Navy after a medical internship. He became an astronaut in 1996, and Columbia was his first mission. Dr. Laurel Blair Salton Clark, she was the other woman on board. She, also 41 years old, a Navy commander and a flight surgeon. She became an astronaut in 1996. She lived in Racine, Wisconsin. She has an 8-year-old son. And then Ilan Ramon, Israel's first astronaut, a hero in his country. Ramon was a colonel in Israel's Air Force. His ancestors survived the Nazi death camp in Auschwitz. His wife and his 4 children live in Tel Aviv. And now we go back to exactly what took place early this morning. A lot of people saw what took place in the Texas area and then saw the debris rain down from Texas all the way to the Louisiana border, as we mentioned. Mark Davis is a talk radio host. He's in Dallas, Texas, and he's joining us on the phone right now. Mark is WPBN. Mark, thank you for joining us on this day.
Hi, no problem. WBAB in Dallas-Fort Worth, and it was in this area over North Texas, obviously, in the video imagery that people are seeing right now. This is what it looked like. There's not a whole lot of zoom that's on this particular video image, so I and some of my neighbors were out in our respective front yards engaging in a pretty normal space geek activity, watching a shuttle come in on the rare occasions that it appears over the North American skies, and just juxtaposing it with the last time we had this experience. It was a nighttime event about 10 o'clock in the evening, and far less of the sky was involved. It went from about 30 degrees up in the horizon, pretty well straight down to the southern horizon. This was a full 90 degrees of sky. The first bright sparkle of the shuttle re-entering came just exactly 8 o'clock our time, Central Time, and right above our heads, and then moving very slowly, taking every bit of a minute to go all the way down low in the southeastern sky on its way, of course, to Florida. The first difference, if anybody had seen any of these before, lucky enough to be out when a shuttle re-entry was in the sky before, is that it's usually a fairly clearly drawn single line of fire. This is, of course, a fireball in the sky any time a spacecraft re-enters the atmosphere. But to have sparkly things come off it was not immediately an item of panic, because anybody who's seen Apollo 13, where the special effects were quite competent, knows that things are going to fly off of a spacecraft that's re-entering the atmosphere. But would those things be so big that you could see them from 38 miles below? Would these things be so big that they would create their own separate contrail? Well, obviously the answers to that would be no, and that resulted in the wreckage that you guys are showing right now.
So, Mark, let me just jump here in a second and ask you, as you said, you're a self-professed space geek, a number in your neighborhood, so you had gone out to watch this re-entry, and you described what you thought it should have looked like from previous re-entries that you had watched. But at what point did you and your neighbors, as you were watching this, get a sense that something definitely was not right?
Well, it's kind of funny. To our interested but still relatively untrained eyes, the moment at which it was pretty clear that something bad was happening is after we all finished up a little conversation, said, wow, wasn't that neat, put our cameras and binoculars away, came back in, grabbed a refill of the pot of coffee, fired up CNN, and it wasn't landing. I mean, this is how fast this thing goes at 12,000 miles an hour. It's directly over our heads in the Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas area at 8, due on the ground in Florida at 8:16. I was probably back in my house at about 8:10. I figured this is great. Shuttle landings have become so routine, as you well know. I'm sure your coverage plans this morning called for joining it a couple of minutes out from landing, where it's a little white speck, then it lands, everybody says that's great, and then you're back to, last night's basketball scores. Well, obviously it was not a normal landing, and there was no landing to cover, so that was when my phone starts ringing off the hook. I start calling everybody, and it's time to head in here to WBAP to do some coverage of our own.
Interesting, just to watch it by itself, you didn't really realize at the particular moment that something had gone so terribly wrong.
Well, no, and that's what's so different between now and almost exactly 17 years ago with the Shuttle Challenger. I was up early to watch that too, which probably, it's funny, the Challenger launch had a little bit of layperson interest because you had Krista McAuliffe, first teacher in space, so the ratings for that, for you guys and everybody else, were probably a smidgen higher than for the ordinary routine shuttle launch. For the Shuttle Challenger, the shuttle program, had existed for about 5 years. Now it's existed for 2 decades. These flights are as normal as a jetliner taking off from your local airport. But yeah, we were there, and we were going to watch whatever coverage you guys provided. And when it became clear there was no landing to cover, all those feelings from 1986 are back. And Darren, I know covering it, and for us covering it here in Texas on radio, everything old is new again. Reagan's speech in '86, his biblical or godly references juxtaposed with President Bush's.
Mark, I'm sorry, I'm
just
going to jump in here. Of course, you understand covering there from Texas. We do have a lot of other news to get in as we try to move the story forward. Thank you for joining us so much from Texas. Mark Davis, talk show radio host. Thank you so much. Now we want to move it up to Washington, D.C. and Judy Woodruff. Judy?
Thanks, Darren. Getting a sense from Mr. Davis, the perspective of so many different perspectives this morning. Somebody who lives in the state of Texas and works in the news media. Darren, with us now, or somebody who will be with us in just a moment, was literally, I think you have to say, the face and the voice of space flight in the United States during the 1960s and the 1970s. Really the beginning of the space program in our country, when we were all excited. School children would gather around to watch on television for every space flight that took off. He is none other than Walter Cronkite, a former CBS news anchor who's been retired now for some years, but has always maintained an interest in space flight, has over the years, as I said, his name literally became synonymous with NASA, with following so many of the earliest space flights. You know, if we saw it, we watched CBS, we watched Walter Cronkite. So CNN wanted to talk with Walter Cronkite, and he will be joining us now in just a moment. We're just pulling all the technical pieces together to get Mr. Cronkite on the air with us. And while we wait for that, he's going to be joining us from Manhattan. We want to go to Jerusalem, to Israel, the home country of one of the astronauts on this Space Shuttle Columbia mission. Joining us is Renan Geeson. He is a spokesman for the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. Mr. Geeson, we know President Bush called your Prime Minister just a short time ago. Can you tell us anything about their conversation?
Well, first of all, let me just say this is a very tragic and mournful day for the people of the United States, for the people of Israel, for the families of the astronauts, and but also a very sad day for all of humanity. And I think that was reflected in a conversation between President Bush and Prime Minister Sharon, which just took place a short while ago. The President said that it's a tragic day for science, it's a tragic day to the astronauts, and mentioned that on that space shuttle there was one brave Israeli citizen, Colonel Ilan Ramon, who has also died in this endeavor on behalf of all humanity. And he offered his personal condolences, as well as the condolences of the American people, to the family of Ramon and to the Israeli people. The Prime Minister reiterated and offered his sincere condolences to the families of the astronauts, and also said in his final words, he said that it's on these difficult and hard moments that the hearts of the American people and the hearts of the Israeli people are bound together. And at these difficult moments, we're holding hands together, and together we pray.
No question about it. Mr. Geeson, this question has been asked to some of your countrymen already today, but I want to ask you, what does it mean, what has it meant to Israel to have, for the first time, one of the astronauts aboard an American shuttle?
Well, it's not just a question of personal ambitions and personal pride, or I would say national pride that we have an astronaut there. But I think it's a reflection of the shared values that we share with the people of the United States. This is the quest for the stars, is to try and make a better world here on this earth. And we've been living through conflicts for the past 100 years here, and bloodshed. But this endeavor, this journey to space, reflected or encapsulated all the hopes of the Israeli people to see a better future, a better world here on this planet, in the little corner of the world where we live here in the Middle East.
How much personal interest had the Prime Minister taken in Mr. Ramon and this whole mission?
Well, that he conducted a conversation just about 10 days ago with Colonel Ramon to the Space Shuttle. and there was a exchange, you know, which was broadcast here in Israel and captivated the audience. And you know, I can recall Colonel Ramon saying that from above, from 280 kilometers, you know, Israel and Jerusalem, they look like it's a tiny state, and but a beautiful one. And the Prime Minister said, you know, we will continue to support your dream. We will continue to support your vision and try to make Israel really the kind of beautiful state that you see it from above.
Those words from Renan Geeson, who speaks for the Prime Minister, newly re-elected, we should say, or newly rechosen Prime Minister, Ariel Sharon. As I was saying just a moment ago, the man who was the face and the voice of American spaceflight during much of the 1960s, 1970s, and is Walter Cronkite, a former anchor for CBS News. He joins us now on the telephone. Walter Cronkite, you know, there have been some terrible tragedies. You've covered some of them, but here we have another tragedy in space, and it must bring back memories for you.
Well, indeed, of course, it does to all of us. It brings back the memory of the other great disaster we had out there with the Challenger, but it reminds us of other things, too. It seems that we somehow are destined to be reminded from time to time of the dangers that we face in this exploration of space. You know, with our successes of flight after flight, we seem to fall into the mistaken belief that travel in that great void of space can be routine. And then we get these terrible reminders of how wrong we are, that we get reminded of the daring and the courage that marks those who understand the hazards and then so bravely undertake the missions for science and for their country. It's a reminder that it's too bad we can't keep in our noggins somehow, even in the days when things are going so well.
But we're talking to Walter Cronkite. But, you know, early on, we were all very acutely aware, in the early days of the space program, of just how much risk was involved. How did that dissipate? How did that begin to slip away?
It dissipated normally because of the success of our flights. I said at the time when we were seeing these flights go for the first time, when we went through the one-man Mercury programs, the two-man Gemini programs, and then into the flights eventually to the moon, I said that with all the drama of that moment, there was the day that we knew we were going to be a success with our space exploration was the day that we didn't pay any attention to the flights, that they went with the routine practically of airline schedules. And that's what's been happening, of course. Our shuttles have been rising and succeeding in their difficult task out there in space, even building this space city that we're now occupying with the Russians. The flights have become routine. It takes something like this to wake us up to the fact that this is not a routine business at all.
And we should continue to remind people, of course, that there are 3 astronauts in space now on the Russian space station. We're talking on the telephone with Walter Cronkite, who covered for the CBS News for so many years space travel. How are astronauts, how are these people who take this enormous risk, how are they different from you and me, from the rest of us?
Well, a great number of them, the professional flyers, of course, have chosen that career of risk in the first place by becoming not only ace pilots in the military services, but test pilots as well, in which every flight is loaded with danger of the unknown. They're trying out equipment that has never been flown in the air before. That is their career. To them, it is only another step to move into the uniform of an astronaut. For the others, the doctors, we had a couple aboard this flight. The the specialists in one science or another who go in the pursuit of their science. They are extraordinary individuals who have chosen to get out of the laboratory and the hospitals and learn the secrets of survival in space, and then they make these flights. I think we should applaud all of them.
Walter Cronkite talking with us on the telephone. Miles O'Brien, please join us.
Walter, I'd like to tap your deep reservoir of knowledge and memory. We remember Challenger so well and how long it took for NASA to get back in the skies. It was almost 3 years. Of course, the Apollo 1 fire, which happened 1967, January 27th, interesting, coincidentally, like the day before, there was less of a period of time because it was in the midst of the moon race. Those were very different days, weren't they?
Yeah, I didn't quite understand you. Is this...
the period of time...
Is this Miles?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, right, Miles. I didn't quite understand. You're doing a great job this morning, by the way, Miles, as CNN and the rest of us now expect.
Well, thank you.
But I didn't quite understand your last question.
I was trying to remember how long it was from the Apollo 1 fire to the return to the Apollo missions. It was much quicker. It wasn't the full 3 years that we recall from the Challenger days.
That was a long one, of course. That was the longest delay. That was longer than the one I think that succeeded the Challenger disaster. I can't remember the exact numbers now, but it seems to me it was 2.5 years or more.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I can't remember the numbers right off the top of my head, but what I'm trying to point out here is that there will be a fairly long period of time here for all of this to play it out. As Bill Reedy of the manned spaceflight had said, we got to find it, fix it, and resume. There is tremendous resilience to the space program, which you can attest to from its earlier days. I'm curious, do you feel confident that there will be a return to flight one day for the United States?
A return to what?
A return to space for people in the United States.
A return to space. Well, I don't think this will seriously interrupt our program. Of course, it's going to depend entirely on how early they're able to determine the cause of this tragedy and what it requires to fix it. That's the timetable that we face now. But we're committed to space. We're not going to desert the exploration of space because of a setback as tragic as it is. We're committed, and we're going to continue. The only debate, as you know now, in the space program, and I think this is the only debate that will continue, is the proportion that we devote to robotic space. The early experiments in landing on Mars with unmanned flight, and the devotion of time and expenditures of manned flight in space.
And that debate will continue regardless of the outcome of all of this.
Yes, absolutely. This may bolster to a degree the argument of those who claim we can do as much with robotic flight as we can with manned vehicles. But the argument for manned vehicles is still very strong, that the curiosity of the individual who's landing and walking on those distant orbs out there in space is of a value that cannot be replaced by machines who are simply communicating with men on Earth.
Do you think, Walter, that the American people, up until something like this happens, take this for granted, what we see routinely there?
Well, yes, I do. I think that, Miles, as well as any of us, that these shuttle flights don't even get in the newspapers, in the back pages, not even by the comic pages. There's no mention of the flights at all, unless indeed there is a daring deed out there in repairing the Hubble telescope or something of that kind. They're helping to build additions on the Sky City out there, the international orbit. We don't pay any attention at all. It's just routine. It's as routine as the commuter trains running out of New York City.
It's
maybe more so.
Yeah, maybe more so. Let's take a look at that crew for just a moment, and I wonder, they go into it with not a blasé attitude. I know all these people, and I talk to them all the time, and what they tell you to a person is this is a real dicey proposition. It is risky business, and but a calculated risk. That's the term they use, and they go to space fully aware of those risks. And I was talking to Judy a little while ago about how different it is when you're talking about a group like this compared to the Challenger days, when we had a civilian member of the crew, Christian McAuliffe. Do you think that's different in the mind of the American people?
Well, we know that those involved in the space program are fully aware of the dangers, the skill with which they put together the spacecraft, the precision with which the machinery is built to avoid things like happened today. And it's interesting, as you know well from your time around the space program, that our astronauts don't swagger through their day's work aground. But they are looked on at the same time by their fellow workers who are not astronauts, but in the ground crews, they are looked upon as heroes to be.
Walter Cronkite, much is made of the white scarf. We use that term, but the white scarf is perhaps a pejorative that doesn't fit for these people who fully understand the risks and are not out there, as you say, with that swagger. Walter Cronkite, thank you so much for being with us.
You bet, Miles. Hang in there.
All right. We are now going to turn our attention to a special guest who is joining on the line, who is enduring a particularly tough morning. June Scobie Rogers, the widow of the commander of the Space Shuttle Challenger, Dick Scobie, joining us on the line now from her home in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And June, it's got to be a terribly difficult thing to see this, particularly for someone who's been through what you've been through. Just tell us what you thought and what it's brought back for you.
Thank you, Miles. It's a tragic day for our nation, for the NASA family, and especially for the dear families of the Columbia crew. Our heartfelt prayers are for them. I know that they're flying back to Johnson Space Center now, and had calls wanting to talk to the commander's wife, and we're going to talk eventually. But it's something so difficult because a private loss is so public and is shared with the nation.
Tell me, without violating the privacy of your conversation, what can be said between June Scobie Rogers and Evelyn Husband today? What can you tell her to ease her pain in any way?
Well, we could talk about the day, just getting through the day with your loved ones and friends and prayers, and to know that they're in the hands of God, that their loved ones have surely slipped those surly bonds of earth, and God's put out his hand and holds them. And I would want God to hold them close. There's so much to be concerned about with their families, and I would hope that they're taking care of themselves and that the NASA doctors are taking good care of them. To feel the prayers that the nation, when they say they're sending prayers, they are. And to feel the love of all of those people, and to know that we care so much for them and know their loss. It's so difficult, and it's such a tragedy, and it's so unfair that it happened. But the world knows how they died. And if they can just remember and hold on to the dream of what they were living for and what their mission was all about, then that dream will see them through.
Boy, those are tough words, and I know you've told me many times that in the wake of Challenger 17 years ago this past week, you really not even long after the incident, we're talking to then Vice President Bush, and you expressed at that time your firm belief that your husband, Dick Scobie, would have wanted to see NASA press on. Do you feel, I know you don't know Rick's husband necessarily, but do you feel that that is the spirit of this crew?
What dear people, yes. I can, anyone who believes so much in the space mission of the discovery, of opening new vistas into learning about the space frontier, you know, they're living for that discovery of space exploration. And so many of them signed up to NASA to fly in space with vision and hope, and knowing that it would bring so much more information to our planet to help us. With those dreams and fulfilling those dreams, I can't speak for the current Columbia crew, but if they signed up to fly with NASA, that must have been their dream that they would want fulfilled as well.
June Scobie Rogers, our best to you on this day, which must be particularly poignant and painful for you as well, and we appreciate you taking a few moments with us.
God bless you all.
God bless you. As she spoke, we were watching yet again that shot. You can see it right there on your screen. Somewhere south of Dallas, Texas, the Space Shuttle Columbia, about 9 a.m. Eastern Time, was streaking across Mach 18, 200,000 feet, and just went from a single fireball to multiple fireballs in an instant. Communication abruptly ended in the middle of a conversation from the commander, Rick Husband, and immediately prior to that, there's some indication of some problems with tire pressure. What that means, we don't know. It may be quite some time before we ever have any sense of what really happened and what caused the Space Shuttle Columbia to break up. But we've already seen the first steps toward that conclusion. First thing that flight controllers did in Houston was tell their people on those various consoles to put together their notes, capture their data, put notes in boxes, seal it up, get it ready for the investigation. Not long thereafter, we saw Sean O'Keefe, the NASA administrator, saying that the wheels were in motion already for an independent commission to get to the bottom of this particular incident, an independent commission that will ultimately report back to the nation and give NASA and the rest of the nation a sense of what went wrong. And then Bill Reedy, the head of the human spaceflight, associate administrator of human spaceflight, talking about finding it, fixing it, and moving on. Moving on will be a real challenge for NASA, depending on what comes out of this. Could take quite some time before we see another shuttle fly. It was almost 3 years from Challenger's accident until Discovery flew and the return to flight. We're now in the early stages. It's a time for mourning. It's a time for questions. The answers will come much later. Judy?
What ways do you have? Let's say you've reached orbit, you're in the shuttle for a mission of a specific duration, and you have reason to believe that something on the exterior is amiss. What ways do you have to check it out? Are there sensors, or is it only a spacewalk?
Well, you do also have the robot arm, what's called the RMS, which could be maneuvered around. It has a camera on the end of it, but it cannot look at every part of the space shuttle. It could not, for example, look at the tiles down around the wheel well or other areas down there. So a spacewalk, or if in fact there were some other photography capable from long distance, whether it was from a space asset or from the Earth, that's the only other way.
And we want to also remember we have Alan Bean with us on the phone. Alan, I want to go back to the last thing you said. We were talking about whether something fortunate could come out of this. What, in your estimation, would it take from square one all the way through the pipeline if someone at NASA, perhaps the administrator, did say, you know what, we're going to use this as a jumping on point to bring out a new generation of orbiter?
Well, I think some people at NASA would greet that with excitement. Others would say, look, we've got the best piece of hardware we could build. Admittedly, it's 20 years old, but we've upgraded it. We think we've got the best we can make. You know, talk is cheap about getting something better next week or next year, but when you've got something that's as good as an orbiter and represents the best this country can do, it's a good thing to start operating it and using it and not stop using it and go off on, you know, to try to invent the next stage. We're trying to build a space station. We need an orbiter now. We don't need some new one 10 years from now. Well, maybe we do, but we need one now that works, and we've got one. It just had an accident. We've got to find out what's wrong and then get back in the construction of the space station business and not, you know, not spend our money. All this is money, as you realize, so we'd have to spend money to do that instead of correct this error in a fundamentally wonderful machine, as Rick Houck would say, who flew it after the Challenger accident. He was the first pilot there, and I think he'd be the first to stand up and say that the shuttle is a great machine, but machines are built by humans. Humans aren't perfect. We're always going to have problems with machines, whether it's computers, spaceships, airplanes, cars, because they're built by humans. They're just an extension of what we can do, and we all know human beings aren't perfect. We try, we do the best we can, but we aren't perfect.
Alan, would you pull a John Glenn and go up again if you could right now?
Well, I would, but I would recommend not sending me. I would recommend sending some guy like Bill Gates or somebody, an entrepreneur up there, and let him fly in space and look around and see what businesses could be created from the space environment. Some guy like me, I'm an engineer test pilot. I've never started a business. I don't know, and we need businesses in space. So I would say, don't send me. Send this guy that was that started Virgin Atlantic Airways. I don't know what his name, but he started 200 businesses. We need to send those kind of people up there.
Somewhere Richard Branson is probably smiling ear to ear at your suggestion, and who knows, maybe we can look into it.
He's the kind of guy to go.
Mr. Houck, do you concur with that?
I think Alan's right on. We do need to continue to operate this magnificent machine, and that's one of the big questions that NASA will faced with in dealing with the administration and the Congress, and that is, do we need to start to build a replacement for this one? Because we only had 4, and now we're down to 3, and that severely restricts your flexibility in operating the International Space Station.
Rick Hawk and Alan Bean are 2 gentlemen of counsel, and very experienced they are. We're going to come back to this conversation. I have some questions about what may be the next shuttle mission and how they'll approach that. We want to go to NBC News correspondent Jim Cummins, where in Nacogdoches, Texas, I understand some people have been taken to the hospital in connection with this. Jim?
That's right, Brian. One of the radio stations here in Nacogdoches is now reporting that 21 people have gone to the emergency room of the local hospital here for either injuries from debris or exposure to what they fear might be hazardous materials from debris. Every 5 minutes on the radio from Dallas all the way to Louisiana, the people are being warned that if you see something that looks like debris, please stay away from it and call the local authorities. The debris field itself was measuring at one point 140 miles long. The one report from here in Nacogdoches says the debris field covered something like 500 square miles in this area of East Texas. Hundreds of reports of debris raining down on Nacogdoches. A relative of mine even told me that in her neighborhood debris was falling in her backyard and in her neighbors' backyards here in Nacogdoches, which is in East Texas, close to the Louisiana border. I heard the concussion, the explosion, or not the explosion, but what sounded like a sonic boom this morning in my home in Dallas. My wife and I heard it while we were reading the newspaper, and we looked outside to see if something had gone wrong in our neighborhood. Nothing, peaceful. 19 minutes later, I heard the first reports on the NBC, of course, Today show that they had lost contact with the shuttle Columbia and I started just to drive in this direction. This seems to be an area where most of the debris has fallen, and they are checking out various reports of the kinds of debris. One piece the size of a car door landed at the airport here in Nacogdoches. Another piece measuring 3 by 3 feet was sitting along the roadside as I drove in here on Highway 21. The police had it surrounded. They had kept people away from it. It looked like a charred piece of metal. So that's the situation here. Lots of people are concerned. Lots of reports of debris. Some of them are accurate, some of them not. But of course, they're answering all those calls and again urging people to stay away from it, just on the chance that it might be contaminated with something that came from the Space Shuttle. You know, some sort of fuel or some sort of chemical that is in the equipment on the Space Shuttle. And as you might expect, there's lots of activity in this part of the country.
Yeah, Jim, the fuel they use is highly toxic, we're told, in addition to the fact that it is now a piece of evidence in an investigation. Jim, while you spoke, we were watching videotape, and one of the shots was of a rather large house. It looked like it had a house fire. Are we led to believe that a piece of debris hit it and started a blaze?
Well, there was a report this morning, Brian, in Plano, Texas, which is a suburb just north of Dallas, of a fire on the roof of an apartment building, and they were investigating that to see if, in fact, that had been caused by burning debris. I don't know, since I was driving in this direction, what they have eventually found out. I'm out of radio range there. That may be what you're seeing.
Okay.
As we're just sort of picking up pictures as we go along here, but I assume you've seen some pictures of the debris.
Okay, yeah, we're looking at it, and I don't want to run unreferenced videotape, so we'll look into just what this is we're looking at and see if it is, in fact, related. Jim Cummins with the news out of Nacogdoches, Texas, that people responding to the official warnings about going near this stuff have indeed gone to a hospital emergency room. All of this, of course, surrounding such great tragedy today, the loss of 7 lives. We have some videotape we found of what this crew was like personality-wise. The following was taken while they were training for this mission that ended in disaster today.
Happy to be here, finally. It was a pleasure to go the long way, 2.5 years, because of the great team, great crew, great trainers, great flight directors, great engineers. The route to the target is more important than the target. We are going to go for the target, but we enjoy the route as well.
I was working great.
The whole team working together, which I think is probably one of the most fun parts of the whole deal. So thanks a bunch, and they'll be happy to know that Solce is still in science mode.
We hope you guys had a restful sleep. We're looking forward to working with you today.
No need to respond. Just wanted you to know that we are taking in-cabin video.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Just out of the screen to the right corner, and now coming into view is the commander, Rick Husband. In the back corner in the white shirt is Mission Specialist Kalpana Chawla. She's working with a softball experiment, creating some flame balls in space. Floating in the center of your screen is Israeli payload specialist Ilan Ramon.
No, I'm not worried because, I mean, he's not worried, so why should I be worried?
Accident on re-entry.
That last shot, the father of Ilan Ramon, the military hero in Israel, one of the 7 lost today. It is all so sad. It would be easier incrementally, perhaps, if they weren't the very best America and Israel had to offer. They have given their lives for the space program they loved so deeply. You saw the broad smile there of Captain Dave Brown, the former aerialist, the 46-year-old flight surgeon turned fighter pilot there on board the shuttle. Shown at a much happier time. There they were preparing for their mission, and some of them, those scenes from in space before what we learned happened today. We've been talking a lot about debris as we try to confirm the picture we put on the air for you of the house that had apparently gone up in flames, whether that was directly caused by this or not. Local weather officials, this is the Reuters news agency out of Dallas, estimate that lighter material in the debris cloud could indeed fall and be kind of scattered and deposited around the nation in several locations, and could, because it landed on the jet stream and was carried along, could go on for another 10 hours. And I assume by lighter material we are talking about any paper, any insulation, things of that nature. So just an extraordinary trail, a gruesome trail of evidence, because what we're talking about here, after all, is so much more than the loss of a spacecraft and a loss of 25% of America's orbiting ability, but the loss of 7 dynamic lives today. We are waiting. We have just entered the 3 o'clock hour here in the east. Perhaps we can show you what NASA is showing us. We are waiting a news conference by NASA. This will be the technical portion, and a lot of this will no doubt be terms that will go flying over the heads of those of us who are lay people in the business of space travel. But this should begin to shed some light. There it is. We're going to be hearing from, excuse me, the shuttle program manager here and the head of flight support in just a few minutes. Whenever they take that slide down, that is our cue to begin bringing you the telecast from NASA. Again, these are very, very sad people. They work as a team very closely with those they send up in space. It is their mission in life, and this was the mission they were so happy to be able to greet at the end of the runway today when it came to its conclusion. It did not. Rick Houck is still with us, former shuttle pilot. And Rick, I'm curious about the following dynamic. There will be a next shuttle pilot in this series of flights. How nervous were you? How much was it on your mind? I'm sure the media reminded you at every turn.
Right. There's no question that right after the Challenger accident, the unthinkable happened, of course. And so as my previous 2 missions, even though I was scared, NASA had never lost people during a space mission before, but on my flight that was not the case, and I have to admit to being, my heart was in my throat when we launched. But I also was able to tell my family that NASA had done everything they possibly could to make that flight as safe as they could, and that's not a guarantee that you're going to come home. But believe me, the focus of everyone, hundreds of thousands of people involved in this program, will be on making this right, and you have that comfort as you strap in to launch.
Isn't it the same dynamic following a major air disaster in this country? People say it has never been safer than it is right now because it's under so much scrutiny.
I believe that absolutely.
Now, explain, given your meteorological knowledge, we're talking about an incident that happened at an altitude of approx, what, 38 miles above the Earth.
Right.
At what level is the jet stream, and speed and duration? How far is it likely to carry bits of, say, insulation or paper?
Well, the jet stream can dip as low as about 25,000 feet, but generally it's up in the 35,000 to 80,000 feet. And people are familiar to seeing the jet stream on the weather forecast with that snake that winds itself across the country. But the jet stream typically moves at 100 to 120 miles an hour. So if you think of some light objects, certainly heavy objects will fall through the jet stream and not be terribly affected by that. But things that are light that would otherwise be blown by wind, they can be captured in the jet stream and carried very long distances.
And how does that make the job here more difficult? It's all evidence. It's all part of this mission.
My guess is that the important parts are the heavier parts. that the light parts are less likely to be involved with the accident, but even the heavy parts are spread over a large area. So in itself, I don't think that will complicate the investigation more, but I would not be surprised if people far afield from Texas are finding remnants of the Space Shuttle Columbia.
Again, to our viewers, we keep seeing this picture of a burned out home. We're working on getting the facts as to just what we're looking at, and if that is the home that corresponds to a report of a fire on the roof of an apartment in Texas that might have been connected with falling debris. A bit of housekeeping coming up on 3:05 here Eastern. We've now been told the NASA news conference start time will slide another 10 minutes to about 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm also joined throughout by our chief science correspondent, Robert Bazell, with us here in New York. Bob, how will, in your reckoning, the investigation this time, perhaps in duration, differ from Challenger? Do they know more these days in real time than they did then?
No, not really. And it's very important, Brian, to point out that the investigation into Challenger became a political investigation almost as much as an investigation into the technical aspects of the failure, because the technical aspects were discovered very early on. It was the O-ring design, but then it became that NASA had been cutting corners with safety, that there had been pressure to launch. Now, NASA, of course, afterwards promised not to do that, but I think that we're going to have to find out all the circumstances that surround this. The first thing to find out is what was the cause of this and how to fix it. The next thing is to find out is why that happened, and the why could be an enormously difficult and complex question involving personalities and politics. So it's very hard to know in these first few hours after this tragedy where the investigation is going to go. There was a lot of acrimony in 1986 that NASA was hiding the details of its engineering reports from people who should know. And even when the commission was set up to study the Challenger accident, it was very difficult to find people who weren't connected to NASA in some way to serve on it, because NASA is an organization that tries to protect itself like many bureaucratic organizations at times, and it's very hard to know, exactly what was the cause. We see that explosion right there of Challenger, and we've all seen those pictures a million times, but the cause of that explosion went far deeper into the organization that was running the space program. So that's not an accusation about what happened today. We have no idea about what happened today. We're just at the beginning, I think, though, of a very long road into finding out.
And Bob, we're now learning that they believe they found a door from the shuttle on the ground, and there's at least one blackened field of grass officials can see in the state of Texas. This is going to be a Herculean effort. They're using National Guard, volunteers, Forest Service people to find this. We're talking about hundreds of square miles.
Oh, you were talking about hundreds of square miles, and almost certainly they're going to try to rebuild the shuttle in the same way that, if we recall, when TWA 800 went down into the ocean, they managed to get the parts off the ocean. These will be gathered over this long period and put together, because each piece does have, including that tile on the ground there that we see there, each piece does have a potential clue as to what went wrong to cause this tragedy. So everything is going to have to be looked at in great detail, and everything is going to have to be in a context about what was the pre-flight certification, or what were the data that were coming down from the spacecraft at the time of landing, what went on board the spacecraft, as much as could be reconstructed. All of this will have to be looked at in great detail. And I think it's going to be, the NASA administrator has already announced that he's going to set up a board outside of NASA as well as an internal board. But I think a lot of people on Capitol Hill and elsewhere are going to want to say, well, we want to make sure that is truly an independent board, to make sure that what happened here, whether it was preventable, and to make sure that it won't happen again.
Bob Bazell with us from New York. We are joined now by telephone by Sheriff Thomas Kurz in Nacogdoches, Texas. Sheriff, what can you tell us about pieces of debris and folks who have stopped by the emergency room today?
Our county encompasses just under 1,000 square miles, and we have literally received hundreds of reports of debris that has fallen from the sky throughout our county. It's also my understanding that some surrounding counties that border us have debris as well.
Now, can you confirm, we've been looking at videotape of pieces of debris from the air on the ground, also a picture of what appears to be a fairly modern apartment house with the roof missing due to fire. Is that connected with this? Is that in your area?
No, I don't believe the site that you're referring to with the fire is anywhere near my area. Literally, the debris field is probably going to encompass hundreds, maybe even several thousand square miles. I don't know, but we do have numerous debris sites, literally hundreds within our county. So far, we have not received any report of any casualties from falling debris within our county. We do have several sites that have sustained some property damage.
With the folks in the emergency rooms, should we assume that they are taking warnings from folks like us and going to get checked, or do you have any reason to believe it's because of actual inhalation or injury from this toxic stuff that's on these parts?
The reports from the emergency rooms, again, I can't really confirm, other than maybe people are taking a precautionary measure to be checked. Certainly, we are encouraging through our local media here, as well as the national effort, that anyone that encounters a piece of debris not come in contact with it. We will send someone out, if they'll notify us where it is, check it for any type of radioactive material or toxicity, and please don't pick it up or try to move it.
Now, Sheriff, did you think this was going to be an average Saturday there in your town?
Well, certainly it started out that way this morning, but that certainly changed very quickly, as things in law enforcement tend to do.
Sheriff, thank you very much for being with us. Sheriff Thomas Kurz from Nacogdoches, Texas. A busy place for all the wrong reasons today. A very busy place this morning until we knew what we had here was the Department of Defense. They're being used in other ways, however. NBC News Pentagon correspondent is Jim Miklashevsky. And Mick, we're hearing that Air National Guard on foot, Forest Service, everybody's being marshaled that can get there to look for these parts.
That's right, Brian. For several hours, it appeared that the U.S. military was somewhat at a loss as to exactly how they could contribute or what their role would be in any kind of recovery effort. But since then, they've responded, and quite robustly. There are some 6 Air Force Reserve F-16s out of the Reserve Naval Air Station in Fort Worth. The Army is providing Black Hawk and Kiowa Warrior helicopters out of Fort Hood. The Texas Air National Guard is supplying C-130s to continue the search. U.S. Navy helicopters are being scrambled out of New Orleans. And even the Coast Guard is getting involved. They're dispatching a 110-foot cutter to patrol the Gulf of Mexico. So that gives you some kind of idea on how vast the U.S. military and NASA officials think this debris field may be.
Mick, we were saying in the newsroom earlier before our coverage started, so many people are conspiratorial thinkers. You and I both know that there are always going to be theories about what happened today, even though we can go blue in the face describing how this didn't happen. Go through again exactly why we are getting such a strong wave off on any possibility that this could have been any kind of misbehavior.
Well, given where the Columbia was at the time of the explosion, it was at about 200,000 feet. And we hear that it was flying well over 10,000 miles per hour. Just to give you a comparison, the nation's national missile defense system that they're still trying to develop, they've been working on this for years and still haven't perfected the ability to shoot down an ICBM missile. Just to give you a comparison, an ICBM warhead would be traveling at about 1,800 miles, just a fraction of the speed at which the Columbia shuttle was traveling, and the U.S. military still hasn't perfected the ability to shoot down that. So there is nothing in any military, a U.S. military or otherwise, in their inventory that would be able to shoot down the Columbia at that height. Also, there was some speculation that perhaps there was some sabotage, that somebody was able to slip a bomb on board the Columbia shuttle before it took off. But NASA officials say that the security around this flight was especially tight, primarily because of the presence of the Israeli Air Force colonel who was on that flight. But also, ever since 9/11, NASA at Cape Canaveral has had extraordinary security measures in place because, after all, thousands and thousands of people gather in that region to watch these shuttles take off. And there was some deep concern that at some point a terrorist might try, in a symbolic move, try to shoot down or somehow impede the takeoff of one of those shuttle missions. So while you can never rule anything out, the likelihood appears to be about as absolute zero as you can get.
Of course, we're also looking at at what we consider just a science and a slam dunk these days. We've gotten complacent again and blasé about our coverage of these missions. Nothing has ever gone wrong on landing prior to this, and we wake up this morning to this kind of news, and it has everybody, Mick, thinking about January 28th of '86.
That's right. I mean, I was here in the building covering the Pentagon at that time, and I can tell you that as soon as it was determined that it was a catastrophic event, we headed off to some of the offices here who would be in charge of search and rescue, and the generals there were already hunched over the maps and plotting where their search and rescue assets, helicopters, planes were already in place for any possible recovery. Of course, we know tragically now that that wasn't possible, that the crew of the Challenger was killed almost instantly. But in this case, there would have been no search and rescue assets, planes or helicopters, in the North Texas region. Those search and rescue helicopters and assets are usually situated either around the launch site at Cape Canaveral, or in this case the recovery site, the landing zone, or at alternate landing sites. For example, there are some sites in Europe that if the shuttle takeoff doesn't go as planned, they're bailout sites. They're actually bailout sites in case something goes wrong, and the U.S. military would have search and rescue assets around those areas. But in this case, they had nothing in the air, and as we find out, it actually took them several hours to scramble the necessary aircraft to get up in the air. And this is an effort that will continue with their various infrared and night vision devices. It will continue for 24 hours a day, as probably as long as it will take.
We also just know we're going to get a whole lot of images from this. We already have reports that military satellites show a flash of light. We're going to get so many different views from the ground as good citizens with video cameras hand over their tape, hopefully first to NASA, and then perhaps a copy to the television networks, because it will be interesting, though it continues to be crushingly sad to see what happened across the sky.
And these infrared satellites are apparently pretty remarkable in what they can do. According to experts, first of all, they would see the explosion. That would be readily visible to this satellite. But they could also track it, because the Columbia was obvious, or the Columbia S was obviously on fire. They could track its path, perhaps even more accurately than some of the other satellites that NASA may be using. But it could also help determine exactly what it is that caused the explosion itself. Because apparently, according to experts, these infrared satellites are so sensitive, they can tell you exactly what kind of fire or exactly what kind of explosion this is, whether it's an explosive device, some kind of fuel. So this may be very helpful in helping NASA determine exactly what caused this accident.
Jim Miklashevsky at the Pentagon, thanks. There is this from Tallahassee, Florida, on the Associated Press. A former astronaut who flew on the Space Shuttle Columbia says problems during landings are unusual. Winston Scott says he never would have guessed that something would go wrong during this phase of flight, but he adds it shows space flight is a volatile business, a point we've been making here, and something could go wrong at any time. Winston Scott flew on Columbia in 1997, also flew on the shuttle Endeavour. We are making efforts to have him join us on the air. Robert Bazell is the chief science correspondent for NBC News. He's been with us since the start of this. And Bob, we were talking about this debris field. We have been talking about the investigation. First of all, NASA has to go about the very tricky business, and they'll have help here from the President of the United States on down in taking care of families who were so excited to be greeting their loved ones about 16 minutes later.
Well, of course, the grief process here is terrible, and we can only imagine what it would be like if our loved ones were involved in this. I think that a lot of these people, as Rick Houck, who was a test pilot himself, pointed out before, have been people who have been in the military, and they are, many of them, test pilots who are used to taking extraordinary chances. And even the people who are civilians, who are the payload specialists who ride in the shuttle, often they're scientists, or in this case, some were physicians. These are people who really are very gutsy, and they know that they're taking a risk. So, and I think that their families know that they're taking a risk. So, in the sense that it's a terrible shock and a tragedy for all of us. It is, nobody ever thought, even if we stopped covering these things for a few minutes or a few days or months, that this was something that anybody would take lightly, or something that was without risk. It is, as many of our guests have pointed out today, something that's involved in a sense of adventure, and I think that many Americans would gladly accept the risk, even knowing what we know today, for the chance to go up into space. And that's one of the reasons why I think we keep a space program going, is it because it's not just the people who live the experience and take the risks, it's a sense of adventure for all of us, because there are serious political questions about why we do have a space program. The space station, which the shuttle services, and then, as we've been hearing all day today, there's 3 people up there now whose fate is going to be decided in the next few weeks and months. The space program, is something that we keep for a national pride, but it doesn't accomplish much scientifically. The space station was just cut back for budgetary reasons. NASA has been under terrible budgetary pressure. In fact, the current director of NASA was appointed by President Bush from the Office of Management and Budget, somebody who is concerned with dollars and cents. I think we're going to be hearing a lot about the kind of budgetary pressures NASA has been under, and whether that played a role at all in today's incident. We don't know whether it did, but that is a critical part of the investigation that's going to unfold. Don't forget, it was a big part of the investigation that unfolded after the Challenger exploded in 1986.
And Bob, to go back to something you just touched on, you and I have both been around these men and women, and you know almost to a person, they told loved ones, in effect, to paraphrase, don't grieve for me if anything happens. Please know that I will be at my happiest, and I am doing what I have wanted to do for so long.
Well, absolutely, and I spent an enormous amount of time in my career around shuttle astronauts during the first phases of the space program, when Columbia was first launched, and then when the space program returned with Rick Houck as the commander, who's been on the show with us. And I never met a group of people who I admired more. I remember there was one woman who's an astronaut, and she gave birth to a baby, and she was back to work within hours because she didn't want to miss any of her training. And that's the kind of spirit that you find in both the women and the men who are astronauts. These are people who are enormously dedicated, enormously capable, and hugely intelligent. Even now, that the astronaut corps is much bigger than it was in the early days. The competition is terrific to get into the program. There's no shortage of applicants. A lot of people want to do this, and NASA is able to select only the very finest and only the most dedicated to be able to do it.
You're so right to stress their smarts, and it's so sad that we have to have an occasion like this to speak to some of the great Americans of all time. Buzz Aldrin, Alan Bean, these are people that a lot of kids look a lot like you and me grew up really idolizing in the original Mercury 7 and then on through Gemini and Apollo. And here we are talking to them with such great and vast experience for all the wrong reasons.
Absolutely, but again, these are test pilots, a lot of them.
That's the life they've chosen.
That aren't test pilots. The culture of test pilots permeates NASA, as it always has. The original astronauts were all test pilots. The commanders and pilots today remain people who are test pilots, people who can land on aircraft carriers at night, who are accustomed to taking all kinds of extraordinary risks. That doesn't in any way justify anything that's happened today. These people knew that they were getting into a dangerous situation, and it's a program that's full of a lot of adventure and challenges. But we can be absolutely certain that whatever happened today did not happen because of any lack of competency on the basis of those 7 people who were on board, because you could not have people who were better trained, more dedicated, and more able to do their jobs. If you have ever seen or been privileged to see, as I have, the training of shuttle astronauts, the endless repetition of every job that they have, so that everything that they do is second nature, and that they're able to handle every possible emergency short of a total catastrophe, you can understand that these are people who do truly have, the cliche is the right stuff, but they really do have it, and they're proud of it, and it's always an honor to be around them, and it's always a tragic loss when we lose people like we've lost today.
Bob Bazell, thanks. And now that we've thoroughly embarrassed a very modest man, I want to go back to Rick Houck in Washington, specifically with the question, how much are you fueled by patriotism? You are all lovers of country. That's the other thing you have in common.
Well, that's true, Brian. I think that's certainly part of the fabric that we weave around ourselves, because it gives us something to reflect back on after we've participated in one of these great adventures. It gives us some sense of pride, I guess, that we've been able and privileged to participate in things that are so important to the country. So it's the adventure, it's the pride of nationhood, and the desire to extend the reach.
Rick, thank you for that. Down at the Cape in Florida, our own Kerry Sanders, over his shoulder, and that familiar scene is the launch pad of the so many shuttle missions, and scattered about the countryside there are old, rusted cement launch pads on which so much American history launched. Kerry, who have you been able to speak to down there so far today?
Well, I've had an opportunity to speak to Kurt Brown, who is a retired shuttle commander. In fact, he commanded 3 shuttle missions, and then he piloted 3 missions, and he's been watching this very closely today. And I've just sort of gotten a handle from him about what type of questions he would want answered right now. Now, as you know, the shuttle was actually beginning to make its re-entry, and it may have been at around Mach 18. It was about 10 minutes into that re-entry where the temperatures were up at some points on the actual shuttle shell there, up to temperatures that exceed the temperature on the surface of the sun. That's how hot it is. His question is, what was the loss of data? That data, he says, is going to be the very first question, the link that was lost there by the folks on the ground who are trying to determine what caused this problem. Now, there are several things that are happening at this process when the shuttle is coming in. It is running 2 systems on board. One is, and these are dynamic systems as they call them, one is the hydraulic pumps, and those are being powered by the auxiliary power units on board the shuttle. Those hydraulic systems are used to actually control, for instance, the thrusters as they are, to bring them back and forth. And there is something called a reaction control system, which also controls the thrusters. Those are used as they're re-entering because the air is so thin there. They're using these thrusters to actually control the attitude and the yaw of the shuttle as it's coming in. And Kurt Brown's question is, what happened? The data loss there might indicate, when they lost that data stream, that something went wrong, either with the auxiliary power unit that was running at the time, which is controlling those hydraulic pumps. And those hydraulic pumps, again, are controlling the flight control systems. Or did they lose something in those thrusters? And that may actually help answer what is going to be a question that so many people are going to be scratching their heads for a long time on, is what went wrong here. Kurt Brown says that, of course, much of the debris as it comes down will burn up as it comes on re-entry into the atmosphere. But some of the larger pieces, the larger masses, the engines, for instance, those will make it to the ground, but they will be so severely scorched by the temperature of the atmosphere, because you understand, as it's coming in, there's a tremendous amount of friction, and it is that friction that creates this tremendous heat. So I believe we're going to hear from NASA here in a short while, where they're getting ready to talk to us, Brian. But those are at least some of the questions that those who fly these systems are asking themselves right now, trying to I guess, what many people are doing, trying to find out what went wrong.
And Kerry, we've already heard evidence of some of the larger pieces having survived. Associated Press reporting one door has made it. We're looking at animation now, and this is a good reminder that on the early stages of approach, of course, in zero-G, it doesn't really matter, but the astronauts are upside down initially or inverted, and then they straighten out to use the bottom of the spacecraft, which is coated with those ceramic tiles, each one individually designed and placed to absorb the heat, and the heat, Kerry pointed out, can exceed the surface of the sun temperature. All because of friction. It's what happens when a spacecraft reemerges into the Earth's atmosphere. If this looks like grainy old film, I guess relatively so, it is. It is from the test series of flights that early shuttle mock-ups took. In the end, as shuttle pilot, you become just what you were in civilian and military life. You become a pilot, you're on the stick, you land it with the help of elaborate computer programs, and if all goes well, it comes safely to a halt. Two things to show you. Number one, what NASA is showing us right now. The slide they put up prior to the briefing, a few moments ago, it said 320. It switched to 325, then 330, and now they're putting up the word momentarily. We'll take them at their word. We'll go to this instantly when they start talking. We also have a model of this, and the attitude of the shuttle as it comes down, as it's now familiar to you, is approximately like this, and it's all heat on the nose of the spacecraft. So the ceramic tiles, which may or may not end up being a factor in all of this today, are of course and have always been a crucial part of this spacecraft. We still have Rick Houck with us from Washington, and Rick, with the understanding that I may need to interrupt you at any time, how much stick flying is it, and is there any option for the pilot? Are there landing programs, or can you take it?
Most flights, the commander will take control as the machine gets subsonic. That means below the speed of sound. And that's the last 2 minutes of the flight. At that point, the shuttle is aerodynamically stable, and the commander has to maneuver it to fly around as it descends very rapidly, 11,000 feet per minute, and point it down and touch on the runway, touch down about 200 knots. Now, the commander can take over before then at higher altitudes, but the only reason he would do that is if he's still got a flyable machine, but for some reason the computers are pointing him in the wrong direction, in other words, flying in the wrong direction, then he might take over. But quite frankly, the computer can do it much more efficiently than the commander.
Rick, how does this fly in relation to, I don't know, a Boeing 777?
I've flown the 747, and I'd say actually the flight controls feels very similar. It's very benign. It feels like a heavy aircraft, but it responds very nicely.
Rick, I have to interrupt. We're going to NASA right now. Here's the press conference.
Introduce the panel for this afternoon's briefing. On the dais here to my left is Ron Dittemore. He's the Space Shuttle Program Manager. And to his left is Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin. We'll have brief remarks from both gentlemen, and then we'll throw it open for questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron.
I'm sure you understand how difficult a time this is for us right now. We're devastated because of the events that unfolded this morning. There's a certain amount of shock in our system because we have suffered the loss of 7 family members. And we're learning to deal with that. There's certainly a somber mood in our teams as we continue to try to understand the events that occurred. But our thoughts and our prayers go out to the families of Rick and Willie, David and Kalpana, Michael, Laurel, and Alon. True heroes and we are suffering for the events that have happened this morning. As difficult as this is for us to do, we wanted to meet with you and be as fair and open with you given the facts as we understand them today. We will certainly be learning more as we go through the coming hours, days, and weeks. We'll tell you as much as we know. We'll be as honest as we can with you. And certainly we'll try to fill in the blanks over the coming days and weeks. As difficult a situation as this is, we are moving forward. We have established a number of different teams. We have contingency plans for just these types of events, though we never expect to use them. We have implemented these contingency plans. We are preserving data. We are beginning thorough and complete investigations. We are mobilizing our forces, our engineers, our technicians, our safety and quality, our best experts to try and understand what went wrong. I do want to take the time right now and express my appreciation for the tremendous number of agencies that are coming to our aid from across the country, both federal, state, and local, that are assisting us in our recovery operations. I also want to express my appreciation to the public for assisting in the recovery, for notifying us of different debris, where it is located, that we might get to it as quickly as possible. It's also appropriate that we tell the public to be careful with the debris. What we fly in space is operated in many cases with toxic propellants, and some of the debris may be contaminated. So we need to be careful, and we don't wish any harm to come upon anybody that would be honestly seeking to help. At this hour, we have not positively identified any items that we have recovered. We are staging in an attempt to ensure that all recovered items are managed appropriately. But at this stage, I haven't received any real information on debris or status of crew remains. I can go back to the start of the day, filled with excitement and anticipation. Today was a great day to land in the Florida area. We had all positive indications that it was going to be like every other day where we have landed in Florida. Good weather, anxious team to welcome a fantastic crew back, families that were excited about welcoming their loved ones back, and no indications at all of any impending threats to the vehicle. The first indications of a potential problem occurred minutes before 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors, in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating. And Mr. Heflin will talk in a minute about some further details. I have to caution you that we cannot yet say what caused the loss of Columbia. It's still very early in our investigation, and It's going to take us some time to work through the evidence, the analysis, and clearly understand what the cause was. But what we are doing is we are impounding hardware so that we can preserve evidence. We have stopped processing at the Kennedy Space Center. We are preserving hardware around the country in our different facilities. We are impounding data here that represented the last data that we received from the crew. And we will be poring over that data 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future. Again, I express our sadness to the families for their loss. And we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ron. Milt.
First of all, just some personal observations and comments to begin with. And then I'll review some data with you. This is a bad day. I'm glad that I work and live in a country where when we have a bad day, we go fix it. Ron said, we'll fix it. I can talk to you some about what went on in the flight control room with the entry flight control team under the guidance of Flight Director Leroy Kane. Ron said it was a good day to land. In fact, many of us, as we came in today, were marveling at the fact that Leroy Kane did the ascent as well, and probably the most difficult things that we deal with during launch attempts and entries is dealing with the weather, as you all are accustomed to. And we marveled and felt good about the fact that, launch, we didn't have any weather issues to work. In fact, any weather issues anywhere in the world that we were concerned about. And today it was a very minor thing to talk about, some fog, I believe, but nothing really hard to work. So, as Ron mentioned, this was a fantastic mission and just seemed to be coming to the right conclusion. Just some specifics for you, and bear with me, this is relatively recent, fresh information, and as you can imagine, in the next several hours and days, this will get closer to many details, I'm sure. Around 7:53 a.m. Central Time, as Ron mentioned, we saw indication of off-scale low temperature measurements on the left, the inboard and outboard hydraulic systems. And this was loss of the temperature measurement. It wasn't any indication that it was high or low. We just lost it. About 3 minutes later, around 7:56 a.m., in the left main gear, tire wheel well, brake line, and tire temperatures, there we saw an increase. Now, I need to tell you that during this time, the vehicle was performing fine. We had no indications of any problem. Around 7:58 a.m. Central Time, a couple of minutes later, we have what we call bond line temperatures. These are temperature sensors that are embedded in the structure of the vehicle. We have them all over the orbiter. 3 of these temperatures on the left side of the vehicle, the left wing area, the off-scale low reading again. This was not high indication, low indication, but we lost the measurements. Don't have the seconds here. Clearly, seconds will play a part in our analysis, but I'm giving this to you at the nearest man, at around 7:59 then Central Time, left inboard and outboard tire temperatures and pressures off scale low. About eight measurements total during that time. One of these measurements sensed on board by the computers gave the crew a message, indication that they could look at on their displays. And we think they were acknowledging that measurement that they saw. Again, the vehicle was flying with no problems at that time. And when things like this happen, when a crew gets an alert, it's you acknowledge it, they recognize they've seen it, and then we do what we might need to do with it. And as far as I know, that was the last transmission from the crew. I've asked a couple of people, I haven't heard the tapes myself. I'm not sure what they said at the time, but they were acknowledging, we believe, that indication that they'd seen. Then we lost all vehicle data. It looks like it was around, and I apologize, it looks like my little cheat sheet here doesn't have the last Central Time on it, and I'm not going to try to convert it to you at this point, but it's around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Altitude was 207,135 feet and traveling at a Mach of about 18.3. And the flight control team during this time, again, we lost the data, and that's when we clearly begin to know that we had a bad day. That's all I've got.
Okay, thanks. As you can imagine, we have a lot of centers around the agency that are involved today, so we're going to try to limit the questions to one and try to get through as many as we can. I need you guys to do me a favor, and when you raise your hand, wait for a microphone, and please give your name and affiliation first. And we're going to start here in Houston and then go around to the other NASA centers. So let me see a show of hands, and we'll try to get somebody to you. Let's start right here along the front row and work this way.
Hi, Melissa Jacobs with the Fox News Network. Where will the debris be taken?
We haven't yet identified a central location. Part of the activities that are ongoing, even at this very moment, is to stage our teams into a location in northeast Texas. We are still identifying the locations for our teams to meet and gather and start this process of recovering debris. And part of their first activities is to identify the staging area, the collection point of all the debris. So that's some work that's going to be done later on today. The teams are, let's see, they're not quite in the air. They're staging right now at the different airports, and they're converging on northeast Texas. And so that's some work that's still in front of us.
Okay.
Sig Christensen, San Antonio Express News. At this point, what is the status of the shuttle program, and particularly the upcoming missions that you're going to have? Have you decided to put all of those missions on hold, and do you have any kind of idea how long the program will be out of service?
Well, of course, this thing happened just this morning, and we put in motion some stop work types of activities. As I mentioned earlier, we've minimized our processing at the Kennedy Space Center so that we don't do anything that might disturb some evidence. We are also slowing down our manufacturing processes in the Michoud facility in Louisiana, where we manufacture the external tank. We're doing that in different areas around the country for different pieces of hardware. What this slowdown means as far as the launch schedule is yet to be determined. We also will be having an investigative board outside the agency, as mentioned earlier by Mr. O'Keefe, that will come in and help resolve the situation to everybody's satisfaction so that we clearly understand what was the root cause of the problem. And once we get on a path of understanding the root cause, then we'll be better able to say whether it affects future flights. If we can put it off to the side and get it narrowed down and say, okay, we understand the root cause, here's the things we do about it or need to do about it, and then accomplish that corrective action on the other vehicle flows, then we'll be able to pick up our flight progress again. How long that's going to take, it's too early for me to tell, but I do believe that we'll continue to meet with you and keep you informed of just how this is progressing. I've talked to Mr. Bill Gerstenmaier, who is the program manager for the International Space Station program. They have scheduled they had a previously scheduled Progress launch tomorrow, and that Progress launch will proceed as scheduled. They have reviewed the contents that are going to be shipped to the space station, and those contents are appropriate given the fact that we may not be there for a while. They have enough consumables, supplies for the crew to go through the latter part of June without having a shuttle visit. So there's some time for us to work through this and get back on our schedule, and we're just going to have to work through that in the coming days and weeks, and we'll keep you informed on just the impact to the manifest. But right now, certainly there is a hold on future flights until we get ourselves established and understand the root cause to this disaster.
Okay.
My name is Jenny Blankenship. I'm a reporter with the CBS station in Austin. And I was wondering if you could explain to people who are not from this area really how tight-knit of a community this is, not just here on the NASA JSC campus, but all around here, how much of an integral part of the community this is to you all.
Well, it's more than a job. This is a passion for us. Human spaceflight is a passion. It's an emotional event. And when we work together as family members. And we treat each other much that way. And whether it's the loss of a crew member or a loss of a member of our ground team or processing teams, it's a sad loss for us. And so we are a very close community. We understand the risks that are involved in human spaceflight. And we know that these risks are manageable, but we also know that they're serious and can have deadly consequences. And so we are bound together with the threat of disaster all the time, and we know we must count on each other to do what's right. We must count on the ground teams to process correctly. We must count on our suppliers to follow the procedures just like we have identified to them. And we count on the flight crew members to fly the vehicles within the specifications. So we all rely on each other to make each space flight successful. So we have a dependency. And it's a professional dependency and it's an emotional dependency. And so when we have an event like today, where we lose 7 family members, it is devastating to us. And it's more than just us in this location. There is an emotional attachment to human space flight. It piques our interest. It captures our imagination. I received a couple of phone calls this morning, immediately following when it became apparent that Columbia was no longer going to land. One phone call was from my brother in Phoenix, Arizona, not associated with the space business. I haven't talked to him yet. I just received a message, certainly extending his thoughts and prayers. I received another phone call from my son in Provo, Utah, with the same emotional outpouring of sadness. And I'm sure this is true across the country. We're seeing that from the public. We're seeing that as people that really care about the space program and understand what it means to this nation reflect their thoughts, their prayers, their caring attitude toward us. And we want them to know we appreciate it very much. As we struggle with our emotions in this difficult time, we appreciate the thoughts, the prayers, the care, and the support. Milt, you might have some thoughts also.
Well, yeah, it is. The community out here is extremely close-knit. I've been through 3 of these. And each time you see a coming together of the community here. Our landscape has changed. The space flight business today is not going to be, it's going to be much different than it was yesterday. It was different after the Apollo 1, it was different after Challenger. And it was different because this community, the passion, Ron's right, the passion is here. And as Ron was talking, I was thinking about your question, and I thought, you know, sometimes it's a shame that it takes things like this for this country to pull together and care. And it shouldn't. Damn, we're good. This country's great. It shouldn't take these kind of things to cause a coming together. Okay, thanks.
Eric Berger with the Houston Chronicle. Milt, you mentioned about 8 sensors, and one of those which triggered some kind of notification inside the shuttle. Can you tell us which sensor that was, and whether it was an abnormal reading on whatever sensor it was, or whether it was just that the sensor was no longer functioning?
There were, in the left inboard and outboard, these are tire temperatures on the left-hand side, okay? Temps and pressures, and Ron, help me out here if I get that mixed up. And they all went what we call off-scale low. In other words, there's a bottom number 0, or maybe not 0, not necessarily 0, but there's a bottom number of the measurement. They all just went off-scale low, indicating loss of the measurement itself. You know, and I cannot tell you specifically which one of the 8. We'll find that out, but I don't have that right now. You know?
An easy way to think about that is the measurement was no longer reading. It was not giving an indication. It's as if someone just cut the wire.
Okay, right over here.
Chris Heinbaugh with WFAA TV in Dallas. You indicated that at 7:53 was the first, you first lost some sensor information, and you indicated towards the end there was an acknowledgement from the crew. During the rest of that time period, was there any dialogue, any communication with the crew during that period? And if there was there any indication from them that there was a problem that they could see on board?
Yes, at 7:53 a.m. We did have another set of 4 measurements in the hydraulic system on the left-hand side that went off-scale low. Now, this was reported by the flight controller responsible for the mechanical and hydraulic systems in the orbit, reported to the flight director. When this happens, then it's followed up by, if there's any action to take, if there's anything that we see that needs to be done, that flight controller will tell the flight director and a crew, and a call might go to the crew. These were measurements that did not have, we have many measurements on board. Not all of them are enunciated to the crew. They don't need to be. And we see a lot more information on the ground than they do. So they did not see this. So they had no indication We saw nothing else to indicate any difficulty at all, because had we seen anything else, we would have taken some action. That's, you know, we work very hard. We train very hard to react in a very short amount of time to situations. But we don't, if we don't have anything that we see that we've got to do, then we don't spend the time talking about it, because we focus on the next event and so forth.
Right here next to him.
I'm Brian Sasser, KPRC TV here in Houston. We had heard some reports that during launch there had been some concerns that some debris hit the wing. Is that true, and is that any cause of concern that could have caused today's problems?
It is true that right after launch, and I don't remember the time frame as far as seconds, there was a piece of foam that is used as insulation on the external tank in the area of what we call the bipod, which is the forward attach between the orbiter and the external tank. There is a piece of foam that was shed, and in our review the following day of the launch films, we saw this piece of debris drop off, and it looked to us like it impacted the orbiter on the left wing. Where on the left wing, it's very difficult for us to tell. Somewhere between the mid and outward span. Was it the leading edge? We don't know. Was it underneath the leading edge? We really don't know. To the best of our ability, that's what happened. We spent a goodly amount of time reviewing that film and then analyzing what that potential impact of debris on the wing might do, and would there be any consequences. Through analysis and through our ability to call back on our experience with tile, it was judged that that event did not represent a safety concern. And so the technical community got together and across the country looked at it and judged that to be acceptable. And so as we look at that now in hindsight, that impact was on the left wing. And certainly we have all the indications that Milt talked to you about were on the left wing. We can't discount that there might be a connection. But we have to caution you and ourselves that we can't rush to judgment on it, because there are a lot of things in this business that look like the smoking gun but turn out not even to be close. And so we really have to do some regression analysis. We've got to look at what Milt described to you, and then back up in time through analysis to see if we can piece together the events and whether or not this was a tile problem or whether it was a structural issue or some other event. We don't know yet. What will help us determine that is inspecting the debris. That will really help us. And so we're very anxious to get certain pieces back to look at, and that will determine whether or not this particular event, whether it was the debris hitting the orbiter or some other event, was the cause of this problem or this disaster today.
Okay, get that gentleman right back behind him.
Ryan Korsgaard from KVUE TV in Austin. You talked a little bit about the hardware. What goes forward now with the astronaut training? Does that continue? Does that stop? What happens?
Well, there's going to be a period of mourning in this community. There's going to be a period where we're just going to get together and support each other and hug each other and help us go on. But we're going to fix this problem. We're going to get back on the launch pad. We're going to launch shuttles again as soon as we're ready. The training is going to continue. The best therapy in this business is to get on with your job. The best therapy in the flight control world is to get in that control center and train for the next mission. The best therapy in the flight crew world is to continue with their training. Stay focused on the job ahead. stay focused on what we need to accomplish, and that's what we are all going to do. There's going to be a subset of us that will be working together to resolve this problem. And we will do that, and we will do that quickly, efficiently, and we'll do it safely, and we will not fly again until we have this understood. In the meantime, life goes on, training goes on. We'll start manufacturing hardware again as soon as we know that we have preserved evidence. So in a few days, I suspect we will start pulling things back to what we understand and releasing certain activities to start up again. But in the next several days, it's going to be a period of quiet, of reflection, and where are we going to go from here as far as what we need to do to resolve this issue.
Okay, Greg, let's work on the second row. Start right here on the end.
Rashonda Tate, Fox 26 News. Did you have a device on board that is the equivalent of a black box?
No, we don't. We do not have a hardened black box data recorder or voice recorder. We do have recorders. We do have recorders of both data and voice. If they survived the entry and the impact, we will certainly look to see if there's any information there. As Milt mentioned to you on the timeline, he talked to you a little bit about these sensors that just kind of quit working. We also know that during this time frame, the vehicle was operating perfectly. It had gone into a roll reversal, which is a standard maneuver where the vehicle banks left or banks right. It's a standard maneuver, and when it does so to bleed off energy, and you do a number of these roll reversals so that you land at the right speed right at the Kennedy Space Center. It had rolled itself into a roll reversal, and everything from a flight control perspective was perfect. No indications of any problems. So we have some indications that it wasn't a vehicle loss of control issue, and so we were getting some hints of where we need to go look. Whether or not these recorders survived and will be useful to us, I'm not really sure that's going to be the case.
Okay. Anybody on the next person with his hand up there?
Jake Dyer, Fort Worth Star Telegram. I have a couple of questions. Regarding that, whatever it was, the foam that apparently fell off the vehicle at takeoff, was there any consideration during the flight that perhaps an EVA would be necessary, that you guys need to go out and take a look? Secondarily, I'm wondering about, you guys talked about loss of sensor readings and sort of unusual sensor readings. Could you give us a sense about how unusual that is? I mean, does that happen with any frequency, or was that something that was alarming that you'd never seen before?
The easy answer is the sensor reading, and yes, that happens. The fact that you have a sensor that just quits working is not an alarming factor. In fact, we understand that several sensors can quit working, and they're all result of not the sensor quitting to work, they're a result of a box, an avionics box, a signal conditioner, or a multiplexer demultiplexer that happens to fail, and its signature to you and me is the fact that it looks like someone just cut the wire. And we've seen this on occasion, and we certainly train for it many times over, so it is not unusual for us when we see it to look at it and immediately start to understand whether it is a single sensor problem or it's an avionics box. The team today looked at it as they were trained to do and could not see any common thread between this sensor and another sensor. There's nothing common about it, and so that made it more significant. As soon as we understood it wasn't a common avionics box and that there were multiple sensors, all completely independent, and all this happened in a very short period of time, we knew that something was not right. Now you asked me something else on the phone.
The idea of a spacewalk.
Oh, the spacewalk. We do not have the capability to perform a spacewalk and do tile repair. We do not have the capability. As you know, when we go out of the spacecraft, we operate really within the confines of the payload bay. On this particular mission, there was no remote manipulator system. There was no arm. And so all we had trained to do from a spacewalk perspective were those things that might be an emergency, or a latch did not work in the payload bay door closing sequence or something like that. We can go outside and make sure the payload bay doors are closed. We have no capability to go over the side of the vehicle and go underneath the vehicle and look for an area of distress and repair a tile. We know we have no capability. If for some reason we thought we had a tile problem, the risk you take when you launch is that you may suffer a tile issue. We have no capability to repair it. All we can do is, before we launch, design robustness into the system so that a loss of some tile capability will not result in loss of crew or vehicle. Does that answer your question? We have no capability to do that today. There is no capability to inspect it. We are not able to look on the underside of the vehicle. And again, our rationale, our retention rationale, why we believe we can continue to fly safely, is that we test our tiles on the ground. They're robust, they're hard enough to withstand certain levels of impact, and then we design our environment so that we don't have these circumstances. We don't believe at this point that the impact of that ET debris on the tile was the cause of our problem. We convinced ourselves as we analyzed it 10 days ago that it was not going to represent a safety issue. Now, we had the events of this morning. We're going to go back and see if there is connection. Is that the smoking gun? It is not. We don't know enough about it. A lot more analysis and evidence needs to come to the table. So it's not fair to represent the tile damage as the source. It's just something we need to go look at.
Yeah, grab right there next to you. No, right here next, yeah.
Gina Treadgold with ABC News. There are reports from an astronomer at Caltech that the shuttle was, debris was flying off the shuttle as early as a flyover in Owens Valley in California. How does that match up with this timeline, and are you aware of those reports?
It's news, isn't it?
Well, I haven't heard that report. And sometimes as you go through entry and are in a plasma, sometimes you see plasma. It looks like debris, but it's really not debris, it's plasma. It's just the fact that you're going really fast through the atmosphere. If he saw something over Hawaii, recognize we flew a good long while before we got to the Texas area. And so it's doubtful that we had something in Hawaii that would cause us a thermal concern. At the time that we believe we lost the vehicle, as Milt explained, it was about Mach 18, or 18 times the speed of sound. We were at our peak heating. We were at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the wing leading edge. And if we did have a structural problem or a thermal problem, you would expect to get it at the peak heating, not back at Hawaii when you weren't suffering any real thermal environment, extreme thermal environment. The most extreme thermal environment was right at Mach 18, and that's where we lost the vehicle.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dittemore, Ann Gesselman with Newsweek. You mentioned in your opening comments that there was indication of excessive structural heating. When did that happen in the timeline from 7:53 and on? And secondly, at any point between 7:53 and 8 a.m., were the folks in Mission Control worried?
Let's see, you respond about the Mission Control. Let me talk about these bond line temps. We mentioned that, and I might have overstated it when I said excessive heating, because as I look at the notes here, the bond line temps on the left side of the vehicle were off scale low, which means it looked like the rest of the measurements, it looked like they had been cut. So I probably misspoke on that by saying excessive heating. It really is that we lost those measurements too. The mood in my area where I observe the flight control team was very upbeat, and then we started to understand a little bit about these multiple loss of sensors. We recognized there was no commonality. We lost voice with the crew. We lost tracking data. We had no TV. As we came to find out later, we saw the TV reports of debris. We did not have that at the time. And so we were very anxious because we knew we were in an area of good communication coverage. We were in an area where we should have tracking, and we had lost both. And as we started adding all these up, we were certainly most anxious.
Get this gentleman right behind you. There you go.
Ron, Thayer Evans from the Daily Oklahoman in Oklahoma City. Can you confirm reports of debris in other states besides Texas, namely Oklahoma, and also offer your thoughts on Mike Anderson?
I can't confirm any debris in Oklahoma, and I would doubt any debris in Oklahoma because our ground track was basically just north of Dallas on a path that went through northeast Texas, Nacogdoches area from northwest to southeast. That's going to be the ground track. That's going to be the interest of our search. Mike Anderson, I suspect you asked me because we are both from the same hometown. Mike and I, we have common backgrounds. He attended my rival high school. He graduated from Cheney High School. I graduated much earlier than he did, I'm sad to say, but from Medical Lake High School, and we were arch rivals. And he and I had a good communication going about that. He grew up on an Air Force base, Fairchild Air Force Base, Spokane, Washington. I also grew up in Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. He went to the same grade school I did. We had a very common early beginning, but I told him that I was his pathfinder. And so we had a good relationship. And we talked many times about how he had met his wife in Spokane. I also met my wife in Spokane. His parents lived there. My parents lived there. My wife's parents lived there. A lot of commonality. I'm going to miss Mike. I'm going to miss the closeness that we had.
Okay, you reach this person right here.
Sanjay Bhatt, Cox News Service and Palm Beach Post. We heard earlier today that this crew was very passionate about the work they were doing, the scientific experiments that they were conducting, and we heard that their loss would not be in vain. What I'm wondering is how many of the experiments aboard, in terms of the data being collected, required that the astronauts in the craft return safely to Earth? And because there were some new laboratory modules on this craft, is there anything to suggest that those could have contributed at all to what we saw?
Well, Ron, I don't have the answer to it. Maybe you do on the number of experiments that we have to have the return of the heart. I don't have that. I'm sure we can get that for you. I can't imagine a space hab being on board back in a cargo bay had anything to do with this.
Let me just say something about the science. This vehicle on orbit, we had kind of pinched ourselves over the past 16 days. This vehicle performed flawlessly, absolutely flawlessly. Science was a premium. The folks on the ground were just ecstatic with the amount of science that they were reaping, and they were looking forward to getting much of that information back on the ground. Certainly some of it was downlinked to the ground prior to entry. Some of it will be their legacy. Others had to come back and be analyzed, in which that particular part of the science would be lost. But it was an amazing mission. And we were ecstatic over the results and looking forward to talking to the crew and telling them what a great job they had done. And so it is a painful experience for us to lose our friends and recognize that things were going so well and turned out so badly.
Valor Time Magazine, could you share with us the last words that came from the crew?
Well, a while ago, the last transmission that we got was, it had to do, I think a while ago I discussed that there was a measurement that gave an indication to the crew and an alert that they acknowledged. I can't tell you what they said at that time. I don't know what the word was, but it was the sort of thing that when something like that occurs, that the crew's response is fairly typical, just to let the ground know we see that. That's how the routine works, and that was the last transmission from the crew that I am aware of. And I think as we go, as we go through and peel this apart, we'll have more information like that we can share with you.
Okay, I got time for 2 more questions here before I need to go to the other NASA centers. Grab this gentleman and then this young lady on the next row.
Elizabeth Lee with KHWB Television. A brief loss of communication, has that happened before during re-entry? And if so, when you did lose communication, was there still hope that perhaps it was just brief? And at what point did you realize that it was something more grave?
We lose communication from time to time for various reasons. We certainly lose it during the orbit phase. We've lost it sometimes for a whole revolution of 90 minutes. On entry, though, we understand that any dropouts generally are brief, and if they do occur, they occur during the peak heating time frames when the plasma around the vehicle as it is at its maximum extent. And so a brief dropout at this time period is no reason for us to be concerned. Our experience is we gain it back fairly quickly. Our concern at this time was that as we made several calls to them, they did not respond. We made several more calls to them via UHF, which is usually as reliable as anything, and they did not respond. And it became apparent to us that we were in difficult circumstances.
Okay, last question right there. Go ahead.
When you guys first got that anomalous sort of readings where you were unclear of, something strange is going on, at that point, was it a situation where you guys were committed? I mean, there was nothing you could have done about it. As soon as, when you first saw those readings at things went blank or whatever, was there any corrective action whatsoever at that point that you could have done?
Nothing that we could do. Just observe and see if there was going to be any future downstream impact to the landing. In fact, if that's all we did was lose those 12-odd sensors, no impact to this flight at all. We'd have come back and repaired the sensors. They don't impact the flying qualities of the vehicle. They don't impact the insight into how we control the vehicle. All they do is provide us information on how the systems perform so that when we turn around the vehicle for the next flight, gives us indications of where we should look. Did not affect and would not affect the flight given just the sensor by itself.
Okay, let's go to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for questions, please.
Yes, this is Marcia Dunn of the Associated Press. Ron, I have a written report from earlier in this flight that there was a potential for a large damage area to the tile, and given that, I'm wondering how and why was it deemed minor by NASA? And do you have any idea how much of a damage area may have been left on the left wing and how big that piece of foam was that came off?
We have a pretty good idea how big the size of foam was. What we don't understand very well was what the actual impact did to the tile. And so we have to use our analysis and our engineering expertise to help us understand how a piece of foam of certain weight and density, impacting the wing at certain velocity, what it does to the tile. And our experts gathered together, and we have people in this system that have worked on these tiles since the beginning of the program, and we understand how the tiles function, we understand the tile's ability to withstand damage, we understand the thermal characteristics of the tile both on the surface of the tile and at the base of the tile. And as we got together and reviewed this information, we were convinced technically and analytically that the tile would not, the impact of the debris on the tile would not represent a safety of flight issue. In fact, we were anxious to come back and get the handheld film that the crew takes as soon as they get to orbit of the external tank. As it's moving away, we asked them to take pictures of the external tank so we can understand exactly where the foam was shed from the tank. And we were anxious to get that piece of information because we felt that we needed to analyze it so that it would not occur on future flights. We have a flight readiness review coming up for the next flight. It was scheduled for February the 20th, and we knew we had some technical work to do to make sure that we understood why this piece of debris came off. We were not concerned with Columbia. We felt we had analyzed that, and we felt we understood it such that it was not a thermal concern to us, did not represent a control issue or a safety of flight issue. And again, I'm going to caution you that that is the case today. We have no information that would say that is not the case. We are going to go look at it again to see if there is a connection between what Milt talked to you about and the fact that we had a debris impact on the tile. And there's some other things we need to go look at. The tile is just one. And so we were satisfied that we did the proper work. And across the community, our safety, our quality, our crew members, our flight controllers, and the program management reviewed the technical analysis and agreed to a person that it was not an impact to this flight. So we need to go back and look at that, of course, but that's the events as they unfolded.
Adler from Florida today. I'm sorry to ask another question about the external tank, but has this happened before? Has foam come off the tank? Has it impacted the shuttle? And what were the consequences that you saw?
We had an event on STS-112 just several flights ago where a piece of debris from the same general area was shed by the tank. And this particular debris, and I can't tell you today whether it's of the same general size, but it came from the same general area, and it impacted the aft skirt on one of the boosters. Superficial damage occurred. When we got the booster back in port and looked at it, evaluated it, reviewed it technically, discussed it at the following flight readiness review, which was STS-13. We as an agency, as a shuttle program, decided that that did not represent a technical safety risk to us. We have from time to time debris. Ice can come off the tank. Frost, pieces of debris, and they impact the bottom of the vehicle. Several years ago, we had a problem where during the launch phase, we were popcorning pieces of this insulation on the tile. It would effectively reach a certain point in the ascent, and it would popcorn out and impact the bottom of the vehicle, and it would cause damage to the tile, but not damage that was a concern from a safety standpoint, damage that when we got back we had to repair or maybe replace a tile. We have subsequently fixed that problem, and as we were looking at this particular problem of debris shedding in this one bipod region on STS-112, we said, well, we've got an area that we need to fix, and we have a turnaround discussion, but not a safety of flight issue. We flew STS-113. We didn't shed any external tank debris. On STS-107, as we looked at the films on the following day, we saw the same type of debris being shed from the same location. In this case, it didn't impact the booster. It impacted the left wing. So again, 2 occurrences in the last 3 flights is certainly the signal to our team that something has changed. It did not represent, on the first occasion, an alarm from a safety point of view. It represented a turnaround processing issue. As we go forward in our investigation, we're certainly going to look in this area and determine whether or not this was a contributor to the loss of Columbia and the loss of the crew.
This is Mike Cabbage with the Orlando Sentinel. Ron, could you talk a little about who all and what all was involved in the analysis of the tile issue after launch? Did you ever give any thought to using telescopes to look for signs of damage to the orbiter? And if you had detected extensive damage to the TPS, is there anything you could have done with the angle of attack or anything else during re-entry to have reduced stress on that part of the vehicle?
The easy part of that question is there's nothing that we can do about tile damage once we get to orbit. We can't minimize the heating to the point that it would somehow not require a tile. And so once you get to orbit, you're there and you have your tile insulation, and that's all you have for protection on the way home from the extreme thermal heating during re-entry. We have experience in the past of having events that have occurred that we have assessed using other assets to maybe get a close-up look at the bottom of the orbiter. Recall a year or 2 ago we lost the drag chute door. Right at liftoff, it fell off, and we actually tried to take some pictures of the back end of the vehicle to see what was really there so that we can understand our thermal heating in that case. And those pictures that we received were not very useful to us. So that was part of our background. Combine that, our feeling that we didn't believe the pictures would be very useful to us, with the fact that there was not much, there was zero that we could do about it. And in this case, we elected not even to take the pictures. We believed that our technical analysis was sufficient. We couldn't do anything about it anyway. We were in the best possible position, and so we elected not to take any pictures from any other sources, and that's the way that played out.
So we have heard now from the folks at NASA. Obviously, they are all hurting. They all worked very closely as a team. As you heard, the briefer, the deputy administrator, worked very closely, in fact, with one of the astronauts who was lost in today's downing, the catastrophic failure of the shuttle Columbia. We know much more than we knew earlier, that many detections were made on the ground of anomalies on board the spacecraft at the late stage of the flight, just before breakup and then impact of the debris, among them heat sensors, and also the notion of a piece of foam debris having caused some sort of damage to some one or more of the heat shield tiles has now been brought up. We have a piece of a computer animation for you to show you the path, the final glide path of the shuttle Columbia. This was early this morning. This puts us around 9 a.m. again on its final descent, an altitude of 200,000 feet, 38 miles and change above the U.S. at 18 Mach. A lot of the wreckage landing over an area several towns long in the eastern part of the state of Texas. And from satellites in space, obviously you see a line of showers there in the picture, the green circle. But this shows, we are told, not thunderstorms, the orange and red and yellow animation, the streak right there, rather the debris shield the debris shield following the explosion and breakup of the shuttle. Again, the green on the radar is just ground clutter around the Shreveport, Louisiana area, but we are told that this loop of satellite from Texas this morning shows the electronic echoes coming back from debris landing from the shuttle. Let's go to NBC News Chief Science Correspondent Robert Bazell. And Bob, we have heard from this briefing, how to put this, that 1 is true and 2 is true, but they may not add up to make 3 in this case, correct?
Well, absolutely, Brian. I think any veterans of these investigations will tell you that it's very important not to jump to conclusions in the first few hours. But anyone who listened to the briefing can tell that they spent a lot of time talking about a piece of insulation that fell off the external fuel tank, which is the big orange thing that we see in the middle of below the orbiter during launch. We see it right there. When it was launched on January 16th, a piece of insulation fell off that fuel tank. I don't know if you'll see it in this picture or not, but a piece of, yeah, there you see a piece of insulation came off and it struck the orbiter on the left wing, underneath the left wing. Now that could be a critical point of information because that's where the thermal protection tiles are. Those protection tiles are what preserves the orbiter as it comes in from space on its way toward ground. And it's very significant that the orbiter blew up just at the time when the temperature is at the maximum, as it encounters this enormous amount of friction from the atmosphere as it's coming in towards the ground. Now, we heard the officials at Mission Control saying that they were aware that that piece of debris had struck the left side of the orbiter, that they analyzed that data and that they decided it was not a problem. It was also significant that they said during the interview that even if they had decided there was a problem, there wasn't much they can do about it. The question was asked, well, could they have done a spacewalk to go out and look and see if the tiles were intact? And the answer was they did not have that capability, that they only had redundancy and they hoped that the other tiles would stay in place. So you can certainly unfold a scenario where that piece of debris hit the shuttle on the left side there and caused a hole to be there which would allow heat to come in and cause the shuttle to explode. It's also could be a critical part of this scenario that the first temperature sensors that the mission controllers couldn't see were on the left side. So that's where they first lost the contact with the telemetry from the vehicle as it was entering on its way back to Earth. The other thing is that the other sensors within the vehicle's wheels inside where the wheels are and other hydraulics did show an increase in heat right afterwards. That was the second event that happened. So there is a likely scenario here that there was a defective tile, that the heat of reentry caused the heat to come into the orbiter, that the orbiter then flew apart because of the excessive heat. That's all, of course, a theory, and it's a theory that seems to make sense in these first few hours of the investigation. The people at Mission Control said that they're going to spend 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future poring over all the data that came in, the telemetry that came in during the orbiter's descent. They'll also be looking again and again at those pictures we just saw, I think, of the tile damage, to think that whether that tile damage could have been a possibility. They said they ruled it out right after the launch, but they're certainly not going to rule it out now. And they will be looking at every other aspect of the descent to try to figure out what happened. Again, it's very early. This is the first clue. It's the first, but and there's a tile that we see on the ground that fell off the shuttle and landed somewhere in Texas. It's very early in the investigation. We don't know what happened, but this scenario with a piece coming off the tank, hitting the left wing, causing tile damage is the most likely scenario right now. However, we have to emphasize that the investigation is only in its first hours. Brian?
Robert Bazell here with us in New York, and let's go to a man who has flown the spacecraft. Rick Houck is with us from Washington. You've been listening intently right along with us. We see a temperature elevation in if I read this correctly, in a brake line, and a tire temperature increase. We know from that there is heat infiltration from somewhere, but as I said to Bob, putting 1 to 2 together and getting 3 is another matter entirely.
Right. Well, the coincidence is striking about the piece of insulation coming off the external tank. I'm sure that in hindsight they wish that they had taken the photographs that Ron Dittebor was talking about, even though it may not have
afforded them any information. I'm talking about photographs from ground telescopes. I can understand why they didn't do it, but now that something's happened, they'd probably like to turn back the clock, just as in terms of a diagnostic. I think we've certainly learned a lot more. The loss of signals, most of these were loss of signal. We did have the increase in the landing gear, wheel well, brake lines, and tire temperatures, and then the loss of all the data at 207,000 feet. So they've certainly got one path to go down to try to understand what's happened. And I think, by the way, Ron and Milt are consummate professionals. I worked with them when I was back in the Space Shuttle program. They said, let's be careful, let's not get distracted from other possibilities, and I'm sure that this is one area that they will be looking very closely at.
Now, let's see here, where to begin. They both, when the levels were elevated, the readings were still below minimums, correct? It could have, had it come all the way to fruition, landing and shocks under the wheels, they would have perhaps gone back and said, you know, we saw some elevated temperature levels there on final approach, correct?
Yes, I'd take it that way, Brian.
And so that was not in and of itself at all fatal readings. It's just that we now know it was an indicator of something to come.
Right, and that occurred at 8:56 Eastern Time, and they lost all data about 3 minutes later. So it would be interesting, was it still trending up when they lost the data? But that's just one of the signatures. I was interested in one of the questions by one of the news people. They said that an astronomer in Owens Valley, if I got it correctly, had seen some debris coming off, and Ron Dittemore answered the question as if that was someone in Hawaii. Now, I believe the Owens Valley is in California.
That's right.
And so I certainly understand Ron's point that anything over Hawaii would not be interesting to them, but over California there might be something interesting there.
We want to bring in one of your former colleagues. Winston Scott spent 24 days in space on 2 missions, on the Columbia and the Endeavour. He knew all of Columbia's crew members. He is with us by telephone. Mr. Scott, do you concur with what you've been hearing us talk about, the analysis so far by Rick Houck? Evidently we don't have Winston Scott. We've been endeavoring to bring in his phone call. We will continue to. Rick, when you have readings like this, how much would the crew have been aware of? We know there was a transmission, at least on the tire temperature.
Right. Some of these readings are read on the scopes within the shuttle. If it's not on the shuttle, you get a heck of a lot more data down to Houston than you have on the shuttle. And if, in fact, there's no immediate threat deemed by Houston, if they see some different trends in temperatures or pressures, they won't call the crew on every single excursion. And as Ron or Milt said, periodically you do have losses of signals, like you've lost a multiplex or demultiplex or something, and that in and of itself would not be a crisis situation.
And how many elapsed seconds are we talking about that the astronauts would have known of some elevated level somewhere?
Well, since that they didn't mention it until right towards, I guess they didn't mention it. Houston said, we see your elevated temperatures.
Right.
So my guess is the crew saw it and thought, well, okay, that's not a big deal yet. I could not speculate as to how long it had been from the time that they may have seen it.
Okay. We want to bring in NBC News correspondent Chip Reed, who has a special example for us, just what it's like inside this spacecraft and where they would have been looking in the final moments here. Chip?
Well, Brian, this is a mock-up, an actual scale model, the real thing. It was actually based on the Columbia itself, right down to the numbers on the individual heat tiles. These are actually technically known as ablatement tiles, heat shield tiles. They protect the shuttle as it's entering the Earth's atmosphere. And right here, just like on the real thing, 3 very thick pieces of glass. This was built for movies and also as an educational tool. It's been in Armageddon, it's been in Space Cowboys, it's been in Deep Impact. fact, this is one of the jump seats where a mission specialist would sit. In fact, Sally Ride, the first American woman in space, was in this at one point in the process of making an educational video, and she said that it was so realistic it was spooky. This is the back half of the flight bridge. It's on wheels. You can give it a little bit of a tug. It's about 1,500 pounds. If we had a few more people, you could wheel it up here, put it together with the front half of the flight bridge, which of course is the cockpit. And these are the two gentlemen. By the way, the last two movie stars who were in here were Clint Eastwood and Tommy Lee Jones. These are not Clint Eastwood and Tommy Lee Jones, but they know vastly more about it. And Brian, lest people think this is about Hollywood fun and games, it is not. These people consider NASA family. They consider the shuttle and the space program absolutely sacred. It has been part of their lives, pretty much all their lives. This is Brick Price and John Palmer, and I assume you two exchanged a phone call today shortly after this happened.
That was my wake-up call from John. He said that he sounded very down, and I knew something was wrong immediately. And he said that the Columbia had exploded on re-entry, and shocking to me.
And you have been with this particular model for how many years, and you don't just use it for Hollywood. This is an educational tool. You believe there is great value in teaching children and others about the space program and the shuttle in particular.
Oh, absolutely. The most valuable asset we have is the children, because they really give us our future. So we use this in an educational program as educational films. Museum work.
Well, educate us a little bit. This is the cockpit. This was a blueprint model, the actual original Columbia, but it has changed since then. They've gone to what is known as the glass cockpit.
Yes, that's true. Basically, from here to the Roland Bank and card compasses on the other side, this is no longer three-dimensional. It's just a sheet of glass covering, I think it's 6 monitors that throw all of this information up on the screen, so that it's clean and it's all digital and it's modern. And Columbia had this done, I think, 3 years ago.
Now, how would this differ from flying, say, a commercial jet? I think you were saying earlier they call this, what, the flying brick? Is that the term they use for a shuttle?
Some do, yeah.
Yeah, it's, well, obviously it comes in, it has no engines, so it gets one pass at landing. It's about 45 tons when it comes down. It certainly is computer controlled, but they have a manual override in case something were to happen. I haven't ever heard an astronaut say it's hard to fly. It's just different. I mean, you couldn't take a 747 captain and put him in here and expect him to fly it.
You were telling me earlier about the respect you have, both of you were telling me about the respect you have for the women and men who go up in these things. Tell me about that, because you know them personally.
A lot of them are friends. We've met them over the years as a result of what we do, and I used to be in aerospace. John came from a computer background. And so it is a very tight community. And to realize that something like this happens, it touches us, you know, to be in this, involved in this way.
And you said you use it as an educational tool. Give me an example of the kinds of things you've used this very model for.
Well, we've offered it to schools on a gratis basis so that they can bring students through here and show them what it is that the shuttle's all about. Give them some inspiration to become astronauts, perhaps, or work in the space program. We've worked in a lot of museums. We have 25 of these around the world that we built in the past 25 years. So that's an average of 1 a year.
Do you fear that an event like this horrible tragedy today is something that could set back the space program and the mission of the shuttles?
No. No more so than when pioneers came across country to settle the West. And there were thousands of people that were killed during that. There is some risk, of course, but it's a calculated risk. And the people who are involved know that there is that risk, and they embrace it. And we're very much behind the space program, obviously.
It's hard to say. I was devastated this morning when it happened. Yeah. I saw it about 7 o'clock. I called Rick, got him up. We're like the cousins of NASA. We've produced film for NASA. We've produced museums. I didn't know any of these astronauts, but it was, you know, it's community. We know Buzz Aldrin and Sally Ride and Dave Scott, and you know, we know a number of them. So you feel that not just Americans, but a tremendous personal loss when a tragedy like this happens.
Right. So Brian, as you see, NASA has a very big family, probably the entire American public and probably a lot of people around the world, but having spent a good deal of time here this afternoon with these gentlemen and the other people here, this is really hitting hard here. Brian?
Chip Reed, our thanks as well to Brick and John there at the simulator. And we again, want to just revisit this for a moment. We have another guest eyewitness we're going to bring in. I want to go briefly back to Rick Hawk. Rick, I interrupted you earlier for the news conference. We were talking about flying a commercial jet, in your case a 747, versus flying the shuttle, what the stick felt like in both. What was the comparison you were about to make?
Right. Well, I did have the opportunity to fly the 747 and the C-135, both big airplanes, and once you're subsonic, once you're below the speed of sound, and that's the last 3 or 4 minutes of flight. So very responsive. I recall on my first landing after my first flight in 1984, I was as tired as I've ever been. I had concern that I wouldn't have the alertness, but good old adrenaline did its thing, and I think I did a pretty good landing.
By all evidence, you did. Tell us more about these tiles. It's such an ephemeral notion to people who can only compare them to the tiles they know in a bathroom or a kitchen. How big are they? How much do they weigh? And how much of a science is fitting them in? Because they're going to be under such scrutiny now for this next flight.
Right. Well, the tiles are, for the most part, the black ones that form the black surface underneath the Space Shuttle, right here. They are about 8 inches by 8 inches in various thickness. Each one is serialized and is carved specifically to fit at that particular point. 20,000 of them that cover the bottom, and over the years I think they've proved their value. They are attached with a kind of a glue. They're filled with water, something to keep the water from intruding during rain and so forth, or rain prior to launch. And I think the history, 100 and some flights, not really having a problem once with the tiles gives them some sense of comfort that you should expect it to be safe in future flights. But it is personnel intensive. The individuals down at the facility in the Kennedy Space Center that work on the tiles are trained experts, and they replace them regularly when the shuttle lands on the runway. Sometimes dirt, maybe a rock kicks up and scrapes one. So changing those tiles and studying them after every flight is the normal course of business.
If you're just joining us, Rick Houck was the pilot of the shuttle mission that followed the loss of the Challenger. Rick, one other question I had coming out of the briefing. One of the briefers, and I forget which one, said about a set of data, we don't have the seconds yet. Is he talking about redundancies that are recorded somewhere?
No, I think he was giving a timeline, and he gave you the central standard time, 8:53, 8:56.
Oh,
and
okay.
What he wanted to tell you was he didn't have it down to the second.
Okay, so 8:53, 05, 06, 07, I get you. Okay,
Right.
thank you. We want to bring in now an eyewitness to some of what transpired today in Texas. Dennis Corder is with us. He is Public Utilities Director in San Augustine, Texas. And Dennis, I'll let you tell the story from what you started seeing and hearing this morning, your time.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
This morning, early, about a little bit before 7 o'clock, I was outside and saw a streamer, you know, the rooster tail, whatever they call it, the jet stream from the shuttle where it came over. And I went back inside and sat down. I was watching the news show, as a matter of fact, and early morning, and the roaring started, and the house started shaking, and windows vibrating, and I got up and went back outside, and my wife came running she was still in bed, woke up, came running out and wanted to know what was shaking the house, and I told her I wasn't really sure, and it sounded like an airplane crashed.
And I understand you had some debris there. How long after the roar did something fall?
Oh, probably 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Like that. I was walked around. I had that time to come in. I heard it, come outside, look around out front, and I walked around out back, and I could hear it, kind of a whistling sound. Just reminds you of the old noises they made for bombs in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
And it came out. It wasn't I found it. It wasn't a very big piece. It had a little cloud of smoke behind it, probably about 8 or 10 foot long. It came down and hit a tree in the woods in the back of the house. I came back in and was watching the news show, and they had mentioned that had lost communications with it, which wasn't unusual for a short period of time. But they went on and said about 10 or 15 minutes later they couldn't receive communication on it, and I just kind of assumed that's what it was. And I called NASA, tried to tell them I'd seen debris falling out of the sky, but at that time I guess they said they were trying to monitor the situation. I don't guess anybody knew exactly what was going on at the moment.
So this was long.
That was about 10 minutes after 8 our time this morning, or really about 5 after 8 whenever I was first looking for it and heard the sound.
And this was long before you knew the warnings about going near this stuff.
Oh yeah, oh yes, it was a good bit before it. But I just went out there to see what it was. I was kind of curious what was falling.
Do you know of any other debris? Did your neighbors get similar pieces of debris? Anybody else in town?
Yes, sir. We're finding the fire department has a command post set up right down the road at a little church, and we're finding debris all over the county. All in town, all out in the county roads, and there's no telling what's in the woods that hadn't been found yet.
Anything identifiable to you?
Not really. I'm not technical enough to really know what that. I'm not sure what I found. I just know it's a piece of metal with a bunch of bolts in it.
What was the moment you realized what you had seen in the sky?
About whenever they claimed they couldn't receive communication back with it, I assume that's what it was. I don't know that, that was the exact time.
Boy, I know it's been a busy day for you already this Saturday. Dennis Corder, Public Utility Director in San Augustine, Texas. Wish we didn't have to have this conversation knowing what you found was in relation to this terrible loss of life today. Thank you very much for being with us. And I'd like to go back to Rick Houck. Rick, you've been watching along with us some of this videotape we've been rolling in during our conversation. It often includes new pictures that are new to us. Any of these, what was almost the size of a cash box with a handle on it, any of these identifiable parts to you, any of the joints, the hinges?
Well, I saw some, one box that I think you're referring to that, well, that piece right there, I'm guessing might be part of a leading edge of a wing. Mm-hmm. Those pieces there look like some of the thermal blanket that might have been inside the shuttle, or even on the top of the wings. There are thermal blankets on top of the wings, but there's a lot of that material on the Space Shuttle. There was another piece that you might be going to next.
Right here.
Yeah, well, that's that box, and I don't... of course, it's, I could only speculate, but that's an electronic box there. There was another piece that looked like a big kind of a U shape or C shape that was lying on the ground that almost looked like it could have been part of one of the wings. But it's hard to tell from these pictures.
It's an awful, ghoulish business, isn't it? I mean, after all, we're talking about what was the vessel for 7 souls today.
Yeah, it is, and it's difficult for everybody. And if I could just reemphasize to all your listeners, you are doing the country a great favor if you, number one, don't try to pick up any of this and let NASA know where the pieces are. There's a great urge to keep souvenirs, but please do not do that. Please make sure NASA is aware of where the pieces are.
And number two, if you were at a vantage point where you have home video of this and recorded from where you live what it looked like, they would very much like to see, because no two views of this are different.
That's true.
Every angle is different. We saw such a long delay after Challenger before you were allowed to take off.
Yeah.
Is there any knowing, as we sit and have this conversation late in the afternoon on the day of this incident, if it's going to be that long a shutdown this time, or if external forces, like knowing we have astronauts at the International Space Station, will force their hand?
Well, my guess is that we won't have that, certainly that long a downtime. That's a pure guess. But after the Challenger accident, NASA really felt it was necessary to restudy all of their internal organization, the safety process, as well as the hardware. And that was very fruitful. I think that NASA became a stronger organization as a result of that study. And I doubt that they've lost the organizational improvements that they have there.